Why, hello there. I hope you are having a good week. So, recently the channel crossed 69 subscribers. So, as a thank you, I'm uploading the 2.5D platformer course for free on YouTube. Now, this is the fast version of the course and it doesn't have the greatest audio quality. So, if you like this style of teaching, then you can actually purchase the brand new updated version and I'm going to show you how. But this is a good introduction to planning and executing a 2.5D game inside Unreal. And I think you'll learn quite a lot. And I love to be clear and clean in my explanations. But if you want something cleaner and crisper, you can buy it from Gumroad if you want to download, from Udemy if that's your preferred platform, and also from Skillshare, where you can stream this course and a bunch of others if you already have a subscription. Besides that, this is part two, and I hope you enjoy the lessons.
All right. Now, this is going to be something a bit different than what we've had before because you really are going to be learning something minor and new. So it should be a lot of fun. This is like a really simplified version of it. So we'll walk right over here and look, a portal. Now, keep in mind when you look at that square right now, that simply takes you to the next level. That is looking very dry and boring, but it was there to teach you. And that's fine, but let's spice it up. Now we're adding in the real game spice. Let's have a cool portal effect here, just not just a square, but like a cool portal. Let's do that. So to start with, you're simply going to open up this, and under here you're going to create something new. You're going to create a new folder and you're going to call this folder, I like to call it VFX, or visual effects. I simply like it like that. You can organize it however you want. Now when we're getting started, all you're going to need to do is start off by creating, and under the creation we want to create Niagara, which is basically Unreal Engine's system for dealing with particles and animations, okay? And you'll find that right here, right? When you click under FX, and you're going to see something that says, hey, Niagara emitter or Niagara system. So we'll create a Niagara system, right? And it's like, hey, create a new system from some emitters, from a template behavior example, which is good. Let's start off with an empty system, right? Just to show you the ropes with an empty system, no emitters or emitter templates. Then we're going to call it level portal. That's all we're going to call it. Now, once you have that created, let's quickly double click it to get into it. Now, as a level designer, one thing you have to keep in mind is that you can't have unlimited particles. Okay, you're going to need to really take some time to decide on which ones matter and which ones don't. Okay, but our game is kind of small, so don't blow up your PC. Just a word of advice. All right, now moving on. Now we're going to add in an empty emitter, right? So let's see which one. We want this one, the empty emitter. So add it in right over here. Now one thing you're going to need to check is you're going to need to check the simulation target. You never want to be simulating your particles on CPU, okay? Please don't do that. We'll simulate on the GPU, okay? Very important. It's better for everyone. And now in terms of frames per second, I'm going to drop down its particle simulation to 30 frames per second because 240 frames per second for particle simulation is a bit much. Now that we have that down, we're now going to come in and get started with creating our particles. So we'll start off with adding in some emitter spawn. So to begin with, let's start with something simple, right? Because we could do spawn per unit or we could just do spawn rate. We'll start off with a simple spawn rate, right? And the reason why is because it's just really easy to get started with. You're just going to select a certain number of units that it spawns. So start with something as simple as 100, right? Yeah, it will spawn 1 at 1, and the spawn rate is going to be, bye bye, it's going to be 100. Just to start with, nothing is yet showing up. Don't worry, we're getting into that. And wow, look at that. I just set up a spawn rate of 2000 and it's blasting my eyes. Let me see, spawn rate of 1, you don't see anything. Spawn rate of 100. Okay, so we see that spawned in. Oh, and by the way, what it's spawning is this right over here, a basic white particle. So, that's not bad. That's not too bad. 500 particles, 507. The spawn rate is 100. I can up that to 2000 and it will still work. But this is all GPU compute. Okay, I'm a big believer in GPU compute for particles. That's simple enough to start with. All right, next we'll spice this up. Let's adjust.
Interesting.
Now, while it's beautiful to have particles spawning in, right? We simply can't have them, for lack of a better word, appearing in only one place, because right now what it's doing is that it's spawning all of them in one single location. So let's change it up. Now, the radius, usually we want something that's like a circle in order to make this work. There are a couple of different shapes that we could use for the spawning, because this is just spawning in one place. All right, so let's decide on a couple of different shapes, right? So we simply look for shape location. Okay, now it is showing us the particles in a sphere. Let's quickly check. I could create a cylinder. Come on. Okay, well, there's particles in a cylinder. I don't think that's going to look that cool. How about a ring? A ring is nice. Ooh, cool, cool, cool. I think a ring would be a good shape for. I think a ring would be a good shape, you know, for the particles. This is an okay shape. I like the ring. I like the ring a lot. Okay, so now that we've decided on a ring, we'll simply check under the particle initialization, and we need to decide on a lifetime. The lifetime is basically how long the particles last. I don't think I'm going to need them to stay on, like, stay alive for a long time. Let me say maybe 0.9 seconds, right? Okay, good. Now they are not lasting for 1,000 years. Let's drop that down even lower. Let's say 0.5, 0.1. Okay, so the particles last for a very short time, then they dissipate in our ring. That's going to be very, very good for our portal. Let me rotate this a bit. So now, or also I rotated, when I left click, I can rotate. When I right click, I can move forward and backwards. So I'll just left click for the rotating. So this is our ring right now. Let me try 0.5. Yeah, that looks about right. I like that emission. All right, so now we have a basic ring with particles lasting 0.5 seconds. This is a good baseline for our portal. Now that we have that set up, let's see. Um, let's do random. I don't know, random uniform. Okay, let's do random uniform. That basically means that the size of the particles is going to be in constant flux. Let me see. Uniform. Let's see, 5 to that. Let's do something a bit different. Let's try something like 1 for the baseline size and 5 for the others. Mm, hmm, Let me see. I don't know how I feel about this. The particles are looking okay. Anyway, I can always adjust these numbers, but this will work for now. So we have particles being formed. I think I'll increase its lifetime to 2 seconds now, considering we have that randomness. Give them a bit more life. Okay, that's fine. That works. Hmm. Now we have our ring, our particle portal ring. It has random uniform sprites being generated. Let's add a bit more life to it. Now, by life, what I mean is some vibrance. So on particle update, what I want is to add in a force. Now, I won't use gravity, I won't use drag, I won't use a spring. Let's use, okay, cow noise force, that's good. Please fix issue. That should solve the issue. And now, look at the force. Now we have a portal that actually has some stuff going on in it. Okay, it's vibrant, it's being pulled apart. That's nice. Let's quickly play and see how it looks. Now this is fascinating. Much better, much more like an actual portal effect. That is good. So let's say frequency, let me bump this up to 200. Yeah, 200 is a really high frequency. That's good. I think everything else, let's increase its quality to baked high. Let's increase it to high quality noise. Alright, just increase the quality of the noise a bit. Let's increase the noise strength to about double the value, to about 25. I want to see it spreading out more. It's a portal after all. Nice. Okay. Now this is looking a lot more like a living, breathing portal. I like it a lot. Quickly save that before moving forward. Now, this is where we can shake things up a bit. Let's quickly play this. Okay, that looks good. I just want it to be a bit more vibrant. So what I'm going to do is I'll add in the exact same kind of force, right? But with this one, what I'll do is I'll adjust it so that it's a bit more on the Z axis by, let's say, 0.5. So it should be trying to adjust the height a bit differently. Then let's increase the strength of this one to something like 1,000. Yeah, nice. High amounts of force are beautiful for spreading particles. But since its force is so high, let's drop down its frequency to about 10. Okay, look at that. Look at that. Look at those particles spewing over. So let me zoom way out. You can see how the portal is looking. It's looking very spicy. Very, very spicy. I like it. Not bad at all. I think I'll reduce the force slightly. Let's say to 500. Yeah, 500. It still looks fantastic. I'll pulsate it to 10, so it's a bit more frequent. But you can still tell it's a ring, right? But the ring is having pulsating particles flowing off it. Something I like. And I think the particles aren't too many. So the first one is just, it's low strength, high frequency. The second is going to be very high strength but very low frequency. Not bad. Not bad. Now it's starting to look a bit more magical. Now, coming into here, I think what I'm going to do is I think we need to slightly increase the number of particles. I'll increase from 2000, just a quick doubling, to 4000 particles. That's nice. And then we're going to look at the lifetime. And since we're doubling the amount of particles spawn, I'm going to decrease their lifetime down to 1000. So this is a pretty basic pool. Now you can always adjust these variables to something that you are comfortable with. I want to add in one last element. Let's see. Okay, I guess that's one last element. Do I want to add it in here? So I'm going to add in a little bit of drag. Essentially, what this means is that it calculates a certain amount of force away from the particles. It's not going to be too high. I'm going to make it, let's say, 0.5, and rotational drag to 0.5. So this tightens the spread a little bit. And then back to the spawn rate. Let's see, particle initialization. I'm going to reduce its size from 0.1, rather from 1 to 0.1, and its highest size to 1. So I'm going to have smaller particles. Okay, maybe those are too small. Random uniform, let's say random non-uniform. Sprite size minimum, I'm going to say 0.1. Sprite size maximum on the Y to 1. Sprite size minimum, oh, max on X should be 1, and sprite size maximum on Y 0.5. Actually, no, should be 2. Okay, 2 is too low. Let's say 3. 3 is too low. Shit. Let's try 10. Okay, I like this. So we're getting lots of thin sprites. Now let's increase this slightly to, let's say, 0. Keep in mind, these are now just artistic choices, right? But it's good to go through them so that you have a reasonable understanding of what is going on. For me, I like this portal. It has these nice spiky stick-like energies coming from it, which I like. Random non-uniform is really good for that. Okay, so now that that is working correctly, let's make some more minor adjustments to it. I think what I want is going to be able to change the color of these particles. So right now the particles are all white. There's colors like pink, there's cyan, there's yellow, orange, there's that. I'm not sure, maybe blue. I guess I'll go with the plain blue for now. But now that I've changed the color, I feel like the size isn't enough anymore. I need bigger particles. Let me increase its size on both axes. Much better. Now it's looking better with a bit bigger particles, because the color is kind of changing how it looks quite a bit. Okay, this is good. This is good. And now, while we've chosen a color and I'm kind of okay with this color, one thing that I want is to have it be different. So let's see, color from curve. So we're going to have the colors changing. I want the colors to be changed. Now what I've essentially done is I've made it so that what it's going to do is that it is going to go from one color in its early stages to another in its later stages. So it will start with a bluish color. Let's see. And I want it to end as red, as proper red. Yes, it's going to be color. What else do I want? Okay, let's quickly make sure all the colors are lined up properly. Okay, so this is this. I want it to be a bit darker. And then on this end, I'll keep it nice and vibrant. Opacity will start off with 1. Okay, opacity is going to be 1. Yeah, that's what I want. But let me change the colors a bit. I feel they're too close together. Okay, nice. So the particles are now moving and they are changing colors properly. Okay, this is good. All right, so let's make one more adjustment. No, I'll click on this. No, this, perfect. Okay, so now the particles go from blue. I don't want it to white. I want it to go from blue to a deep red around here. Flying off a bit. And I'll change this. Let's see, blue here. Let's max out the blue here. I want it to be fully blue here. Good. And here I want it to be fully red. And here, let me actually make this fully white at this point in the particle's life. Yeah, this is good. I like this quite a lot. Let me quickly pause. The emitter is GPU and is using the 9 pounds. Bounds should be incorrect. That's not a big deal. Okay, so now you have your particle. You have set it up how you want to move the way you want with the forces the way you want. And the real question is, let's now start thinking of adding this to the game, right? Now that we've created this portal, it's going to be pretty simple to implement it into game, right? Let's make sure that we are on the correct level. So there are a couple of ways to do this. This is like the simple, basic way of doing it. We just come over here. We check under VFX. Okay, that's the level portal, and we just drag it into the world. Okay, let's bring it here. Bring it around this, and press play. Okay, so when we come in over here, look at that. We have our nice portal effect. That's pretty sweet. Of course, it has no collision. That's pretty sweet. But we want to kind of add in a bit more spice, for lack of a better word, to this. So we're not just going to have the portal there. For starters, let's quickly delete that. We don't need that object anymore. And we don't need that Niagara object. What we really do want is to come back into our blueprints. If you remember back into interface, which I really hope you do, not interface in obstacles, there was something called, not obstacles, level triggers. Yes, level triggers, a master level trigger. So this time we're going to go into the master level trigger, and it simply said open next level when collided with. That's the basic code. And this time we're going to start adding in some VFX around it. So we're going to add in audio or an audio source, which is going to play sound, and we're going to add in Niagara particles into it. So essentially what we're going to do is we'll come in here and add, and we're going to look for a Niagara particle system component, right? So here we are, and the component is called level portal. Let's add that in. So let's look into the viewport. Okay, so that's how the portal looks so far. Not bad. Now that we don't need the paper sprite anymore, we can actually just come in and scale it to 0. Right, we can scale that into 0 and complete. Now once we come into here, we can come in and add the master level blueprint. Check out the details. Of course, let's make sure that it is on 0 on the x-axis rather on the y-axis, because it's a 2D game and everything is on 0 on the y-axis. And voila, there we are. Now we have this particle system for the portal in your game. Now when I bump into it, it takes me back here, right? But what we can do, right, we'll come back in master level trigger here. It always accepts the next level name. So we simply need to come down to levels, copy that, then come back down here, and on our level next level trigger, come on, here we are, we put in 002 obstacles. Let's press play and see if this works correctly. So you come over here, and once you impact with it, you're teleported to this, right? Which is cool. So we now have our portal working, but its positioning probably doesn't make too much sense. So let's quickly adjust its rotation. So we'll just rotate it 90 degrees here so that it has a bit more oomph to it. Now we'll check in with the event graph on hit paper sprite. So it's waiting for the hit on paper sprite, which is cool. Then we're going to add one more thing to this. So quickly, we're going to add a point light. You simply add a point light by, I recommend clicking on the Niagara, coming here and then typing in light so that it makes the light in the middle of everything. So we'll create that light, and let's quickly decide on a light color of a cyan. So let's look in. The light color is cyan, and we can quickly see how that looks. So now we have this particle that is emitting that nice cyan light all around it. So let's move our player character towards it, and once it gets close, look, it starts seeing a brilliant cyan light, and the light jumps off the sprite, right? That's cool. So this is our particle. Boom, we're teleported in. Very well done. That's essentially everything that is needed for setting up that cool portal. And as a bonus, all of our portals have now been upgraded to the latest version. Isn't that cool? So when I come over here, I can jump through this. Let me quickly see if I can push through this level without dying. I'm not a bad game developer. I can play games nice. And move through. And look, even this one has been upgraded, and it takes us to the next level, right? Okay, I think I need to accept to wait. Yeah, die. And look, even this one is upgraded. Isn't that beautiful? So before we move on, we have to accept that this one is done and set up. Although there will be some changes to the positions in the next levels, this will be all for now for this level. Let's set it up to a close. We are now officially entering the proper implementation of sound and audio and art. So you are almost done with the tutorial. This is the most fun part because you start making something that people can actually look at and enjoy. So we'll see you in the next lesson.
All right. Now, before we move on to the next level, let's quickly play this. Before we move on to the next level, where we'll be testing out a couple of different sprites that we'll be using within our game. Right now, this level trigger, as beautiful as it is struggling with two things. For starters, when we come into this, we'll notice that the point light color is a bit too cyan, and I probably want it to be a bit more blue. So let's try it now with a bit of a deeper blue. We want the color to match the particles, at least to a reasonable degree, right? It should look like the particles are causing the color. Yeah, this looks much better. I think this blue is a lot more consistent. Then secondly, we want there to be some good sound for the particles. We don't want to show up to like a silent portal. So quickly within SFX, this isn't ambient. We're going to create a simple folder and going to call it portal. And inside of here, I'm going to import a portal sound. So here I have my portal sound. Let's quickly play it. Okay, so it's that magical sound. As I said before, anytime you want assets, you can basically create them by yourself if you're good at sound or good at animation. You can create assets yourself, or you can buy an asset pack online, or you can get some assets from, let's say, no copyright music, whatever works, just a simple portal sound. Now that we have that portal sound, I'll go back into the master level trigger and I want to add some audio to it, right? So this audio component, the sound I want it to use is going to be the portal sound. So let me quickly do a search. Let's see, that's perfect. That's volume multiplier, pitch, other parameters, allow specialization. That's good. Yeah, this is good. So it now has some sound playing from within it. So let's listen to that in the level. Okay, so we are hearing that, but it's kind of loud. Then when I come back here, so for starters, there are two problems. Number one, the sound isn't looping properly, and number two, it's not spatial. The sound should become louder the closer I get to the object, right? So let's work on that. Now, creating spatial sound is going to be pretty simple to execute. All we want is the farther you are, you shouldn't be able to hear the sound. So let's say the player shouldn't be able to hear the sound right until they start, right before it gets into the viewport. So around here is where they start hearing the sound, right? And around here, they should hear the sound at maximum volume. So let's go back into the master level trigger. Under the audio component, we're going to simply override attenuation. Now, as far as the radius, I think that let's slightly reduce the distance to something like 3000 units, not 300, 3000 units. Okay, and then the inner radius of 400 is too low. Let's push that up to 800. Yeah, that pretty much works. It's using linear fall off. Let's compile that and quickly play. Now, I can't hear the teleporter sound at all. Can't hear it at all. Okay, so let's start moving forward. And let's quickly do a double check. For some reason now I'm not hearing anything. Let's see. Where's attenuation, linear, spherical, inner, outer? And now that we have that done, let's quickly come back on this portal sound. Let's open it up. Okay, you can stop playing. Thank you. So let's listen to it and the details. I want to look for its loop property. Okay, so let's set it to looping. So it's a looping sound. So last check, pitch modifier, that's fine. Attenuation, this is good. It's volume attenuation. Attenuation at max fall off. Let's say -60 is kind of harsh. Let's drop it down to -10. Let's see how that works. Okay, this is fine. So I've set it to natural sound for attenuation, and let's see slash hear how this sound. Can you hear anything? Nothing. Okay. Okay, now I can hear it in the distance. Now I can hear this. Then I step away. Can't hear anything. Literally, the audio is sound from it is gone. But then I come in and boom, I can hear it. So that's everything you need to do to simply set up a nice portal sound. And yes, that's how we add sound to the game. Now let's move on to the next video where we are going to be going into the next level. Let's quickly get into that. Coming over here into levels. And this is the level that we are going to be going into and adjusting and bringing to life. We're going to be adding in some audio to these pillars, and we are going to be adding in nice we are going to be adding in an environment around us. Okay, let's get into that in the next lesson. All right, so now we're looking inside of our level. Let's look at it. Let's quickly run through it. Okay, boom, 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 get out of my way, move, nice. So it's a pretty simple platforming level, this one is. Then boom, we get to that point, and then, okay, we get to the enemy, right? So this is the level as is, and essentially all we need to do is come in, add in some art, and bring that level called obstacles to the level of visual fidelity of this level right here, right? Where there is the water, there's the ocean, there's some land where the player can move through, and the portal. Okay, that's really the main goal now. So what we're going to do, let's open up the obstacles level. We're going to start by essentially copying the entire landscape and putting it in here, and make some decisions on, hey, which areas are going to allow us to do this, right? Because this is what we want. We want platforms with traps that you have to go through to get to the portal. So let's quickly get into that. Let's go into this level. And we're going to come in over here and let's look around. So start by looking at what assets we have. I'm just going to copy this entire folder, right? This folder called 3D with the environment stuff. Actually, these two, let me quickly copy them, right? Now that we've copied those two, we'll quickly go into obstacles, right? Now here, we're going to come into the outliner, edit and paste everything, right? So it's, yeah, okay, it started by just posting the hold up 3D and ambient, that's fine. We'll come back to this level, come in here under 3D, we'll come into this, and same thing, we just need to copy over everything. And we'll go into the obstacles level. Yeah, let's quickly create a folder and we'll call it environment, right? Because we don't want to paste everything here and paste all those assets into environment. It's going to take a while for that to populate and come in. All right, not bad, not bad. So we can see that the player is right over there. Let me quickly increase this camera speed because we need to move around. So the player starts out here, and now we want them to, whoa, we now want them to be somewhere here, right? So let's figure out quickly how to create for them a nice basic path that they're going to need to move through to get to the next location, right? So essentially, I am going to start some basic landscape editing. But before we get to that, let's zoom out right over here and move all these assets because I appreciate the current position, but I want the current player location to, take precedence. So let's move everything forward just a smidge. So have the player around here, just to guarantee that at least the player should see that, oh, they started out there, now they're here. Okay, good, this is a good start. Now that we have this basic environment, let's quickly jump in. You can see that here I can walk around here, these basic pillars, which is simple. But this isn't really what I want to be stepping on, right? Because it's dry, it's not artistic. Let's come down. Okay, so now we run into the that level, the killing floor. There it is. Let's drop it down a smidge. Okay, just under the water level. Okay, just under the water level, just a bit. And then we'll increase its x width to something like 10. Widen that out. So it starts at about here. Okay, this is fine. The next thing we want is to increase its why let's increase that. Let's see, 10. Okay, let's make that 20. Let's widen it just a bit. That's fine. Now that we're here, we can get rid of some of these old, not that useful blocks. They were nice for blocking out the level, but they're not that interesting anymore. We can get rid of those really quickly. The next thing we're going to do is we'll come here and say, hey, we need something for the player to walk on, right? Something for the player to walk on. And there are a couple of different assets we can use. But the one that I think would be best for this would be something like this, right? Let's quickly just rotate it by 90 degrees. Okay, rotate that by 90 degrees there. No, that's the wrong degrees. Wrong of me. 90 on the X. That's also wrong. Me being very terrible at designing stuff. Okay, let's actually rotate this 0 degrees. Hold on, 90 degrees. Oh, this includes this entire pathway. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to need to break down these assets to give us a bit more leeway, because now when I press that, it tries to move the entirety of the castle. And we don't want that. We want a bit more flexibility. And that's what we are going to do by adding in more assets. So let's come over here and quickly look around. What we're looking for is the folder with our third-party assets. We'll look at the environment, okay, and we'll come in. We don't need maps, we don't need meshes. Oh, we do need meshes actually. So there are lots of different kinds of meshes. There are bridges, there are balconies. This is good. Okay, so there's a bridge landing. So what we can do is, coming from here, we'll get the player and we'll bring him right down and right down to here. This is going to be the player's starting point, right? Which I think makes a lot of sense. Now that the player's starting point is there, I'm guessing we need to kind of create a bit of an artificial wall. So I'll put this over here to prevent players from moving backwards. Let's play and see. Nice. But let me move it forward even a bit more. Okay, press play. So it shows that the player can't move back, the player has to move forward. So we'll come over here and you can see that its movement is pretty good. It changes with the environment, up and down. Nice. Now we're getting into some reasonably good looking levels. So we'll come back right over here and we will adjust some of these elements. For starters, we'll click on this and we'll move it backwards. Right, actually we'll move it. I don't think moving it backwards is enough. Let's just delete it outright. I don't think it's useful. There are a couple of other minor assets that we can really just get rid of. They don't serve any purpose here for any reason. So come in, clean up these assets. Depending on what asset pack you've chosen, this is just level design thinking, okay? So you can vary what you decide to remove based off what you want available in game. That's enough. Now we have this entire section available to be manipulated. So let's quickly go from one end to the other end. Over here, we can quickly come over here. We can walk, we can move, forward, and we can get up to here. So we can have a couple of different traps on the way as the character is moving, and then here is where we'll put up the next photo. So quickly, as we're designing this level, we'll come over here, click on that and move it way backwards. Way backwards. Nice. Way back over here. And then drop it down. Is this perfect? Is this good? This is a bit too high. That's a bit too low. Just right over there. Let's see how it looks to walk from this end to the end of the level. Come over here. Comes here. Perfect. And our level end is here. This is good. I like seeing this. This looks proper. So just slightly move it down. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now, Although I like its positioning, I'm going to quickly save that. If I remember correctly, this is 13, which means it's not using the master level blueprint that we set up. So level triggers, we want to use the master level trigger. Okay, let's bring that in over here. The next level is called melee enemy. Good. So this old level trigger, we can remove it from the game. We don't need it. Let's come in, make sure this is well placed. Not bad. Just here. We'll keep it a bit low to the ground. Yeah, this is perfect. Let me now see how it looks moving from one side to the other. So come in, run, little man, run around. So you can now hear the sound. Excellent. This is good. This is excellent. So this is a basic outline now of our next level, and we are going to come in and adjust these, our little platforms that do damage and kill the player. So we'll do that in the next video, but in between, we're going to just come here and clean up a lot of these assets. So based off what it is that you're using as your asset pack, or if you're creating your own, you can simply clean up the level a bit, just a smidge, to have it looking outstanding. Okay, excellent. That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. This is good, although maybe I want the player to be able to see it easier from an angle. No, 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 no. Let me leave this as is. This is reasonable. The only thing that perhaps I'm not entirely happy with is the island's current position is a bit, it's not enough on the x-axis. So I can hit that and just slightly, let me see where the player position is. Okay, this is the exact x. So I can move it just a touch. Is this it? Is this good? No, let's move it just a smidge. Just a smidge. Okay, no, let's move it. I want to move it in really small, tiny increments. Really small and tiny increments. I don't like making big changes. Okay, so let me try. Let's try 587. Okay, that's too far back. 9. Nope, too far back. I want to adjust it just right. Okay, 5-1, no. 5-2. 5-2 is now too far, so it's in between 5-1 and 5-2. Okay, that's now too near. Let's adjust it a bit. So 5-1-1, getting closer. 5-1-2, getting a little bit closer. 5-1-3. Closer still, 5-1-4. Almost perfect, 5-1-4-5. Nice, now this is looking good. Let's quickly move this. Nice, then I should be able to climb up this distortion right over here. Nice, beautiful, beautiful. So my character can move, it can still laser. Let's move forward, goes over these two undulations and reaches the spawn. Good. Now that we have the basics around how our level is set up beginning to end, we can now go back and think about, okay, how do we set up all these different traps in a way that the player can look at it and they'll think, okay, this looks cool. This is a fun game. For starters, we'll get all these different spike traps, and I'll start by bringing them right down to the ground. And now we can begin adjusting the level. Okay, keep in mind each one on touch is death. Good. So I'm going to come. I'm not going to do anything other than just adjusting these. I recommend before going into the next lesson, you adjust these and set them up, spread them out a bit, and then we'll go into changing their sprites to something a bit cooler. Let's go into that in the next lesson. All right. So now that we've reached this point, it's time to learn one new thing. As you're setting up your levels, those are still simply there. Before we get into adding in these parts over here, we need a way for the player to actually fall into the water. Now, if you look, you'll notice that I've already put something to block the player from going back. And if I look forward, we're running on dry land. Oh, snap. We're running here on dry land. Let's pass under these real quick. Let's move, let's move, let's move. And then we are here. We arrive here. But one thing that we currently don't have is some places for the player to fall into the water. Now, in order to do that, you're going to learn something new. You will notice that if we click this, if we double click this, it says landscape 2. And if we double click, you'll notice that Unreal has this massive landscape. Now you can create landscapes yourself while you know that this one was imported from an asset pack. But how do we alter the landscapes, right? Let's quickly increase camera speed to get where we're going quick. No, not fast enough. Let's speed that up. So let's come back to here, right? Now we can slow it down again. I think one will be fine. So once we have the landscape selected, right? And just double check that landscape, right? All we have to do is simply come over to modes and let's say, hey, landscape mode. Now that we're in landscape mode, notice that when I pass my cursor over the landscape, it demonstrates where you're going to be making edits. Now let's come over here to try a simple edit, right? Let's add in something simple. Let's say, let's try smooth, right? So all it does is it smooths the landscape. Let me drop the brush size to 512, which is about half the size of now. So when I pass it over, notice what it does, it smoothens out the landscape. When I stop, it resets the texture. But I press, it smoothens it out, right? That's cool. But now I want to even reduce the strength of the tool to 0.1 because softer tools lead to tighter implementation. So I can smooth this a bit, smooth this a bit. That's perfectly fine. So if I come down over here and I go up, I can now start making some challenges in the level. All I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the brush size even further to 256, right? Oh, I can do a bit of smoothing, but what I want to do now is I want to do erosion, and the tool strength on erosion, I'm going to set it up to 0.5. Now let's see what that looks like, right? Erosion is basically you remove from the landscape. You remove height from the landscape, right? Now, sorry, come back here. Let's try to add in some simple erosion here to come and basically pull off a bit of the landscape. Now, there's so many things we can do. We can come in or we can select painting and we can say, hey, I want to, paint onto the landscape, and just add a bit of that, and it will add something to the landscape, right? It will simply add. Okay, painted over there. That's one thing you can do. Another thing you can do is, you can paint a lot of stuff. There's painting of like basic amounts of grass. Let's drop that brush size down to 512. Okay, just painting it in, making it a bit greener, right? So there are so many different things you can do with the landscape tool, but it's all about, making the play space look beautiful, right? There we are. We can brush that in. And this isn't even the more advanced landscape features, right? This is like the basic landscape feature. But anyway, done with that, we can come in over here and we can look and go into sculpting. We can go into management and go into sculpting, and let's think, what do we want, right? Let me use hydro erosion for this. And what I want to do, let me go up, climb over here, is I want to add in a deep line which is going to go all the way down. Okay, so let's increase the strength to 5. Notice that it's starting to cut into the land. That's good. We can erode this landscape. Okay, rain amount. We'll increase that to the max. Now come down over here. Let's see what we're able to create. Nice. We can quickly just erode it a bit. And this is how it looks, okay? Just minor changes to the landscape, creating and bringing it closer to life. Now we're going to go back into designing the level and adding in some audio. So this is our first basic trap, right? If it jumps onto the player dies. So let's start back to here. We already have all of the code set up for this trap. Now let's quickly go and have a look at it, right? This goes back to our blueprints, obstacles, and master spike trap, right? This is it. We already have all of this code set up, so there's nothing precious that we're going to need to do to get this working. But what we are going to change is we're going to change the basic sprite that we used for this trap. So inside of the folder called sprites, that's going to hold our new sprites. I'll hit obstacles. That's good. And come in here and I'm going to import some new art. All right, now that we've imported this, right, just want to just switch it up a bit, right? Add in a different looking spike trap. Let's quickly apply paper to the texture, nice, and quickly create a sprite, right? Let's quickly rename this to spike trap 1 and see how changing the look of it is going to improve it, right? Paper sprite, viewport. Let's quickly try spike trap 1. Scale it up really quickly. Not bad, not bad. But let's scale it up a bit more. Yeah, this works really well. So let's quickly compile and play and see what difference this makes visually. Okay, now we have that simple spike trap. Let's see, does it still kill? Yes, it still kills. Good. Just adding in a little bit of flavor. label it. There we are. Okay. Now, just to make sure that the material we use is proper, let's use the lit sprite material. Well, okay, let's quickly double check. I know that the material I use is different here. Masked unlit sprite material. Okay, perfect. That's good for this as well. The one thing I want it to do is to be able to cast shadows. So we'll add that in so it can cast some shadows. That's good. Quickly compile this. Let's have a look at how it looks now. Okay, so it's able to cast a shadow. Okay, deal with you. Perfect. Nice. Now, simply coming back, make a couple of changes. This I will remove. This I need to lower its positioning a bit further. Just a bit further. Let me quickly double check and see if this works. This works normally. This works normally. Nice. This one is a bit too high. Let's bring it lower. We'll come over here. These three simply need to be spaced out a bit more due to the extra girth of this sprite, and then line them up, bring them down. Nice. Then come here and we'll give the same treatment to these ones. Just spread them out a bit. Give them a bit more spacing. Excellent. Click on these and then bring them lower to the ground. And once that's done, it's basically a free run to the next location. Let's quickly see how this looks now. Okay, quickly avoid, quickly avoid. Okay, is it can be avoided? Nice, 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 nice. And home free. We are home free. Nice. Now this is done. We're going to add in some audio of these going up and down. Okay, so we want to play an audio file as they go up and an audio file as they are going down. Now, now that we have our spike traps working and looking reasonably good with the effects, we need to add in that last bit of life, right? Because now you'll notice that they do not produce any sound, and that's something we've got to fix. So let's quickly add in a little bit of sound that will bring it to life, and bring them to life. So I'll quickly just bring up the files, and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this spike trap, right? And this is where I am inside SFX, right? Sound effects. I'm going to put the file that I want to use here. All right, now that we've added in the spike trap sound, that's right over here, we'll simply go into the master spike trap and we're going to add audio. Okay, now with this audio, definitely the sound that we want is going to be spike trap sound, right? Now here's the thing, we are going to make sure that this sound doesn't play immediately. Okay, so it's here
but it's not necessarily going to immediately play. We want to set it up back in the code for the movement to only play when it is moving. Now, before we finish setting that up, let's quickly come here and let's let's change the attenuation. Now let's look in the viewport. Now for this, you don't need it to have such a big fall off distance, right? So let's drop it way down to, let's say, not even 1000 is a lot. Let's say about 500. In fact, 500 may be too little. Let's say about 800 is the basic fall off. And let's drop the inner radius down to 300. In fact, let's drop this down to about 700. We don't need it to be um, audible from a very far distance. In fact, let's drop this down even further, 600. Much better. Let's quickly compile. Now we've not done anything other than adding in the audio file. Let's hear how that sounds. Now we don't even hear it because the sound is fired immediately when the level begins, and then it's dead silence, right? So let's come into the event graph of our master spike trap, or whatever platform trap that you have set up. Now, the only thing we want is to have sound fire during these times of move component 2, right? Every time it's move component 2, you want the sound to fire. Then there's a delay immediately after or before the move component 2, it fires again. So that's essentially all we're going to set up. Now to do that is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to pull out this from this delay to move component 2, and we're just going to say, hey, can you play audio? Okay. Now notice it immediately auto links the audio component, right? And the start time can remain 0. That's fine. And now let's try it out and see if it is working effectively. Just a simple, hey, play audio. Okay, it's not playing the sound properly, so let's do a quick double check. All right, I think I've seen the mistake in the logic, so let's quickly come over here right after the delay. Let's come on, right after the delay here before it cycles back. Let's quickly break that, right? Hold on, what? Okay, so let's get this. We'll quickly delete that because we don't need it there. Connect this back here. So we'll use this at the end of the delay. So let's quickly break this. So we'll come here and we'll simply ask for play audio. It's fantastic. And then this can link back to that. Let me quickly make an adjustment over there. Okay, let's try that again. So immediately at the end of the final delay, it's going to play that sound. So let's try that out. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now that's a simplified way of putting in the audio. There are much more complicated ways to add in that audio, but I will leave that to you to decide on. Just wanted to show you how to simply add audio into your game. Now another thing we're going to do is we'll come here after this other delay. I'm going to also add another play audio here from the audio target over here, and that's going to manage all of that. So let's quickly compile this. It's good. Now let's hear how it sounds. Up there, it's okay. Okay, come over here. Okay. Okay, come here. Okay. Okay, come over here. Okay, come over here, move. Okay, perfect. And done. So we've created and managed that simple level that is for platforming. You've learned how to add in audio and play audio, and there's a lot more you can do with it, but this is where I will stop teaching you how to add audio, at least on these for now. Now that this is done, let's move forward and go to the next level. Now on simple look, we can already tell that this level is going to need some touching up, because you start off with a basic melee enemy. Okay, so there are two things that we're going to need to add to bring this level to life. Apart from an environment, we're going to need to add some better AI for our melee enemy character, and that's what we're going to get into. But for starters, we'll start off with basic level creation. So I'll come back to obstacles. All right, and I'll grab everything under 3D over here, and we'll basically add it in to the next level. Now, however you choose to manage this for your own game, please do so. The most important thing is you're learning and you're making something that you like. Let's move forward. All right, now that we are here, we're simply going to make some basic adjustments. Can start with this is fine. We're going to make some very basic adjustments. We're going to add, let's see, where is our player character? Let's quickly get to that. Okay, we have our nav mesh, our player character. Let's quickly move it over to this island area over here. Let's adjust its positioning. Okay, perfect. And now that we're here, let's quickly press play. You can actually jump off, get to there. She'll die. Hold on. Okay, so come over here. This is our melee enemy. This is the one that we are going to need to work on. So we'll quickly come over here and we'll remove the assets that are just not providing any value. So we don't need these squares anymore. We totally do not. We do not need that trap at all. But this element, we do need our little particle creator. So that particle is going to be right over there. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll make a much grander adjustment. The way that I want this level to work is to have a bit more spacing. Right, a bit more, just a bit more spacing. So I'm going to quickly come and rotate it. Let's see, how many degrees is that? Not 180 yet. Yes, 180 degrees. Then after rotating it all 180 degrees, I can now make some bigger changes. And then I will move it fully backwards. Let's see, which areas do I want this to take place in? Normal level design things. Okay, let's move it backwards here. Let's see, how do I want this to work? All right, so we're back now. I've set up the level in a. I like this. I like this view. Go restart. I kind of like this view. This is relaxing. Anyway, so now essentially, before I'll get back to you, melee enemy, I'll get back to you, and I'll get back to you. But now essentially the level goes from there right up to here. That's good. So before we get into the melee enemy, now that we have the level set up, we're going to make some light touches to how lighting works within our game and come back to working on the enemy AI in the next lesson. All right, so there are a couple of things you need to know about how lighting works in game. When we press play right now, notice that we are using the player camera, and the way everything looks here, notice it looks much brighter here than it does actually in game. And that all comes down to different camera settings. So let's open up the player right now, and then once we open up the player blueprint, we're going to gain a bit more understanding. If you click on the player camera right now, it has two views. There is perspective and then there is orthographic. So if we say orthographic and we compile and we come back into game and hit play, it will use an orthographic camera, which basically means that there is no depth. It's playing the game with no depth. It's trying to show everything all at once, right? It's great for a plain 2D game, but that's not what we want. We wanted a 2.5D unless you're making a 2D. Then there's perspective. Now the perspective camera is the one that properly shows the world in 3D. The next thing that you're going to need to consider is going to be a little setting. Let's come down here. That's going to be exposure. Now, if we set the exposure to auto exposure histogram, right, it's now going to auto expose. So notice everything is bright, super bright. My eyes, oh my God. Okay, that's auto exposure. I don't recommend it. Then we could use auto exposure basic, right? Now with basic auto exposure, the camera is deciding on how much light it's letting in, but we face the same problem. Auto exposure isn't the best. It's usable, but I don't recommend it. Let's quickly remove that exposure setting over there and come back and show proper auto exposure. So this is auto, right? It makes changes and it adjusts the exposure by itself. I would recommend for building a game with a clear view, set it down to manual. Now with manual, we are able to decide on the exposure ourselves. We could use it as is, or we could come in and set the exposure to, let's say, let's start with 0, right? Let's go to extremes. With 0 exposure, it's not letting any light in, so we can't see anything. Now let's say we put it up to 1, right, for exposure. Let's play. Still barely anything. We need to let in some light. So let's go from 1 and set it up to 5 and compile. Press play. Now it's dark, but you can tell that, yeah, you can see some stuff. Now let's come over here. Health bars and other user interface things are not rendered in game. They are rendered on the interface, so you wouldn't notice that. But here we are. Okay. But those really aren't the settings we want. We want to go into player and set the exposure to something reasonable. Let's say 15. 15, we should be able to see the world clearly. Okay, very bright. Let's drop that down a tad. Just a 10. 10 is what I like using personally. Now with 10 exposure, we can see the world, but it's not overpowering and it's not overbearing. Now, let's go back to the main menu level by itself. And let's have a look at how the world looks now. We press play. This is fine. This camera doesn't have any its exposure is set to auto, right? Let's go and learn to jump because this is the player camera, and let's see what it has. Let's see. Okay, press play. Notice that it's showing the light in the distance. You can see that the scene is dark, but the light in the distance is showing. And if we come right over here, there is a blue light coming from our level portal. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we'll do a quick double check, right? So right now in here, it's showing everything, right? But if we go into the outline, and what we want to look for is the lights. So what are the lights in our level doing? Okay, so right now there is a skylight. There should not be two skylights. Let's get rid of that second skylight. Let's come over here and say, okay, there's a light here. I want to add more lights to this point here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to simply say, hey, let me add, I want to place an actor. Which actor? I want to put a point light. And I want to put that light, let's say, I want to put it exactly where these fires are. You can notice it's even casting shadows. Where this fire is, I want that light to be come from here, right? And this light, I'm going to change its details, and I want its color to be something warm, yellowy, right? This is good. And then this light, I want to copy and duplicate it, and I want that light to also come over here on here. So we have that effect of fire, and we also have the lights. That's perfect. Let's see how that looks in game. So we have a pretty dark scene. We'll come in over here and look at that. We can see those two lights producing some light, and over here we have our blue. Now if we wanted to have the lights bleed out a little bit, all we got to do is put the lights in the level a bit higher. No, it's just a little trick. Let's find point light 2, point light 1. Let's raise it up a little as well and press play. So let's have a look at the light now. Now the light is shining a bit more evenly. You can notice there's a lot more bleed of that orange light in other areas. It's fantastic. But you know, these lights, they're still not doing the best job I want. So let me increase the intensity by 2 to 16. And I want to see how it's now going to look in game. So come over here. And yeah, now they're looking way more vibrant, way brighter. I like these lights quite a bit. So that's a basic overview of lighting. Now, if we click on this, notice that it also produces a light effect, right? There's a sphere and there's a point light, and we can change its intensity. We can increase its intensity. So let's see how that looks in game. So we can come out over here, and now the blue light is looking way more intense. You can see how much it jumps onto our sprite character. There's another thing that we can do, right, with this light. Control Z, let's reduce that intensity. Let's see, we can say we can basically increase its radius a bit, right, to give it more area where it's there. Now we can basically do things to increase the width of the lighting. We can do a lot when it comes to lighting, and lighting is one of the best things in a game. But to really appreciate lighting, you're going to need a bit of a dark scene. Now this looks questionable, to put it lightly. So let's make sure that our player character can actually be seen. So on this exact same spring arm, I'm going to add something. I'm going to add a simple light, right? So we're going to add this light, and let's see its position. It's on the spring arm where the camera is. So let's go into level and we should see it instantly. Wait, no, player, where is this point light? Let's bring it in a little closer to the player. Let's see. Now notice that the player is carrying around with them a little light. This is useful for when you know that your game is going to have some dark areas, but you want the player to have a light that's available for them to use, that's going to light the dark, huh? See what I did? Anyway, that's just one of the things. Now, of course, it casts a bit of a shadow, and you can see how it interacts with other sources of light, which is good. So that's one thing to think about graphically. As we're here going through all the different things that you will see in game, you'll also notice when it comes to pixel art, there are little ghost effects that are left behind by the pixel art. That's that can be caused by the motion blur or anti-aliasing. So let's go into our project settings and add in a couple of little tweaks that are going to make it much more comfortable to choose. So for starters, project name, let me just call it Wandering Soul. I think that's just a cooler project name. And once we have that, what we want to look for are anti-aliasing. Okay, so that's under engine and rendering. So we'll come here, engine and rendering, and we'll look at these settings. There's forward shading, that's fine. Enable GPU scene on mobile. Okay, that's on mobile, but we are not on mobile, we are on desktop. So what I want to look for, let's come start from the bottom. We want to look for skinning, we don't need to worry about that. Subret, editor, wire culling, not let's see, mesh streaming is currently on false. Use GPU compute for morph targets, good. Reduce, no, not important. What we're really looking for is, yes, here we are. So default settings. So right now it's using temporal super resolution. And we can start off by simply saying, hey, none. Let's not have any anti-aliasing. So we can save that. And with no anti-aliasing, we can go back into our project and you'll notice you can see a couple of more jagged edges, but that's okay. So with no anti-aliasing, you'll notice that our sprite looks a bit cleaner and the water reflections and bounces from the water are looking crisper. This is good. It's just something nice to have in the toolbox. However, a simplified way of doing things is to add in FXAA, which is a simpler, more basic version of anti-aliasing that has a bit less performance, uh, hit. But what it does do is that it allows for pretty reasonable edge smoothing. Now, notice now, our edges are pretty smooth, but it's FX and it's good. I like FXAA. So moving forward, you see our character moving forward very easily. A bit of reflections on the water and our light over here. So that's the general overview of some of the settings you have and the tools that you have available to you for editing lighting. Now let's quickly go into the skylight. This is basically the sun, okay? We can come in and alter the color that the sun is dropping in on the world. So now we have a bit of purple color on the world. So notice the water is looking very purple, just a purpley effect. Let's get rid of that really quickly. That's not useful. Now there are a few things we can do. We can tint it so that the world is a bit more blue. So it has a bit more blue to it. We can do a lot of things just by changing the color. We can significantly change how the game looks. or we can take out all the red, we can take out all the green, we can take out all the blue to add it a bit yellower, but we'll keep it white for now. And there are a couple of other different things. So we can say, hey, indirect light intensity. Let's come down to its intensity and make some adjustments. So right now, let's see its intensity. We can scale it up or down. So we can say, hey, give it an intensity scale of 5, right? That's very bright light. This isn't a light that I would want in my world, but if you notice from what it's capturing, because the intensity is low, but you can notice the effect it's having on how the water looks. And these are little tweaks you can make to adjust the look of your game. If we come back, of course, let's leave the intensity scale on 1. Let's drop that. And yeah, these are some good settings which you have available to you when you are building out and developing your game. Let's press play. This is what you'll see in your first level. Nice. Now, one other thing that we're going to look into is if we come over here, there is a directional light over here. Let's look in at it and let's increase its intensity to 10 lux. So this is basically the sun. And now all of a sudden, we are back into daytime and daylight. So if this is what you want your initial game scene to look like, that's all you have to do to set it up. So let's come here. I'm going to drop its intensity down to just 2, right? 2 isn't too crazy. Yeah, this looks good. Looks like evening or morning. And this is how you can have your game looking. Perfect. So this is essentially it. So we have an exposure of, we currently have an exposure of 10 on our camera, which changes a lot of the other dynamics of the lighting in your level. Now keep in mind, the biggest change you can make is to your sun. Changing your sun significantly. Okay, and when I say significantly, it significantly changes how your level looks. The other things you can add into the level will be overpowered by that big sunlight over there. And so I highly recommend that you make the decision with how your sunlight is going to be first before you start thinking about all the other lights in your scene. Let's quickly close this and go back to the player. Okay. And that's essentially it in terms of what I wanted you to learn and understand. Okay, now we can move on and get back into the AI system of your player enemies. Let's go. Oh, there was one other thing I also forgot about. We have the exponential height fog. So right now it's kind of under the world, right? So if we play the game, you'll notice the game is looking pretty open, right? However, if we get the exponential height fog and bring it up, and then we get back into game, there is a pretty massive fog layer around the world now, which is a pretty powerful and cool looking effect. So let's bring that down. And when we come in, so now you can see the things in the background, but there is a fog, and you can tell that there is a fog in the game space. So these are little things you can touch on to breathe life into your game. Yeah, so adjust things to something that you're happy with, that makes you happy with how your game looks, and we'll continue to the next lesson about AI. Oh snap, there was one other thing that I forgot to mention. Okay, so whenever, let's go back into our master level trigger. There is a setting in every light, right? So let's hit this point light. Let's look for use inverse square attenuation, right? So when I set that to true, right? Look at that. Basically, our light practically vanished, right? Practically vanished. Let's first do that, right? I need to be able. The light is basically almost gone. However, if I uncheck that, what it does is that it significantly reduces the fall off of light, mathematically speaking. So now our light is looking bright to the max. Let's quickly walk over to it. So we're going to quickly run to it. Look at that. That's massively bright. So, but I do like removing inverse attenuation, because what that means is that now we can make adjustments, and those adjustments will actually have a reasonably good impact that we can visibly see in games. So let's actually increase its height slightly. Compile this. Okay, this is good. This is very good. Although I'll reduce its intensity again to 100. But you'll notice now that we removed that inverse attenuation, you're going to have a much better showing of the lights that you place. So now this blue light is actually really showing up in the level, right? Which is very good. So we'll come out over to these two lights as well, these 2 point lights. And if we come and we look for the exact same setting to no longer be using inverse square attenuation, now all of a sudden it's going to be they're going to be providing way more light. And for a video game, notice now you can tell there are those orange lights over there. I much prefer it this way. It is very beautiful and it's a great way to get light working, right? All right. But now that that's done, you've learned a couple of more things about lighting. Enjoy setting up your game the way you want. Let's move on talking about AI. But let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So we're now going to get into some combat. So this is the level currently. And here that nice oceans. It's a bit dark. There's some volumetric clouds. Oh snap. Look, here comes purple enemy guy, right? Now, that's the essential way that you have been having in your game to do damage. Spawning in a sword, that's not bad. That's fine. But yeah, that's done now. That's done. No more spawning in a sword. Let's actually put in a proper attack animation into this thing. So for starters, same process as before. Either you've made a purchase or you've gotten some free character. Let's come here. Or you've drawn it yourself, like a true game developer. You've drawn stuff yourself. You're amazing. Let's quickly open up a folder and we'll say attack, right? Let's call it sword at nah, let's just call it sword attack. So inside of sword attack, we're going to add in some sprites. And now we have a simple attack imported, which has him readying his sword, swinging it up, and then down. Okay, so let's come over here. Same basic thing we've done. Apply paper 2D texture settings, and then create sprites, right? And after creating the sprites, we'll simply come to attack 0, and we're simply going to create a flipbook. And this flipbook, we're going to call it sword attack. That's what we're going to call it, right? So we'll go into sword attack. And right now, it's a pretty basic one framer, okay? So simply add a couple of keyframes, say 4, 6, okay? And then we're going to pick another sprite. So we'll go to attack 0. Let's see, attack 1. Pick a new sprite. Attack 2. Pick a new sprite. Attack 3. And we'll pick another sprite. And attack 4. Then we'll quickly delete these two sprites over here. So that's a pretty basic sword attack, right? Which is really good to have. Now let's slow this down to 1 frame per second. And then it's done. He crouches, attacks, reversals, returns. Okay, great. Now we have a basic sword attack animation. Now we'll simply go into the source, the play animation source. We'll add in a new animation sequence and we'll simply call it sword attack. Okay, it's not showing. Come on, show me that. Yes, sword attack, right? And the animation definitely is going to be sword attack. Outstanding. That's it. That is good. Now let's go back to sword attack and make it faster. We'll make 4 frames per second. Nope, not good enough. Let's make it 8 frames per second. Wham. Now that's fast. So the attack is done in 0.5 seconds. That's good. That is good. Now that we have that basic sword attack, let's go back into our animation blueprint and make a decision on when that sword attack comes out. We'll start off by coming back here and you can see our animation graph with the state machine that goes from idle to run to jump to back to idle, or idle to jump to run to back to idle. And remember, going from idle to jump, it will check your velocity. I sneezed and you didn't get to hear that. It will simply check your velocity going upwards, right? Going from jump to idle, it does the same thing. These were simple logical checks that we have already set up. So let's double check on the animation graph and come in here. We are going to be adding, so you can go from idle to the animation state that is sword attack, right? It's possible. And you can go from run into sword attack. And we know that you can go from the sword attack to idle. It can be done, and you can be going from the sword attack to run. Now we only need to figure these out. So let's go back to our player, right? Right now, we'll look at its event graph and we'll come out, and right now we have a sword attack that causes a player to spawn a sword attack, then puts it on cooldown. We don't need to touch this, but we do have an enhanced input action called sword attack. So we'll start off by using that. We don't need to remove this code yet. So when we come in here and we double click on sword attack, we want it to play sword attack. Okay, that's what we want it to do. And we want to come in here and say from idle you can go to sword attack simply by, let's see, input sword attack, right? We already set up these inputs way earlier. So basically immediately I press the sword attack, it should play the sword attack animation. Let's come in here, press play. So now that we're in game, we're going to try it out. We're going to press the attack button. Hold on, let's go back and double check again. Why is it? Hold on. Enhanced action values, sword attack. Let's come back in here. On triggered, it will lead to this. Let's come back here. Okay. Yes, our code is a little bit cluttered. So what we're going to do is we're going to get all this. Let's quickly switch to group movement. All this code that we started with that caused the player to spawn that sword. And as much as I would rather have all the features working together, sometimes you gotta let go of the old. So I'll come over here, switch it back to comment, and input action sword attack, we shall delete it. So none of this code over here is working anymore. Now we'll get that. Bring this back in here. So we'll simply call this sword attack this time. This is going to be the new code, the fresh blueprint code. And we'll come in over here and we'll start with something simple. So we'll look for the input action sword attack, right? So this is what we want. So immediately it is triggered. All we want is we're going to set, actually we're going to need a new variable, and we're going to add a new variable, and it's going to be is sword attack. Okay, is sword attacking. So I'm going to simply put set is sword attacking to yes. Once it's completed, it's going to set is sword attacking to off. That's essentially all it's going to do. If it's ongoing, it will continue to set it as attacking. If it's completed, if it's cancelled, it's going to set to hey, is sword attacking is no longer happening, right? You're no longer attacking with your sword. Now we will want to do a quick test to see if this is working correctly. So we're going to print out some text basically stating is attacking, right? That's the first text. And then the second text, print text, we're just going to type hey, stopped attacking. Just those two will help us test properly. So let's see. Is attacking, stopped. Is stopped. Is attacking, stopped attacking. Is attacking, stopped attacking. Is attacking, stopped. Okay, excellent. So we have the basic input action of sword attack working. On triggered, started, or ongoing, it sets is sword attacking to is attacking, which is yes, that's true. On cancelled or on completed, it sets is sword attacking to stopped, right? And that's kind of important. Now, essentially, we now have this working, and we'll delete those two comments. We'll come back into the blueprint, back on going from idle to sword attack. We're going to say, hey, as player, right, which is our player character, we want to get is sword attacking, that variable we created, and boom, connect that and compile. What we are essentially doing here is just creating an on-off switch which tells the game whether or not you're pressing down the button to attack with your sword. Let's compile that real quick. So sword attack, let's come over here and press sword attack. Now he's swinging. Nice. That's all we essentially needed. Now we'll come in over here and we've said, hey, this is what it's going to take for this, right? If it's not true. So we'll come back and we can go from idle to sword attack. But now to go from sword attack to idle, we're going to get the player is sword attacking. Then what we want is basically if the is sword attacking is false, it's going to break this down. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're playing place a new node. So if this is equal to no, then it's going to tell this to be correct. So basically, it's going to check is sword attacking. If is sword attacking is exactly equal to 0 or unchecked, it can now go back to idling. So let's go and try it out. Normal movement, attack, and done. Attack, and done. So immediately I press and hold down attack, it does the attack. Press and hold down the attack, it does the attack. When I let go, the attack animation is done. How cool is that? So now that that's done, we'll come back to our animation blueprint. You will notice, of course, that if you come in over here and you tried swinging at the enemy, you're just dying, okay? You're dying. You're not doing any damage. Even though the sword is slashing, which is cool, and you're dead. Low main menu. Now, we need to come in and add a hitbox to this animation, right? This animation here. We need to add an animation which shows when it is able to do damage, which is cool. That's our sword attack. We're going to need to add an animation which demonstrates when it's doing damage and a hitbox for that damage. So let's get into that in the next video. All right, so now that we have the basic sword attack animation running and running clean, so if the character moves forward, he can quickly, there's a brief wind up, then his sword attacks, right? Brief wind up, sword attacks, brief wind up, sword attacks, brief wind up, sword attacks, right? But right now, the attack isn't doing any damage. Now, we are going to add damage to that attack. And there are multiple ways of doing this, okay? One of which is very, 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 very complicated. But I want you to learn the simplest methods to begin with, right? So we're going to come in right over here. Okay, so this is the sword attack. So coming over here, we'll get this. This is a group set to group movement now. So this is all the code we created to spawn in that sword, right? So let's quickly change the text to just causes player to spawn a sword attack, then puts it on a cooldown. So we'll start off by coming here and we'll simply set up a couple of branches, right? We're going to link these two together. So we know on triggered, started, on going, cancelled, and completed, it just sets is sword attacking to off, right? And this one basically goes through and creates that projectile. So we'll start by keeping it simple. Let's straighten this connection backwards. Straighten that backwards, okay. So now we've simply made it so that when triggered, started, or ongoing, it will set is attacking to true. That's for all this is just for animation. and the rest should continue working as normal, right? For spawning in that projectile. Let's quickly see. But let's see, it seems that the projectile, and I can literally just press it once and it will not move forward, right? It creates the projectile, right? Even if I just slightly tap, right? Even if I just slightly tap. Now currently it's doing damage, right? That's fine, but we want something much better. So for starters, we'll go back into the player and we're going to come in and we're going to add a bit of a branch, right? So what is this branch? What is this branch? Well, coming over here, we're going to connect this. No, not here actually. We'll come over here and we're going to simply set it up so that instead of going directly into, okay, yes, look, create the, the difference between animation and that created instance, which is going to be the hitbox, needs to be satisfied first before it sets itself to, yes, is sword attacking. Straighten that. Now what we'll do is we'll say, hey, get can attack. So it's going to do a quick check. If the player can attack, in other words, its attack cooldown is done, it will go through this. If the player cannot attack, or basically the attack cooldown is not satisfied, it will say no, is sword attacking is 0. So let's come in, let's quickly double check the attack cooldown. Let's set, right now it's on 0.25, let's set it to 3 seconds just for testing, right? Let's press play. So if I just single tap, that comes out, right? But I can't do that for 5 seconds. 3 seconds, and then now if I hold, that comes out, but it can't come out for a bit of time. So let's come back to the player, right? So the one thing that's happening now is that the is sword attacking, whenever it's false, it's being put to here. In other words, if you can attack, it will double check this, which is not something we want to do. So let's break this link and try that again. It was canceling our animation. So now the animation comes out. But if I press, it doesn't come out, right? If I press, it doesn't come out. So if I press, okay, good. So to edit that, all we're going to do is to come here and we'll remove the cancelled link. So even if it's cancelled, it's not going to be removed. So let's see. Once we press play, I'm just going to tap it once. Okay, so for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, I can't attack. Now I can attack again. So I'll come back here to the player. I want it to always complete its attack animation, right? So what we're going to do, we could add in another variable, but now we're getting into some complex territory, which is fine. Let's see, ongoing, we're going to break the ongoing. We'll only keep it on triggered, on off. See player, let's compile. So we can come here. We've basically removed, okay, that came out. That came out. You basically have to hold the attack button for that to come out. Nice. Okay, now it's dead. Now we're going to do a couple of things, right? We know for certain, we will open up the calculator for this. When we go back and we have a look at our attack animation, right? The sword attack, keep in mind you can edit yours to be whatever you want. Let's first pause this. Here, the sword attack hasn't yet come out. It hasn't yet come out. Now it comes out. So it comes out on frame 2. Basically, this is when it comes out. Frame 2 is when it comes out. So what we want is to set it up so that it will only play, or rather it will only create that hitbox of the sword on frame 2. So let's go into the calculator. We know for certain that we have 4 frames available for animation. Those 4 frames are used up in 0.5 seconds since we've set it up in order to work at 8 frames per second, which means that it's going to need to take that times 2, which is at 0.25 seconds is when the attack should start, right? When the projectile should be created, or when the damaging orb. So let's come over here and we're going to look. Let's see, spawn sword, spawn sword, spawn this, spawn that. Okay, doesn't matter. Here it's just checking direction. So what we want is to put in a little delay over here, right? And this is going to be a pretty basic delay. Let's space this out a bit better, and let's straighten this out. And we're going to set this delay to 0.125. So no matter, as long as you can attack, there will be a 0.25 delay before it branches down into here, right? So it's going into the attack animation, it's committed to that attack animation, and it's going to go through that, and then boom, it's going to destroy that. So on completion, we'll come back to that. Let's first go and see how that looks now. Okay, let's first quickly change the attack cooldown, because the attack cooldown was initial 0.25, but we leveled it up simply because we wanted to do some testing. Let's check it out now. It still comes out, right? So boom, it's out. Now we need to make another change, so we'll come back here. We're getting into some serious balance and game design here. So we'll come back into here and go into the attacks, and we need to look at the sword attack, right? So now its duration is going to go down from 0.5 to 0.125, which is essentially 1 frame of an 8 frame animation. That's basically it. So let's see what that looks like now. So we are spawning in the attack. Notice that the attack okay, nice. So the attack basically comes out right at the beginning of the slash. That's when the attack comes out. Notice that. Nice. Actually, we'll need to make another bit of a delay. No, this delay is perfect. Let's go into player. I think the spawn delay needs to be increased slightly before it actually spawns in the projectile. We'll set that to 0.25. So now it spawns exactly at the time you slash, right? At the exact slash frame is when it spawns in. You notice that? At the exact slash frame, it spawns in. Now, we're going to set it up so the moment the player presses that attack button, they are committed to the attack and they cannot change their mind until the attack animation has fully played out. So we'll come here and we'll say, hey, on completed, and we're going to add in a bit of delay, right? but this delay is going to be 0.5 seconds. So let's quickly do this. Perfect. So there are two things that need to be fulfilled now. The first thing is it's going to check and see, hold on, this is set, this is good. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to add another check before this branch, right? So far, it's already checking to see if it can attack, right? But let's quickly do this. We'll straighten this out. It's checking to see if you can attack, but also, and it does that twice, right? It sets the sword to attack, then here, that's good. But we also now want to add in another check. Since the can attack check needs to be fulfilled, we also want another branch, right? In this branch, what we want to check for is we're going to get is, hold on, sword attacking, and what we want is for this to be incorrect. So we're going to say, hey, get is sword attacking, and if it's false, continue. In other words, it's only going to let you perform a sword attack after your sword attack animation is completely done. Now let's see that in game. So it finishes the animation. You can't do anything. You can move, you can even jump. You can even jump, right? You can jump and it will carry out all these actions. So your player character can now actually do a proper sword attack. Nice. The character can properly do a sword attack. He can even do a sword attack in the air, which is still cool. The character can do a sword attack from the ground, but the moment they've pressed, they've committed. You can no longer press your way out of attacks, but you can change the direction of the attack animation though. And you can, since the attack animation and the spawning in of the hit are now on the same frame, that is good. So we're now going to make one other change to the animation. This is now working, but we want to make it so that if you are moving and you slash, it stays playing the attack animation. So let's come back into the blueprint here. And what we'll do is there's the run animation. So basically, going from, all we need to do, let's see if this should work. Delete. So we'll remove the ability to go from a sword attack into a run, right? Currently it's set so that, okay, we'll remove this as well. Let's come back here. Oh snap, let's quickly delete this. So let's see how it works when we do not have that setup. So now we have the sword attack. Excellent. Okay, now we'll come into here and we'll go back into the animation. Now we want to know that we can go from run into sword attack and from sword attack into run, right? But to go from sword attack into run, it's going to be pretty simple. We'll check this, get as player. We're going to get is sword attacking, right? And what we want is, in order to go from sword attack to run, this must be exactly equal to 0. It must be Basically, you must be done with the sword attack animation in its entirety. Okay, you must be completely done with the sword attack animation, which is good. So let's do this. Come in. Okay, that's good. So we must be done with the sword attack in general. Now, currently, the sword attack is working in such a way as it does not wait for the animation to fully play out. So this is 0.5 seconds. So we'll go back into the play, and there's a delay from when it's completed of 0.5 seconds. That's good. But also, let's go to the end of this. We're still going to add in a delay of 0.5 seconds here. Then it sets his sword attacking back to 0. So let's go back and see that in game. It still spawns. Okay, good. Whew. You know what? I've been at this for a lot of hours. Let me take a break and come back, because I've done this before, but I think I'm totally out. But this is generally how to set up a general sword attack initially. Let me delete this. Let's delete this. So this is what we have right now. We have a basic way of making sure that the attack animation completes before it switches over, right? Now let's come over here. We know that this animation takes 0.5 seconds. So let's come into here. If I'm running and I press attack, my attack animation doesn't come out. Okay, so we'll need to fix that before calling it a day. Come on, man, let's go. Let's push. Let's push. We'll come in. Now, essentially, you can go from idle to run. You can go from idle to sword attack. That one's working perfectly. But to go from run to sword attack, what we want to do is going to come in here, get as player, get is sword attacking. So if is sword attacking, or if the sword is attacking, it should enter. Let's see if this is working properly. I'm running and I do this attack animation. Okay. Oh my god. I'm running, I get the attack animation, I'm running, I'm getting the attack animation, I'm running, I get the attack animation, I'm running, I get the attack animation, I'm running, I'm getting the attack animation, I'm running, I get the attack animation. I'm here, I get the attack animation. All that. Okay, now I'm done. Okay, let me quickly get some shut eye and then come back into the teaching. Crunching is dangerous, people. Crunching is dangerous. Okay, let's stop at this for now. So we now have a player character that can come in and do a sword attack that does damage to enemies in front of him, right? Which is cool. Now you'll notice that the hitbox is a bit wider than where the sword is, but that's okay. That's no big deal. All we're now going to do to change it properly is to come over here, open up the sword attack, open up the paper sprite, and we are basically going to come and hold on, not this. Let's quickly go into transform. We'll leave the sprite size the way it is, but we'll come into the color and we're going to basically make it completely invisible. So now when you attack, I've reduced the alpha to 0. The attack does damage, but you're no longer able to see the attack hitbox. And that's basically it for now. Holy shit, let me get some sleep. Oh, now one little issue that we'll find is that if we press play, notice that the player character is able to continue to move left and right when they're attacking, which is not what we want. We want that the moment the player has done anything to do with attacking, they are locked into that animation. Now, here's the beautiful thing. If we go back through the code, you can see that right over here, the attack cooldown, that attack cooldown delay, is something that we can use to prevent the player from attacking. Now, you see here, after there is a delay, it can attack again. Now, we've already used this before, so the logic should make a lot of sense. So I'll come over here. Let's see, this set's completing. After it's completed, its attack animation is sword attacking. So what we'll do right over here, after move right, we'll come here and basically set up a pretty simple branch. And the condition is going to be sword attacking. So it's just going to guess and see if it's able to. If sword is attacking is false, then it can continue and do the movement action, right? Let's see what that would look like. That's only for the right. So moving right, I've pressed it on the left. I pressed right, it took a while before I could move. So now, right, that works. So notice I can't move right if I'm in an attack animation because it's doing a quick check. So what we can do is we can basically get this, copy it, and bring it over to here. Same thing is sword attacking. Let's bring this over here. And we'll say if you're not attacking with a sword, that's fine, now you can move. So essentially now our character is set up so that once they're doing a sword attack, they're committed to that attack, right? Kind of like Dark Souls. They are now committed to that sword attack. And what we can do, but notice they are still able to jump. So if they're in the air, if they press that and then jump, they can. So we need to come and change this limitation and add it in somewhere else, right? So bring it over here. So now as long as the player is doing anything with as far as like a sword attack, it's not going to allow it to do that, right? However, just to spice it up a bit, we'll make this even more interesting. So let's first try it as it is. So right now, if I sword attack and I press jump, oh yeah, hold on, I didn't do this correctly. It should be under false, not under true. Hold on, I have a little call. Let me quickly take this. All right, done with that phone call. Now let me quickly correct this. Let's quickly break this link. Now let's try it again. The player should be unable to jump. Okay, now we can jump. So notice I'm holding jump, but once I have to wait for the attack animation to finish before I'm able to jump, which is good. So come right over here. Okay, I have to move up. Okay. This is good. Now there's so many ways to set this up. You can set it up so that if the player, let's say something like this, right? And you'd say, hey, do a movement input of scale value 1, right? But what we can really do is instead of just saying, hey, if the player character is jumping, don't do anything, we can still have some movement, right? We can simply come Let's get this movement input. Let's quickly move this up here. Yeah, this works well enough. Let's see its action value. We can do that, right? We can keep it simple like this. And now what we can do is simply make it so that if the player is sword attacking, we'll simply scale the value to, let's say, 0.25, right? This is for what? This is for moving, right? And then we'll continue and do everything else the exact same, right? So all we're saying is, instead of, you can set it up two ways. Number one is, if the player is moving and they press the attack button, they stop moving. Or we can set it up this way, whereby they continue moving but they move at a reduced value. So let's see how this works. Okay, so here it's hard. It's a hard lockdown. But for the right side, as we've set it up, they still move, but they move at a slower speed when they're attacking. And I prefer them to be able to move at a slower speed if they're attacking. So what we'll do is we'll get this set up and we'll do the exact same thing for here. Simply move this up, copy this down, attach this here, right? Bring this down a bit also. Let's have a bit of spacing. Attach that same scale here. Attach this here, and then we'll reduce it down to 0.25 for the scale, right? So now, even after, let's see, so now when you're attacking, you're still able to move forward slightly, right? Slightly move forward. So you're still able to move when you're attacking, but you just slow down a bit. So that's one way of doing it. And when it comes to jumping, we basically are not going to do anything. We can leave it as, if you're jumping, if you are attacking, you can't jump. I think it's okay to have it that way. Snap. Yeah, dead. Okay. Now that we have that, let's quickly move on. Now I have come back to the level that we haven't seen for a while, because I think the last time, let's quickly open this up. So this is really where we are in terms of like the levels, right? But I've come back here because we need to do some work on this character. I've already done the work. I'm going to take you through step by step on how to improve that AI. But to keep it simple and to have a bit more spacing, I have come in over here to the developer level, create a platform. I've increased its width, let's go here, by a scale of 5, so it's a bit of a wider base. And we're going to go into the next lesson and talk a bit about our enemy AI and how we can make it much more effective than it has been before. Let's get into that in the next lesson. All right, so now let's touch on the enemy AI. I've already set up the basics that I would like to set up in this lesson, and I want you to see how that looks. So right now, the enemy AI is patrolling, right? So it's moving left and right, just doing its patrol thing, right? But then, if I come in close, it's no longer patrolling, it's now attacking. So it's moving towards the player. Now there's no damage happening in it, there's none of that. It just starts out patrolling, but once it sees the player, it constantly moves to attack the player. Now the damage is still working. Let's get into the blueprints. We'll start off with the master enemy blueprint. It's gotten a bit of reorganization. Now, if you check under the master enemy blueprint before the melee enemy blueprint, we'll start with the base event of
on any damage, right? Meaning this is what happens when any damage is taken. This isn't hasn't changed much of our lesson, so this should line up with what you have, right? You have any damage. Now I would like you to add a sequence right after. Let's see, there's printing text that says enemy is hit. We will not be needing this anymore. Let's quickly delete that print text. But essentially, anytime the enemy takes damage, it simply sets the enemy health to be a value minus the damage amount, right, that it has taken. Everything here should work properly. The only thing I would need you to add in as well is to add a basic delay until next tick to destroy the actor. Now the reason why we delay the until the next tick is because destroying the actor after taking damage should happen the frame after the damage has taken. It's just one frame. And if that doesn't happen, then this code here is going to have some issues, right? So let's quickly drag these aside. Then from the second hit of our sequence, we will come down and hit on cast to enemy health bar. You already have this code that comes in and organizes the enemy health bar to display the current damage amount, which is enemy health divided by total health. Enemy health is the current health. Total health is the full maximum amount of health that the enemy has. Now, this is just some basic code. For to come in here, let me see what the size of it's 75. Okay, you can just organize these and have them looking pretty clean. As usual, comments always keep in black. Let's open this up. Open that up right over here and increase the height of this. Then for the comment size, I always like my comments to be big sized, and switch it to comment from group movement. And I would like to have a comment on this and then move this code down. And I also like to have a comment on this block of code right over here. I want it to also be moved a bit to the right. I don't want it overflowing. Okay. And then I will shift this on event begin play up a bit. So on essence, let's just do a quick overview. This is just the basic enemy health system. On event begin play, set the total health to the enemy health that it starts with. That happens only once. And then on event any damage, we go through this basic sequence, which is immediately it takes damage, it changes the value of the enemy health, and if the enemy health drops to 0 or below, it destroys the actor. That's all it does. But while that's happening, we're casting to the enemy health bar, and we want to set the percentage to enemy health divided by total health. We did this way early in the lessons. We're just cleaning it up and organizing it so the enemy health works clean, right? Good. But now if we go into the melee enemy, this is where there's a lot happening. So we'll start off before let me quickly add a node over here. No, let me quickly add a node over here. And let me quickly break this link so that I can show you everything step by step. So on event tick, now one of the things about event tick is that event tick isn't a fixed thing. Like if you look into the master enemy with the current organization, there is no more need for event tick here. If you have an event tick in your parent class, you can't have one
in your in the next class, right, in its children. So I've removed the event tick from here, replaced it with a basic sequence. Now under melee enemy, when we come in, we use the event tick. But if you come into melee enemy and we look for tick, right now it's set to a tick interval of 0.1 seconds. What that means is that the event tick runs every 0.1 seconds. That's when it goes through its code, and you can change that to even 2 seconds or 3 or even 10. That just varies how often this every all the code after event tick runs. So in the sequence, the first thing that it does is we're going to get the initial starting point, right? So after a small delay of 0.2 seconds, which is, sometimes when you place something in the level, you want a bit of a delay to let the physics in the level run and set the position after the physics has run. So we do once. Do once means it's going to run this code only once. After a small delay, we're going to create a variable called starting position, which basically states the starting position the uh, of the enemy. And with that starting position, we shall set it to the capsule component's current world location to convert it into a vector transform and set that, and it prints it out, right? So it will print out the text of the current world location. Let's see what that looks like in game. So right now it has no other code running. When we hit play, it says that x is minus 2600, perfect. Okay, so in our development level, right now the melee enemy, it has the ability to just remember its starting position. That's good. So the next thing we need to look into, now that we have its starting position, is to see what we need to do next. This happens only once. So the next thing that it does, right, is right over here. Now we're going to come in and we'll set up a branch. And in the branch, we'll set up the condition to a boolean called alerted. Alerted is self-explanatory. It starts out as 0 as its default value, but what it does is it's going to let us decide on when the player has been detected. If the player is not detected, in other words, alerted is false, it goes again. Then it does another branch check, and it checks for if the condition on patrol, the boolean on patrol, is working. Now, on patrol is a boolean that I have set up for one thing. On patrol will decide whether or not the enemy is going to patrol. Now I'll set up another break here just so that we can see what happens if the AI is not alerted and it's on patrol. So it will come here. If it's false, nothing happens. If it's true, it goes through a basic sequence, right? So the first thing it does in the sequence is it runs here. The second thing which it does once is it prints text patrolling. This is just for development so that you can see that it is patrolling. So we'll come here and let's go into the level. When we press play, you can see it is patrolling. Now, to move the enemy left and right, we've set up another boolean called patrol direction. This starts out with a tick, so it's positive, and what it does is the first thing it does in the branch, if it's true, is that it gets the starting position location. Just split this up. Once you basically come out and you say, you bring in starting position as a transform, and then you right click on it and split it up. So it will have location, rotation, and position. But what I like to do again is come here and I'll split up the location again. So the location comes in so that we can make some changes to its location. So right after setting it up so that the starting position is split, I'll come in here and I'll do a basic addition, right? Basic addition operator, and I'll add 2,000 units to the starting position, right? Here it's 2,000, but you can vary and change that.
2,000 units to the positive direction, and then we do a simple move to location, and using which controller we want to get AI controller for self. That's the best way to do this movement. And we want the Y location to be the same, Z the same. It's only the X, since it's a 2D game, whereby we want the change for patrol direction to go up, right? Then they'll have a small delay of 2 seconds. Then we will set the patrol direction to 0, which basically causes it to patrol left. Once that's done, under patrol direction again, under condition false, what happens is we do the exact same thing, but this time we set the location of X to +0, the starting position. So it's going to cause the AI controller to direct the melee enemy back to the starting position again. Then there's another 2-second delay. Then it sets patrol direction again to be positive. Let's see what that looks like. So right now the AI is not able to detect, right? So all it's doing is patrolling left and patrolling right. That's all it's doing. So let's start the game up again. It's patrolling, moves right, 2,000 units. Okay, perfect. So that's all we need. Now let's come right over here to the starting location, and let's change the units of the enemy patrol. Let's change it to something much smaller. Let's say 500 units in the right direction, and then here we will simply state that it should be going to the initial starting location. Let's quickly compile this. Perfect. And play. So it moves 500 units, and then it moves back 500 units, moves forward 500 units, and stops. Now the only reason it's stopping is because the only reason it's stopping right now is simply because of pathing. So let's move back. Let's give it space. Okay, it moves back, moves forward. Okay, it moves back again, and it's still patrolling. I'm trying to stay out of its vision range. Okay, it's still patrolling. It's moving left and right, right? The only reason why is because its navigation, the moment the player comes in, it stops doing its patrolling action. Now, let's go into why is it stopping to patrol when it sees the player. So when you come over here, there is this trigger called alerted. So right now, if we come down over here, we'll notice that detect player and go on alert. So on C pawn, right, pawn sensing, I created basically copy the normal pawn sensing and create another pawn sensing variable, which is pretty simple, and I'm giving it a sight radius of 700. Immediately on pawn sensing, right, when it detects the player character, it sets itself to alert. But what I can do is, if I break this link, we'll come in over here and play. Now notice that it's just going to keep patrolling, even with me here. It will just keep patrolling. But once I set it to be able to detect the player, then up here, once it's alerted, it's not going to continue doing this. So let's do that again. Come in here, it now detects me. So yeah, it's done patrolling. Now, to get our AI to now attack and go after the player, we've set up a new branch. So this time when it's alerted, true, it won't patrol anymore. It will come down here, and there's a sequence. The second sequence is just text saying attacking. And right now, all it does is it does a simple move to actor location of the player character. Of course, the controller is the AI controller. And this is like a very simplified way of setting up AI. There are multiple ways of doing it. Now it's attacking. So it's trying to move towards the player. That's nice, right? So what we'll do is we'll make one small change. So inside of the melee enemy right now, you'll notice that this, when we come over here,
and it sees us, the speed it moves at to move towards the player is the exact same speed it uses for patrolling. But we're like, look, if you're on patrol, you can be moving slowly left and right, right? But if you're attacking, we want the attacking speed to be a bit higher. So let's change that. The first thing is I want to see what the player's movement speed is, the movement speed of the player. So I'll go into the player, I'll come over here to movement, and then I'll look for speed. So its maximum walk speed is 900 centimeters per second. That's good. So that means with our melee enemy, let's have a look at it. Let me look for speed. Its max walk speed is 300 centimeters per second. So that's okay. What we're going to do, we'll quickly save this, is we're going to say, hey, if you're patrolling, it can stay at 300, right? Because that's the base value, it's 300. But what we'll do now is we'll come over here and we're going to change its maximum walk speed. Now to do that, at the end of it moving towards the player character, right, it's doing a simple move too. What I want to do, let me get these and move these forward a bit. Now what I'll do is in between here, before it moves to the player character, we'll come in here and we'll get the character movement component, right? This is the one that holds all the data for character movement. And we'll come out here and we'll say set. We'll change its set maximum walk speed. And what we're going to do is we're going to connect this over here. Nice. So before it starts moving towards the player character, we increase its walk speed. Now, what we'll do is that we'll start by doubling its walk speed. So its base walk speed is 300. Let's double that to 600. Keep in mind the player's walk speed is 900. So we'll set this up. And now let's see, that's how fast it moves when it's patrolling, when it starts attacking. Notice it's now increased its speed because it's pursuing the player, right? Its speed is way higher now that it's pursuing the player. Now this at a basic level is enough to have. Now we have an AI that we can actually click it and notice, let's go into its default. We've set up on patrol to be a variable that's editable, instance editable. So if I make that false, we now have an AI setup whereby we can change whether or not it's patrolling. If it's not, it will just be there waiting to attack the player, right? Or if it is patrolling, it's now patrolling left and right, and it's waiting for an opportunity to attack the player. This is good, and this is a good basic way to set up simple AI in your 2.5D game. Now in the next lesson, we're going to add in some sprites, add in some animation, and add in a basic attack to this specific enemy over here to give it some life. Let's give it some life in the next lesson. Now, bringing in some art to our melee enemy is going to work very similarly to how we did it with our player character. Of course, as always, start by creating a new folder. I'll name this melee enemy and come into the folder. Now, I bought these assets. You can either draw your own if you like that, or you can get a friend to draw for you, or you can buy assets. Whatever works. In the game development workflow, sourcing assets is a very important element. Now, what we can do, now let's quickly add these in. Now, there are a couple of sprite sets that I want to add in. I'm going to start by creating a simple folder, and I'm going to call this idle, right? We'll start with the idle. So inside of the idle, I'm going to put in all the simple sprite sheet that I intend on using. Now, let's quickly drop this window over here. You'll notice this is our basic sprite sheet for the melee enemy idol. Now, unlike the other assets that I brought in, this one, its sprite sheet isn't pre-cut up. It comes in with the sprite setup on a single page, right? On a single file. They are not individual sprites, which requires a slightly different workflow for bringing in sprites. Now, let's start with the basics. We'll start by applying paper 2D texture settings. It's just the simplest way to do things. Then I'll come in over here, and now the first thing I need to do is I need to split up each of these into its own sprite. Okay, now since my image is pretty well organized, right, we can basically come in here, click on this texture and bring it, look under sprite actions, and there's this little thing right over here, extract sprites. We'll go into it and let's quickly have a look. So these are the sprites. I'm looking at it and it basically perfectly cuts up our sprites for us, but this only works when your sprites are specifically well made. Okay, if your sprites are not well organized and lined up, you're going to have problems. This is for those who are drawing their sprites. I'm certain you already know this. Just a reminder, make sure that the spacing in between the sprites is correct and they are well sized. Then the auto cutting is going to work really well. Now, there's another way to do it. We can simply grid and we can make a decision on the grid. So let's say 180, 180. And we can cut it up like this, right? We can set up our grid that basically comes in and automatically detects the sprite. We can we can do that. For today, for this one, I'm going to use the auto because it's detecting really well with these kinds of sprites. If you're using a grid, make sure that you have a little bit of space in between the sprites, but their size has to be very close together. That's my recommendation. So let's quickly extract these. So this is idle sprite 0, 1, 2. It's a basic simple idle animation. Now we will do the exact same thing we've done before, which is we'll come in and we'll create a flipbook. And we're going to call the flipbook idle dash M ELEEENEMY. Okay, idle melee enemy. Keeping that there, and then let's open this up, right? So looking at it, it's going to need a couple more. So let's see. Adding in 4, 5, 6. Let me come back here and see how many there are. There, let's see, from 0 to 10, that means there are 11 frames of animation. So we're going to need to make sure to add in 11 frames. Here, let's add another one and another. That's 9, that's 10, 11. Okay, so there should be, no, from 0 to 10. So let's quickly delete this one. So 0 to 10, starting with that, pick a new one. Let's see, Adventurer Idol. This is that. And we need to go through that basic process of getting our sprites. So that's 1. All right, and by the magic of pausing the video recording, I'm now done. So now this entire 11 sprites are done, and this is the basic enemy idle animation that we want for our melee enemy. So let's quickly add these in to the melee enemy itself. We'll come here and quickly add a paper flipbook, right, to our capsule. And under the paper flipbook, it's going to viewport. Source flipbook is going to be idle melee enemy. Now let's expand its size a bit. Something as big as 5. 5 is perhaps too big. Let's see. Let's see. 5 is too large. I think that perhaps something closer to 4 would be reasonable. It's not bad. 4 is not bad. I think let's have it at 4. So let's have a look at our melee enemy looks right now. So right now it's patrolling. It's kind of looking very scary. And its idle is now playing. Now the next thing we'll need to do is we'll go into the development sprite. Since we do not need it currently, we'll set that to 0, 0. And now we'll have a look at this. This is not bad. Not bad at all. But notice that the collider is simply set just there to a capsule. So we'll need to add in more collision in order to make it much more solid, right? And I want the box not to be there. I want the box to be added to the capsule, right? So let's scale this box collider out. Let's see. Firstly, why is this not linked? Let's see. 10. Okay, 10 is too wide. Okay, so this is a pretty massive collider, and that's not what I want. I want something that is a bit beefier. So let's give it on the X5. Let's see, is it increasing its thickness? Okay. Oh, that why is this 5,000? Let's give this 5 as well. Now let's unlink this. That explains a lot of why I was having issues. It was linked. Yes, that's much better. So we'll have it 5 on the X, 5 on the Y. That's pretty good. But now let's increase it on the Z a bit. Okay, that's now too big. Let's drop it down a bit to maybe 4. That's fine. Let's say 3. 3 is good. Now on the X, let's drop it down a bit to 3 as well. That's good. Actually, let's increase that to, let's say, 2.5, because we want it to just fit around our sprite. Let's drop that down even a bit lower, vertically to 2.5. Yes, now this looks good. Let's quickly compile that. And if we look, there's a pretty reasonable hitbox around our sprite. And let's have a look and see what this looks like in game. It's always nice when the enemy is imposing. Okay, perfect. Now, let's have a look. This is good. This is very good. Let's come around and see again. So right now, it's able to do some basic light patrolling, although it's struggling due to, likely due to some basic pathing issues, which we'll fix. What we'll do for starters is, since we have a bit of a larger hitbox, let's start it off a bit further off the ground, because before it was clipping into the ground. That's going to be a start. Let's see. And once we get next, it's struggling to move towards the player. That's going to be fixed in the next video, and then we'll add in a bit more animation to this little melee enemy. Now, just to be clear, the simple way to manage the collision error is to simply come into the box collider and double check its collision and make sure its collision preset is set to pawn collision. What that does is it stops it colliding with the aspects of the world. So let's say patrolling. Nice. Now we'll do the same thing for the paper flip book. Collision, we're going to say simply no collision. So now it doesn't collide at all with anything. Let me quickly, I was using this. Let's quickly, it doesn't collide with anything. So now, with its collision set up properly, it's no longer having those issues now. It's having a bit of an issue right over there, but that's something we'll need to correct, right? As well as its rotation, simply remove its collision. That will solve the issue. Okay. Now that we're done, we'll move forward to the next lesson. Now there are a few other settings we're going to need to double check. Like currently on the melee enemy, it uses a pawn use controller rotation yaw. It's set to true. We want to make sure that that is set to false. And then we shall come to the character movement component. And what we're going to look for here is orient rotation to movement. And we want to set that to false. We do not want to orient rotation to movement at all, right? And let's quickly double check on our paper flip book. On our paper flip book, make sure that's set up correctly. And all that does is we want to be in charge of the rotation ourselves. We do not want the game to make any of those decisions due to inconsistency when it's doing pathfinding. So now with those settings changed, notice that we no longer have any issues with our sprites. Our sprite simply stays in place. We're able to move back and forth. This is good now that we are in the adding in of animation and sprites. It's good to make sure all these issues are fixed. So now the sprite is correctly patrolling, and if I come in close, now it's attacking and it's actually coming after me. And we are the one in total control of everything. So one of the beautiful things about blueprints is that it makes doing some things easy, but from time to time it's good to take over total control so you can make the decisions yourself as a game developer. Now let's move on to the next lesson. And now that we have our enemy in a place where it's able to have pretty much total control over its sprite and it can move towards the player, the next thing we're going to do now is properly set up its animations. In a very similar way towards how we did this for the player, we're going to create two other animation things, okay? So we'll go here, not there. We want to look for paper ZD and we want to create an animation source. So what we're going to do is we're going to call this melee enemy animation. Let's see, paper ZD animation source. So we're going to call it melee enemy animation source. Let me just check. Okay, there's a W that shouldn't be there. There we go, melee enemy animation source. And let's open it up. Okay, and we'll simply add a new animation sequence and we shall call it idle. And we can simply add in which animation data? Idle melee enemy. And here is that animation. That's good. So we have the first animation for our melee enemy. That's fantastic. The next thing we're going to do quickly come into our level. You can see it there, enjoying itself, animating, getting boogied down, getting ready to destroy our player character. The next thing we're going to do is to create an animation blueprint. So we're going to come back to Paper ZD and we'll create an animation blueprint. Now it's looking for a parent animation source, and the one we'll use is the melee enemy animation source. So we'll call this melee enemy animation BP. That's all we're going to need to animate it. Now very quickly, we're going to set it up very much in the exact same way we set it up for the player. Now if we go back to the player sprites player and the player animation blueprint, notice, let's go not animations, let's go to the highest level. Okay, so this is its event graph. The first thing you do, and this is what you're going to need to do for all your animation blueprints, you want to quickly event on initiation, cast, then we'll create an owning actor, right? Once you get the owning actor, cast to the melee enemy and quickly set up a simple value here, a variable, so that we have the player save. Now this is how it's going to look in the melee enemy. Okay, we'll come over here and we're going to come here and we'll get the owning actor, right? From the owning actor, we're going to come out and we're going to cast to, oh sorry, typed wrongly, melee enemy, right? Or whichever name you have used for your AI. That's going to be it. And then all we're going to do is we're going to promote this to a variable, and boom, that is all we need to do. Now we are going to be able to easily set up our animations. Let's come right over here and right over here. So we'll go into the animation graph here and we're going to create a simple state machine. We'll create a new state machine and we're going to call this, let's connect this, melee enemy state. And that's all we are going to need to do. So now we have, let's compile this. Immediately this is initiated, it's going to come out here, cast to the melee enemy and have the melee enemy be able to be linked to, okay? Because we've promoted this to a variable and now we're able to go into the graph and make decisions about the melee enemy's player state. It's going to be very similar to what you did with your player character. And now that we have a basic melee enemy animation blueprint, we're going to go into its state and quickly create a link to an idle animation. So once this state of idle is set up, inside of that, just play the animation idle. Now to test this out, we'll open up the blueprint of our player idle, of our melee enemy, and we'll quickly remove, because before it had this, right? Let's quickly remove this from our source. You can just press clear. So now there is nothing inside of it, right? Now if we do a quick test right now, let's go to a proper level as our level selection. Yes, back to the development level. Now you can see there is no animation playing in it. On press play, there's nothing happening, right? And the reason is that we haven't yet linked the melee enemy animation blueprint to the melee enemy. In order to do that, we simply come in and we add a paper ZD animation component to it. Once we've set it up, all we're going to do is we're going to come down and on anim instance class, let's come down. We're looking for melee enemy animation blueprint. That's perfect. And then now it's currently looking for a component to render into, right? So let's find one for it to render into. I think the paper flipbook is the best component for it to use for its rendering. So I'll come in, I'll look for component name, and I'll type paper flipbook. Now that that's sorted, let's quickly compile and press play and test it out. There we are. Now it's doing all of its rendering inside that flipbook. Okay, get off me. Get off me. Okay, that's excellent. So now that we've reached this point, we now have our baseline character just to have something showing. And now that we've tested that this is all working, we can come back in, go to the flipbook, and set its baseline back to the idle so that when we are placing this in the enemy, we'll have something to look at. Let's press play. It's working as intended. Now we currently have our melee enemy that is connected to its melee enemy blueprint, that if we go back in the event graph, it has output animation connected to an animation state, and its animation state currently has just one animation that plays, that is this idle. Now let's quickly work on that and add in a run animation state. So let's quickly come, we'll create an animation state and we're going to call it run. Nice. Now let's add in some more sprites in the next lesson. All right, so we're back into the melee enemy sprites folder and we'll create a new folder and let's quickly call this run and jump into the folder. Now very quickly, I'll add in the sprite sheet and import it into Unreal Engine. It quickly imports this. This is the run animation, which I like very much. And we'll go through the same basic strategy. Start with that, setting up the no, please, let's delete that. No need for a volume yet. We already have applied the paper 2D texture settings. We can extract sprites automatically, which is good for this one. Let's quickly extract those. Now that those have been extracted, let me open up the content browser again. Now that those have been extracted, all I need to do is come here and create a flipbook. And we'll call it melee enemy dash run. Nice. Let me delete that. I don't want a run in there. So on opening up this flipbook, let's see how many sprites that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 sprites. So there need to be 8 frames, and you go through the same basic process of adding in some keyframes, and then the same basic process of coming in and going through and setting up the correct running sprites. Let's see. Oh, I haven't typed this properly. This is the third, and come and pick another sprite. It is the fourth, and pick another sprite. Good enough, they are very well named. Good naming is very important. The sixth one, and good naming again. The seventh, and then the last one. Wait, up. Something's wrong. Let's go back and check on the number of sprites. Did I add too many? Yes, I did add one keyframe too many. Let's quickly delete that. Let's see how the animation plays. That's a very good running animation. Okay, let's stop. Right now it's at 15 frames per second. Let me drop that to 7 and see what that looks like. That's too slow. Let's do 8. That's a bit too slow. Let's do 12. I like that. 12 is looking good. Let's do 16. 16 is looking a bit too fast. Let's do 13. Not bad. We can always come and adjust this speed. I think 13 frames per second is good, but we can always come back and adjust this later on. Now we'll go into the melee animation source, and we'll add a new animation source, and we'll call it run. And we'll quickly look for melee enemy run, and voila, that's done. So we'll come over here and we'll decide, okay, we need it to be able to go from idle to run. So to go from idle to run, we'll simply say, hey, as melee enemy, we shall get velocity. Let's see, get velocity raw. Whoa, where's this? Yes, perfect. Get velocity. And let's quickly split this up. Get velocity x. Let's say greater than, right? If its x velocity is greater than 0, then let's quickly switch and make it so that it's running, right? But then let's come out and see if this is working correctly now. No, it's not currently working correctly. So let's come back and have another look at it. So right now, this is the row going from idle to run. There is no animation in the run output. My bad. Let's quickly say play, run. Let's quickly compile that and play again. Now it's running that, it's using the correct run animation. But we can tell that the run animation is going into the ground, which isn't what we want. So we're going to need to change this animation a bit. Let's quickly double check that and see. Now, when it's running, it is simply too high up. So let's come into the melee enemy and let's see. So if I am currently running idle melee enemy, when I hit melee enemy run, it appears to be a bit too far to the ground. It's not a problem with the melee enemies running, it's just that when here you can see the character is standing up and tall, while when the melee enemies hit run, it bends forward to move forward. It's a simple artistic thing, but one that actually requires a little bit of tweaking. So what we want to do is to set it up so that it is not currently doing what it's doing right now, right? Which is it's a bit too far to the ground. So when I press play, it is simply looking too far. It's almost like it's clipping into the ground. So what we're going to do is we'll come into, let's see, we're going to come over here into the melee enemy blueprint. Let's have a look. Okay, that makes sense. Let's come back into the melee enemy run. Let's see. No problem, no collision. That's good. None of these have any collision, which would cause for us problems. All right, so this has helped me identify the problem. So let's notice that as the sprite is moving, notice that slight change in the size of the sprite, which is not something we want. Now, if we come back in and we look at, let's see, the idle sprites are really good. They stay in basically the same position and the same size. So let's come back and quickly double check on, let's say, idle sprite 0. Notice that its source dimension is 4751, which is good. While if we come over here and we click on idle sprite 6, it's 4749. So there are slight changes in size. Now when the sprite is just in an idle animation, it's not noticed, but when it's in a run animation, it starts to get more noticeable. So what we're going to do to fix this problem is we're going to quickly come over here. Let me delete the melee enemy just to create some space for making these changes. Not good to have too many tabs. We'll come back into the run. Let's quickly come back into the run. And where is this? Okay, so this is idle. We don't want idle. Melee enemy, run, melee enemy. Okay. Cough, a minor cough. We'll go into the run and we're going to say, hey, sprite actions, extract sprites. But this time, we're going to set it up to grid. And cell width, okay, that's fine. Number of cells, X, Y, that's fine. We're simply going to manually extract the sprites now. Now remember when we set it up to auto, it added in these automatic cuts. We want those automatic cuts to no longer exist. We'll start off by making it a grid and we'll change its cell width to something that fits in. Nope, 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 nope. I'm going to see if we can make minor adjustments. No, this may not be the best way to do this due to how our sprites are set up. Let me quickly delete this. Set this back to 0. Okay, no. We're going to need to use a different approach to solving this problem. Let me first open the fast run sprite. When I open it up, source dimensions are set to 3764. This is something we're going to need to change. Let's quickly swap this to 40, 50. Okay, that's causing clipping. So 4060 stops the clipping. Okay, good to know. Now what we're going to do, since we found one way to solve it, let's open these all up. Clicking edit on all of those has now opened up all of our sprites to be edited. So come here, and I think let's start with this one. We'll switch it to 40. No. And 60. That removes the clipping. Okay. Let's do a quick test on all of these, setting them to 40. and 60. Want to try and find a certain sprite size that works for making all of them not appear to be in the ground. Let's quickly set that up to the sizing. Let's see again. Okay. So I'm testing it out by setting them all up to 40 and 60. Now let's close this. We're done editing this. And let's see how the sprite looks now when it's running. Okay, now it's looking a bit better in terms of its run animation. That's a better looking run animation. Now let's add in a bit more life. Let's see. We're going to need to make some more changes. Let me open them up to be edited again. Okay, let's quickly expand this window. Not that I'm a big fan of it opening up a separate window, but you know, ki sera sera. Start with sprite number 1. So the current issue is that this is clipping a bit. So I want to increase its size again to something like 4560. Okay, now it's not clipping. If I bring it down to, let's say, 30, that's too much clipping. 45, there is basically no clipping. Let me check with 50. Okay, how about 60 and 60? Okay, so 60 and 60, there is now no clipping. That's not bad. We could use that. Let's quickly test 60 by 60. Let's see, that's the first frame, moves there, then this moves it forward. Okay, so the third, let's also do 60 by 60. That moves it too far backwards, but that's fine. I can just try this out before making any bigger changes. Okay, and then the last one. Okay, now for starters, let me pull this out. Now let's have a look at how the animation looks. That looks much better. That looks much better. Now we need to go back and make a minor change. So we'll go back into our blueprints and our melee enemy. So we'll come into the paper flipbook and we're going to quickly set this back to idle. Now that it's in idle, okay. Now what I wanted to do is inside the melee enemy blueprint, let's make sure that it comes to a dead stop. So if it's patrolling, right now the problem with patrolling is that there isn't enough of a delay before it starts trying to move again, because this is running at a tick of 0.1. Since that's the tick of our patrolling enemy, that's fine. Now what we want to do is add in another boolean, and this one is going to be pause patrol, and its initial value, let's set this up, compile this really quickly. Its initial value is going to be on off, right, on false. So it's going to come over here and we're just going to use this to pause, right? So patrol direction, okay, perfect. So what we're going to do, this is the branch that decides on when the patrolling continues. So we're going to come right over here and we're going to add a little pause. So we're going to create another branch logic and we're going to come out and say we want to get patrol pause, right? And what we're going to set it up to is we're going to say if patrol is paused, which is the truth, then it doesn't continue. Let's break that link and then let's link this branch over here. And let's bring this over here so we can have both of these here. Right now, if patrol is on pause, or rather if patrol is paused and it's true, then it's going to immediately go into nothing. If patrol pause is false, then it goes on. Now, in order to create that additional delay, this is setting patrol direction. Then it's going to set patrol, set pause patrol to yes, set it to pause, and then we'll get this. We'll copy it over here. So right after it sets the patrol direction, it also sets the pause, the patrol to be paused. And now here, what it's going to do is it's going to say, hey, if the patrol has been paused for a bit, or rather if it's true, then what it's going to do is there's going to become a delay. Come over here. There's going to be a minor delay. And this delay is going to be 2 seconds so that it doesn't take overrided. And then it's going to come over here and it's going to set patrol pause to yes. So that pauses the patrolling of the AI. So let's do a quick compile and let's try that in game. So the AI moves, then it pauses for 2 seconds. Okay, let's come back. Let's relook at this code. So right now, it's supposed to pause for 2 seconds, then set patrol. Set pause patrol to yes, yes, good. Then if patrol is paused, what it will do is it comes, it does the delay, and then continues. Now, let's see. Let's quickly play this. Okay, and as that's playing, let me come over here. I want to come and have a look at the blueprint to see it happening in real time. Hold on, first stop. Okay, it's simulating, but what it's not doing is that it's not showing me in editor. This is incorrect. This is not correct. It should be showing me. Okay, let me put this on my second screen. Dismiss my timer. Let's see, my work time has gone off. Okay, so now that I've gone and had a bit of a break, let's get back to this. What we want, oh my goodness, can you, okay, let me first close that. What I really want to see is what's causing, let's see, it moves, it patrols, it stops. Okay, so let's get into troubleshooting mode again. So let's open melee enemy. It should always open here to start. Okay, now I've opened it up as its own window. What we want to do, not in construct, let me keep it in the event graph. Then I want to see, let's say print text to do the troubleshooting. And then I want it to say patrol resumed. Hold on, patrol resumed. Okay, perfect. Let's see, patrol paused. If patrol pause patrol is true, Then I want to come here and set patrol paused to being false and print patrol resume. No, let's switch it up. What we want is to set this up, break this, no, break this. If patrol is okay, actually no. If patrol pause patrol, no, this is actually correct. If pause patrol, no, come up, break this. If patrol is paused, then it should do this. If patrol is not paused, then it comes into this. Okay, good. Then patrol resumed on the text. Then here, I want patrol paused to be the text that comes up here. That's good. And then the text here should also be patrol paused. So that should give us everything we need to gain a reasonable understanding of what the AI is doing. Let's quickly double check. It says patrolling, it says patrol paused. Then it says patrol resumed, but it doesn't continue its movement. Okay, let's do this. After printing this text of patrol resumed, let's bring it back here and it continues this cycle. So let's quickly pause that. So what it will do is that it will branch, it will see is patrol paused, it adds in a delay. Then it unpauses, says patrol resumed, and then it branches back to the movement. Let's see if this works effectively. Okay, patrolling, patrol paused, patrol resumed, it's moving, nice. Then it comes back, patrol resumed, patrol pause. Okay, that's good to know. That is good. So now we are able to add in a bit of a pause to this. But let's see, patrol paused. Here it makes it positive. Oh, that's the problem. This is making it positive. This is also making it positive. That was a really dumb bug. That's a really dumb bug. All of these are making it positive, which is causing the issues. So it was eventually reaching a point where it was always true. But what we want it to be, we want it to be, if patrol paused is true, then we want it to come here in the loop, and then patrol paused is going to be false, which is patrol resumed. But then when it comes over here, we want pause patrol to be true for the patrol pausing. I hope I'm making logical sense. This I hope that everyone who's listening and learning, it's making logical sense. If you've lost track, just put in a comment in a review and I'll come and I'll send you a message to update you. But otherwise, you've gone through enough blueprints to where I hope this logic works. But let's go step by step. So let's first ignore all the pause patrol stuff, right? Actually we can actually break this link now. Now what we want is for the player to move to its starting position of 500 units, then come over here. It sets patrol direction, right? And then comes over here and it pauses the patrol. Then it does that, but for the opposite direction here, based off patrol direction being true or false. Patrol direction changes. On the right, it sets it to false. When it's done moving left, it sets it to true. That changes the direction the character moves, okay? Now, in between that, we have a basic branch that checks on pausing patrol. If patrol being paused is false, or rather pause patrol being false or empty, it's going to go through all the patrolling motion. If however it's true, there is a 2-second delay before it unpauses the patrol and patrol resumes. Let's go and see how that looks in game. So it patrols, it pauses. Hold up. We are having a bit of issues. Let me quickly break the player detection because I have a feeling that's been what's causing some issues. It patrols, it stops. 1, 2. Now what we need to have is to make sure that right after patrol is paused, or rather when patrol is unpaused, comes back over here and it goes to the patrolling again. Let's see. It moves, it stops, it resumes, it goes back, it stops, it moves, it resumes, it stops, moves back. Okay, now it's working correctly because right after patrol is resumed, you want it to immediately branch off here and continue. Whew. Damn. Not bad, not bad at all. Now, I'm sure for those of you who are smart, you've noticed that actually there is a way to come in here and make this a bit cleaner and tighter, but I'll leave that to you and your ability to have proper in-game logic. But now that we're here, we're going to make one simple change, because if you look at the game right now, when we hit play, it simply moves as if it's moving in the same direction, which isn't really what we want. So let's quickly go and make some changes to these blueprints. Let's open up the melee blueprint. Please just open here. I don't want to look for you. Now what we're going to do is it's going to come right over here. Let's see. Where do we want this code to run? Let's run this code here. Let me see how effective this will be. What we want to do is to bring in the paper flipbook. Then want to set rotation. Right, set world rotation. And we're going to start by setting its world rotation to 180, right? And it's going to do this. Okay, let's see if this works properly now. Yes, its rotation is now set to 180. That's good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come right over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to see, let's see, there's patrol direction. No, we're going to do a simple thing. We're going to simply state, let's see, want to get velocity. Okay. And we want to get the velocity of the self. Let's split this up. And what we want to do is want to check its x velocity. And what we want to do is to do a simple check. Let's see, x velocity. We want to see if it is greater right? If it's greater than 0. Now what we'll do is want to see if the x velocity is greater than 0. Now, if the x velocity is greater than 0, we are going to set up a pretty simple branch. Now what this does is that it's going to do a check. So if the x velocity is greater than 0, what we want it to do, or rather if it's less than 0, no, if it's greater than 0, what we want it to do is we want it to set the world rotation to 0. Okay, that moves it that direction. However, if the x velocity is false, then what we want it to do is going to be, let's see, z 180. right? So that's if it's false. It's going to be 180 spun around. So let's see. Oh, snap, something's missing. There we are. The target has been set up. Okay, so let's see. It's looking right. Mm-hmm. It's looking left. Now it's looking left. Okay. Now it's looking right. Okay. And then now it's looking left. Ah, okay. Good enough. That is good enough. That's basic. So now we know we can do some basic character rotation. Now let's quickly get back into the player and the animation for the melee enemy. Now, if we go back in its animation graph and its state, we can tell that there is a way for it to go from idle to run, but there is no way for it to go from run to idle. So we'll link that up, and what we'll do is we'll simply get its velocity. Let's get velocity, speed at which it's moving. Let's split this up. Let's get the x velocity, and what we'll do is we're going to quickly let's see, what we want is greater. No, actually what we want is for it to be exactly equal to 0, and then it goes back to idle. So essentially, once the melee enemy's x velocity is exactly 0, it should immediately do that. So let's see how that looks now. Now it's idle. Good. Now it's here. It will do that. Now it's going backwards. Good. Now it's moving. It goes back to idle. Now it's moving here. Okay. Now it's moving. Now it moves backwards. But it doesn't play the animation backwards because it will look. Now you might ask, why is it not playing the run animation backwards? It's simple. Because currently it's set up so that it looks for the velocity and it checks for if it's less than 0, and then if it's greater than 0, which means it's moving. But when it's moving backwards, it's getting negative x velocity. It's moving backwards on the x-axis. Now there are a couple of ways we can fix that. One of the simplest ones is simply come over here and say, hey, if it's less than 0, it can enter transition, right? So all we're going to do is come over here. Now this time it's wait for it. Now it's working, going left. Good. Going right, it's working. Okay. Going left, it's currently working. Going right, it's working. Okay. That's reasonable enough, right? At least you've touched on it a little bit. But essentially, let's quickly come over here. We can't do. Let's quickly come over here. No, let's not do this because we want to run this event in init already. So we're going to make some adjustments in the next video to clean up this code a bit and to bring it more to life. Yeah, compile, that's good. And until then, take a break, drink some coffee. It's been a long day probably. Let's move on to the next video where we're going to clean up this code and then we'll add in an attack animation to the melee enemy. Let's go. Okay, so now that we're done tasting a little bit of how to get the animation work, we're going to be using something a bit simpler, right? So instead of using greater than or less than, we're going to just say just not equal, okay? So as long as it's not equal, so it can be a negative value, it can be a positive value, whatever value it is, as long as it is not equal, it is simply going to immediately put the player into the run state. So going from idle to run, hold on, going from idle to run, it will simply check and see if it's not equal, and then going from run to idle, it will simply check and see if it's exactly equal. Let's see that now. Moves, moves over here. For some reason it keeps patrolling. Okay, now it has stopped. Nice. It's still patrolling. Nice. Comes back. So basically, it needs to first run through a cycle before it gets effective. That is a blueprint issue, but animation-wise, the animations are looking very, very clean and crisp. So now let's go into the blueprints and quickly touch and see what could be causing our melee enemy to be struggling around the first loop. So for starters, what we could do is we could simply come over here. Snap, no. Let's come over here and we're going to get all of this code that changes the direction, and we're going to put it over here. Okay, then we're going to break the link. Let's quickly break this link as well and break this one. Okay, so quickly let's change one simple thing. Okay, let's come over here. We will do the branching right over here first. Then we will do this, get the initial starting position. Then we'll go and do all of the patrolling and the detection of players. We've actually closed the detection code because we'll get right back into that once we've sorted out all of the movement bugs. So let's bring this right over here. Excellent. Excellent. Let's bring this over here. This is good. This is good. This works perfectly. Okay. Now the way we have it set up is that it's going to get the velocity. And if the velocity is greater than 0, it's going to branch into here. And if it's true that the velocity is greater than 0, it's going to simply set world rotation to 0, right? Meanwhile, if it's true that the velocity is less than 0, okay, rather, apologies, if the velocity is greater than 0, it's going to run this. If it's less than that, than 0, it's going to come over and it's going to run this piece of code over here. Now, there are a few other things we can do to polish up that code. We can simply come over here and we can set up another simple branching thread. And what we're going to do with this thread is that we're going to come here and we're going to get the x velocity. We already have the velocity and we are going to look at equal to, right? So if it is equal to 0, what we want it to do is we want it to immediately come over here and run this. If it is not equal to 0, then it should run this code. Now, depending on how good you are with logic, this is probably going to solve a lot of issues for you. So let's quickly compile and see what we get. Okay. Okay, that's reasonable. It's consistently going back. So let's come back in here. So we'll go through the code again. It comes in here. The first thing it does is it does a quick check on using the checking of the velocity around x. So what it does is if x is exactly equal to 0, then what it does, rather if it's not exactly equal to 0, it will do that. Let's break this link. It comes right over here. No, snap, no. So in other words, if the character is stationary, and then it checks again, it will check and see, hey, if x, the velocity x is greater than 0, in other words, it's moving positive in the x direction, please change its direction to be positive, right? If it's true. Meanwhile, if it is less than 0 in terms of which direction it is moving, its velocity, then we want to change the flipboard to flip over 180 degrees. Let's see if this code is working properly. Okay, it's moving in the right direction. Okay, it has stopped. Die, die, die. Okay, the bugs continue. Let's try that again. It's moving in the x direction to where it's supposed to stop patrolling. It moved left a bit. Now it has stopped. Its patrol has paused. Now it's trying again and it has stopped. Okay. Now, in order to fix this, we're going to need to do this and press play. No, I don't want it to play in a new window. Let's play inside the viewport. So let's look at the melee enemy. I want to see its simulation. Okay, let's see. Okay, we've set up the simulation to be enabled. Nope, it keeps defaulting to that. I said select viewport. Okay, so now it's working properly. It's working effectively. Now it pauses, it stops, and then it comes back and it stops, then it comes back and it stops, then it goes back this way and it stops. Okay, now it is working. I'm guessing it was just a simple issue of compiling. Let's try it one more time. It moves, it stops. It moves backwards and it stops. It moves backwards and it stops. It moves backwards and it stops. Okay, so now it is working effectively. Whenever you find bugs like that, don't get frustrated. Do some basic bug testing and this works. Now we'll simply get this and I'm going to place it here and I'm going to call this, let's see, flip sprite based off movement. Okay, let's come in right over here and add these in. Let's just move all of these here. Let me straighten this. Okay, perfect. Then we'll organize. Just keep your blueprints organized. It will save you a lot of headache if your blueprints are organized. Let's just put it that way, right? These I'm going to stack them up. This I'm going to have over here. Let's straighten that out. Let me also straighten this connection. I'll move this a bit forward. Then I will straighten it, keep it nice and organized. And I will straighten this connection as well. Then I want these two to be well lined up. Align center, good. Let's align these as well. Alignment, align center, just keeping the blueprints organized. So yes, our basic melee enemy has a lot of code going on just within it. Let's have one more look at it and then we'll add in the attack animation after it detects the player. Okay, let's have one more test. Does it patrol well? Works well. Patrolling moving backwards, that works. Patrols this way, that works. Patrols going backwards, that works. Now it looks this side, it patrols, it stops, it moves backwards, it stops, but it is flickering, trying to look back. Let's see, it moves back this way, it moves back this way, it moves back this way. Now, most of the reasons for those minor flickers are because of our event tick. Now, this may just be a theory, but if I put the tick interval to 0 and I compile, let's see if it still goes through the same. It stops, comes back, it stops, it comes back, it stops, comes back, it stops. So the flickering is way less because the tick interval is higher, so the AI makes decisions quicker. Now, just for this specific period, I'm going to leave the tick interval at 0.1. I just prefer it that way. That means less calculations per second for the AI. Let's see. Yep, that's going correctly. Yeah, that's good. It works well enough now with the tick interval that's 0.1. I think this is reasonable enough. Now, in the next video, we are going to add in an attack animation. And after the attack animation is done, we are going to add damage to that animation that deals with the player. Let's move forward. Okay, let's quickly add in an attack animation. And once we have the attack animation in, we're going to want to see how it looks in game. Before we do though, let me quickly press play. Noticing that our enemy sprite is looking a bit dry. So let's see. For starters, we have masked unlit sprite material. Mask lit. Let me see, what am I using? I could use the masked unlit or mask lit. Regardless, doesn't matter. What I want to look for is shadows. Okay, we'll set that up to cast a shadow. Compile real quick. And now our enemy is also casting a shadow, which I think is fantastic. Now, yes, I know this is the development level and stuff, but I want to add in something. Next, I'm going to add in a basic point light. No, I don't want the point light in the flick book. I want it to be, yeah, under the capsule component. Let's come out and let's see, where's the point light. Let's look at it in viewport. There's a point light. Let me drag it back a bit, lift it up a bit, bring it closer, and make some decisions. So this point light, let me change its color to something more red. Its intensity of 5000 is perfectly fine. Let's look at how that looks in game. Yeah, that's pretty fine. Let's see, let's talk about its fall off. Let's see. Use inverse square, let's remove that to give us a bit more vibrant, more powerful light. Okay, so now the light is pretty powerful. So now that we are not using inverse square, let's drop its intensity to 100. Actually, 100 is fine. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's reasonably fine. Now, keep in mind, if we were to look at it, let's go into levels. It's good to look at it in an actual level to see how it's playing out. So it's basically carrying with it a pretty big red light. Okay, and done. Okay, that's a bit too intense. Let's drop it down to, let's say, 10. I think 10 as a light intensity should be fine. I just want it to be a little intense, not like fully intense. Yeah, that's reasonable enough. Now what we'll do is we'll bring it a bit closer in. Not too close, not too far. Bring it in and see how that looks. Okay, good. We'll leave it just as that. That's just a little aesthetic touch to have it receiving light and now to also have it emitting light. There are many ways to manage light. That's a simple one. You could emit the light more softly, you could move the light further forward. There are many things. That's an artistic choice for you to make. Okay, it's working. Now, let's quickly come over and make some decisions. We are going to have, yes, let's quickly add in the attack sprite. So go back into sprites, back into the melee enemy, and we'll create a new folder and we'll call it sword attack. Let's jump into this and quickly add in the sprites. So the sprite has been imported and I will quickly apply the paper to the texture settings. So this is the attack. It's a very nice looking attack. I like it a lot. So we'll get this and same basic strategy. We'll come here and we'll say, hey, let's extract sprites. We'll do auto. I really like auto. So after that, no, I don't like how it extracted these sprites. Let's see, this is a basic texture. Let's quickly delete that, right? These sprites are of no value to man or beast. Okay, let's come back here. Let's do extract sprites. So this is good. This is good. Where did it fumble? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there should be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is of no use to anyone. This little white block. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. Now using this, we'll simply create a flipbook and we will call it melee enemy sword attack. Okay, just keep the names really clean. So let's come in and we'll quickly add our keyframes. 5, 6. Good. Now we'll come in here, pick a stripe. Okay, so sword attack sprite 1, sword attack sprite 2, sword attack sprite 3, or whatever comes next. Let's call this 5. And now we shall look for the next one. Came out as 6. Okay, and then this one came out as 7, and the next one came out as 11. Okay, so this is the sword animation. That's way too many frames per second. So 12 frames per second looks good. Let's drop it down to 6. Nice, that's good. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. That's a good. Let's look at it on 12. That comes out really fast. Let's go back to 6. Now, this is where we're going to get a bit technical. I want its wind up, insert keyframe after, add insert keyframe after, insert keyframe after. So what I want is to set it up so that the wind up, let's see, attack sprite. The wind up is these two animations. These 3 animations last longer. So I'm going to come here and I'm quickly just going to double. Let's see, sprite attack this. Then let me quickly delete this. Delete this. So the wind up, let's see, that now lasts 3 frames. Yes, I want these to last longer. I want the initial attack to last longer. So let me make this last 2 frames also. Insert frame after, and we'll add sword attack sprite 1. So now it spends 2 frames doing that in animation. It spends 2 frames here. Then it swings and slashes, which I think makes a lot of sense. So let's look at it under 8 frames per second, and we'll delete that last frame. Notice that there is now more time spent right before it attacks. I think that makes for a good attack animation for the enemy. Now, if I'm to pause this, if I come back here and I pull out, let's say, the player, and let me pull out the player's attack animation, right? Notice the player's attack animation is really quick. There's barely any wind up and then he's hitting. But with the enemy, there is a lot more wind up before it attacks. The reason why we set it up that way is because when you're creating a game and you're designing it from a balanced perspective, you always want the player to be at advantage. Otherwise, they'll get steamrolled by the AI. So that's really what you want. So let's come over here. And now that we have that fully set up, the attack animation, we'll go into the melee enemy and let's check out the melee enemy animation source again. We have idle, we have run, and then we'll create a new sequence called sword attack, right? And here we want to be using melee enemy sword attack. That's perfect. Now that we have that done, let's go back into our melee enemy animation blueprint. Let's zoom out a bit, right? So we have idle, we have run, And now let's add in another animation state, and this state we're going to call it sword attack. Okay, and there should be a way for it to go from idle to sword attack, and there should be a way for it to go from run to sword attack, and then from sword attack back to run, back to run, and then from sword attack back to idle. Okay, let's see this. This is fantastic. Now, from sword attack back to idle, it's going to be pretty simple. So we'll to take it back to idle, that's basically if it kills the player, right? From a logical perspective. So what we want to get player character 0, right? And then we want to get um let's see, get player, not player state. We want to get the health value. So let's quickly double check some references. Let's compile this. Let's see, under the player blueprint, what are we looking for? We are looking for a value called player health. But once player health hits 0, then the player is basically dead. So we're not going to need this. If, let's say, when the player health reached 0, there was like a resurrection function, it would have been useful to implement it. But since that's not something that happens, that's okay. Let's actually delete it from going from sword attack to idle, because if it's sword attacking, it's actually moving. And if it's moving, that means it's detected the player. So let's look quickly into this. So let's say from run, we'll come here and we are going to say, hey, as melee enemy, we want to create another variable. We'll go into the event graph of the melee enemy and we're going to add a simple variable, and we are going to call it is attacking, right? And it's a boolean. So let's compile, and is attacking is currently set to false, which is fine, but we'll simply say, hey, we'll get is attacking, right? And if it is attacking, just play the attack animation. That's all we're going to do. Then we're going to come back outwards, and we'll simply say, okay, so going from run animation to the sword attack, it's just is attacking. Then to go from the sword attack back to the run animation, all we're going to do is we're going to do the exact opposite. Actually, no. Let's first get melee enemy 1. All right. Then get is attacking. Then we're going to do a simple check, right? We're going to say equal to no, which means that it's not attacking as a boolean. It will simply go back to the run animation. Let's come in, and that's going to be everything. So now if we come in and we immediately come in over here, none of that is going to be happening simply because we don't have any attacking code. So we will go back into our melee enemy blueprint, and here at the point of detecting the player, we're going to do a pretty simple check, right? So right now it's saying simple move to. That's fine. What we want to do is we're going to move this forward, and we're going to do a basic distance check. So we're going to come in and we're going to look for get distance to, and the other actor we're going to just get player character. and we're going to return a value as other actor, right? So we're getting the distance, get the distance to the player character, right? Then we're going to do something. Then we're going to check something out. We're going to say equal less, okay? And what we're going to say is, hey, if the distance to the player character is, let's say, 100 units, right? Actually 100 is kind of few. Let's say if the distance to the player character, we're going to just make this positive. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come out here and we're going to set up a branch. Now what we are doing in reality is we are setting it up so that if the melee enemy is far from the player, it does one thing, but once it gets up close to its attacking range, it does another. So this is the condition. If the enemy gets within 200 units of the character or less, we want it to do something under true, but let's break that. For now, all we want it to do is simple move to, as long as it's not in range of the player character. That's all it does. It should simply simple move to, right? Let's, okay, I just undid that. Why is it doing so? Anyway, whatever. Straighten this properly. Okay, perfect. And then alignment, let's distribute those. Now, keep in mind, all it's doing is it's getting the distance to the player character, and the moment it goes over, or rather equal to 200 units or less, it's going to do something else. If it's false, it should just simply move to the character location. Now let's come back and let's reconnect its ability to detect the player. Let's check this out. It needs to detect the player and move towards it. Yep, now it's moving towards the player. It's moving towards the player. That's good enough. Now let's come in over here and make another change. So that's how it is currently, right? So it detects the player on this original alerted code, and once it's alerted permanently. So it's going to come, then it quickly says, hey, it's attacking, and it comes over here and it goes through this code and it sets, increases its maximum walk speed, and then it comes over here, it gets the distance to the player character, and the minute it goes to equal to or less than that, let's start by doing a basic print, right, to make sure this is working. And we'll say entered attacking range. That's all we're saying. Entered attacking range, because we want to let the AI show that it has entered attacking range. So let's come over here. Now it has entered attacking range. Now it's out of range. Now it's entered attacking range. Now it's out. Now it's entered. Now it's out. Now it's entered attacking range. Okay, let's get back. So let's go back into the melee enemy. Now that it's showing that it has entered its attacking range, let's now simply come here on is attacking, and let's say set is attacking, right? Just that. And what we'll do is we'll say, hey, since it's detected it's not within this range, we'll come here and we will set is attacking to. No, it's not attacking because it's trying to get in range. But now here it is attacking, right? So that sets that up. So let's press play. It comes in. Nice, perfect. So that's now working. So once it is attacking, it's now trying to play a different kind of animation. But what we need to do now is, because although it's trying to play that animation, it's struggling to do so. Now, when you're out of range, notice it knows which animation to play. Once we're in range, it freezes up. The reason why is because it keeps calling the animation. There's no delay. It needs that delay in order to manage when to play the animation and when to not play the animation. So what we're going to do is to say, hey, now that it has said, hey, is attacking, what we want to do is want to add in a delay. And this delay is going to be pretty reasonable. We're going to simply set it to 1 second. Now let's see if it finishes the animation. So it's coming close. Nope, it's still not able to finish its attack. Now, in order to make it finish its attack, let's come back here and let's have another look. So 1 second of delay isn't enough, right? So let's quickly go into the melee enemy animation. So we'll come here and we'll say, hey, so as melee enemy, let's see which state we're in. Let's start from the general animation graph. To go from run to sword attack, there are a few things that need to be true. It needs to be is attacking. That's the big thing. Then it will enter that animation. But back to the graph. In order to go from sword attack back to running, all that needs to happen. Oh, actually, it's also made the error. Let's go back here. I think I noticed the error. Going from running to sword attack is attacking. Let's come out here. Equal to, let's quickly break this, equals to ticked, which means that it can now enter the transition. If is attacking is ticked, it can enter the transition. If is attacking is unticked, it really shouldn't. Now let's click on that. Going from sword attack to run, is attacking is clear. Okay, let's go back. Now, another thing that we're going to do is let's quickly see how that works in the window right now. Come close. Okay, good. Now that's not yet working properly. So let's come back here and let's see what's limiting our implementation. So after that delay, we're going to add another replication to change the is attacking back to is not attacking. We'll set that back to false, right? We'll set it back to false. Now that that's set up properly, so basically once it's within this attack range, it's going to be either set is attacking to false. If it's not in the range, it will run towards the player, right? Then we'll come down here and we'll say, hey, if it is within the attack range, all it's going to do is that it's going to actually set is attacking to be true. Then there's going to be a 1 second delay and it will set is attacking back to false. And then it will run through all of these checks all over again. Let's see now. It's trying to double check and no. Okay, we're going to need to do some general bug fixing to prevent this from continuing. All right, so we're going back into the blueprint code. Essentially, right now, all this branch does is it checks for distance. So it's always measuring distance, and that's all it is doing. So what we want is to have another branch that double checks and sees if the enemy is done doing its attack animation, or rather if at least it has finished one attack. Alright, now in troubleshooting, this first thing that I've done is quickly remove all of the unnecessary, let's see, quickly removing all of the unnecessary print text that just has no value, because we want to see only one thing. Okay, comes here in range. It's continuing to resume its patrol. It has entered attack range. When I leave, it's still attacking. It's entering attack range. It's still attacking. It has entered attacking range. Okay, this is good. Now, there are a few things we wanted to do. Let's come over here into melee enemy. What we wanted to do, this is patrolling if not alerted. So if alerted, it will come down and it will be running this. It won't be doing anything else. And it says that it's attacking. That's good. It increases its walk speed. That's good. And then it gets distance to the player character. That's good. And it says if it is equal to or less than 200, it comes here and prints that it has entered attacking range. Okay, now what we want to do is come here and add in another print text so that I know when this code is running. And we're going to say this is pursuing player. Right, so now the moment it's running this, it will simply state that it is pursuing player. So let's let it do its normal patrolling without issue. Coming back here. Okay, let's get in range. It's pursuing the player. It has entered attack range. I'm out. It's pursuing. It's entered attack range. It's pursuing the player. It has entered attack range. Okay, that's good. So there are two things that we're going to need to do. For starters, it's going to get the actor location, which is fine. All of this works really well. All it wants to do is get to that location, right? That's good. All right, so now we've seen what the challenge is. It is where the AI is trying to move to, because you'll notice once the AI sees, it will try to move right to where the player is, right? Let's come back here and it will try to, okay, let's stop that. Let's start by prevent immediately the AI enters this movement range. It should stop moving and stop trying to get to the character's current position. So let's say right after that, let's get the character movement component, which is the one that the AI uses. And we're going to simply say, hey, stop active movement. Essentially, all this does is it's going to cause it to just stop moving once it reaches its attack range. So let's come over here. Let's connect this to this and this to this. This is good. Let's try this out if this fixes the challenge. Okay, this is good. So once the AI gets within its attacking range, it stops moving immediately. Nice. Once it gets within its attacking range, okay, let's come out, gets in range, it stops. That's important. Now that we know that once it gets into that range, it is currently no longer moving, we can now properly set it up with the right animations. So let's go step by step. For starters, in the animation, there is the character's sword attack animation. That is good. Let's make sure that it's properly set up in sword attack. Let's come over here and let's say play sword attack. So now, by the way, those of you who are really smart could have probably figured that out right early. It can go from the run animation. If is attacking is ticked, it will immediately start the sword attack once it gets that. If is attacking is unticked, it will go back, it can go back to the run animation. So let's have a look at that. Okay, so it's not attacking. Let's come back here. So it's still not attacking. So let's double check and see why is it not attacking. Let's check under the sword attack. It says play sword attack. Let's go into the animation. Let's make sure we've saved this. This should be playing properly. The idle is playing properly. Okay, let's quickly close this. The sword attack should be playing correctly. Let's see. That's good. In melee enemy 1, we are setting is attacking to be true. What could be causing this delay? We're going to need to dig a little bit deeper to find out. So play sword attack is working. Let's see, actually, let's do a quick double check. This may not be the correct sword attack, is it? It can play run, it can play idle. Okay, let's do that again. This should be working correctly because the animation state is using is correct. Comes to here and it stops. Well, at least that basic bit is working. Let's quickly do a quick troubleshoot double check on that sword attack and find out why it's not playing that animation. We can start by simply going into viewport, coming in and clicking on the paper flipbook, and let's say I look for melee enemy sword attack. Well, I'm seeing the attack here. That means it's actually able to play that, right? Okay, so let's quickly compile. Come back here. Let me look at the error one more time. Oh, we need to get in range for it to detect. Come here. Move back. Okay, that's okay. This for some reason isn't functioning as intended, which means we need to do some reasonable bug fixing. Well, what we can gather is that right now it's going from idle to run. Going from idle to run, it simply checks the velocity. Now, when we stop it and we stop its movement, what it's doing is it's going from run to idle, which is this. It's basically x velocity is now 0. Now, in order for us to go from, it can go from run to sword attack, but it can't go from idle to sword attack. So let's see if we do that and we simply say as melee enemy get is attacking, and just to double check and make sure everything is right, let's do a basic equal to and is equal to ticked. Step back a bit and we connect these two lines. I wonder if this is going to work. Let's try that again. Now it can enter the animation from idle. Come to me. Now it's doing the animation. Okay, So that was the challenge. It was struggling to get into that animation from idle. Let's try that again. Nice. It was struggling, now it's coming here. Boom. Then struggling again. Now it's doing the animation. This is good. Now we're going to make a couple of adjustments. I think the big adjustment is that we're going to change its attack range. Let's reduce its attack range to 150. I think that should give it a bit of a cleaner attack. Let's see. Swipe. Yeah, 150 makes sense. Swipe. Okay, come closer. Beautiful. And now that we have that working successfully, let's quickly go back into the melee enemy and let's see its sword attack. Actually, let's quickly see under idle. So this is 4751, and if we come back here, if we go and check under the run animation, it was having a few issues till we changed its sprite size to 6060. Okay, so let's come over here and we're going to try changing the size to 6060 to get better fitting sprites. So let's open up, no, that's the sword attack flipbook. Let's open these up. Just click on edit. So let's come in over here and we'll simply say set it up to be 6060, which is good. Let's set this up to be 6060. Now it's clipping. So here it has to be taller. Let's see, 70, 80 brings it to high. Let's see at what point does it clip. Okay, sorry, let's set this back to 60. It clips. 65. It doesn't. Let's really zoom in to see where the sprite comes to an end. At 69, low. It's still clipping a bit. At 70, now all of the pixels are showing. 71, okay, it's going up a bit. So at 70 is about perfect for this sprite. Now for this one, let's see, at 60 it may still be clipping. Let's see 70. Okay, so we want to see the point at which pixels disappear. So let's say 60, let's say 50. Yes, now it's clipping. Let's say 55. Okay, let's say 59. Yeah, so at about 60, it's good. This one's a bit taller. It needs to have more height. Then the next one, let's see, let's set it to 60. 70 as well. Let's see, 71. Okay, let's see, 69. Yes, there's some clipping. So this one stops at just about 70. No more clipping. No more clipping for you. No more clipping for you. So basically 60, 70 seems to be about the sweet spot. So 60, about, is there any clipping? 70. Okay, let's go try this one out. Now this one at 70 and 60 should work. Let's cut these all down. Let's see, 70 here, 60 here to position it perfectly. Now let's have a quick look at how that animation now looks. It's still in the ground for some reason. Let's come back here. Okay, we're going to need to make more adjustments to the sprites. So let's come back here. Let's close these attack sprites again. So what the problem is that the orientation of the sprites, let me actually look at the melee enemy flickbook base. Okay, sword attack. Okay, so that's the problem. The swipe is good. Where the swipe is, it's perfect, but where the feet are before the swipe is where the problems are arising. So all I need to do is double check the sprite and look for where that swipe is. Okay, that's fine. No more sprite things. So let's go from 0 to this. Let's do some basic edits. So this last one is perfect, is perfection. So around this height, let's look at it here. This is sprite, let's see, this is 7, this is 11, this is 7. That's both 60, 70. Both are at 60, 70. Okay. Now let's change the pivot mode. Let's see. We'll need to customize this one. We might need to customize it. Let's quickly do a double check. The last few sprites are okay, but it is the swipe one, which is the last one, is perfect. Let's now look at the entire animation to make these changes. Notice it goes up. Okay, let's stop. So on this one it's low, on these it's okay. Notice the height. Okay, so let's come over here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Actually, the problem sprites are, this is good, these three are good, sprite 5 is good. The problem sprites are 2, that is too low and too far forward. Okay, so 5, 2 and 1, those are the ones we need to edit. So let's see, which one is this? This is 11. We don't need to edit 11. We don't need to edit 7, and we don't need to edit 6. The problem sprites are, actually we don't need to edit 5. It is 2 and 2, 1 and 0. Okay, so we don't need to edit 5. It is 2, 1 and 0. So pivot mode, we need to set this to custom, and we're going to increase the height of the pivot. Let's try 470. No, that's too far back. 450. Actually, let's first try an easy one. Let's see, center. But honestly, we need to use custom for this. So what we're going to need to do on the Y is pivot it up. Let's see, drop this to 60, that drops it down. That means we're pivoting to about 120. Nope, about 100. Before we get the figures, now that's too high. So what we want to see, let's see on the 11th attack, right? The 11th attack is pivot mode to center. When I set it to custom, it's 85 on the height. Okay, so it's on 85 on the height. So let's see, these are our problems. Sprites, let's set this to 85 on height. Let's see, custom 85 on the height, and sprite 0, custom 85 on the height. Now it's looking way cleaner, just that simple change. Okay, not bad. It's looking cleaner, but it's not yet there. Comes clean. Comes clean. Okay. Now what we're going to need to do is this is 85 on the height. 85, 85. Let's quickly double check. Let's see. 85, 85, 85. Come back. This is with 85. Okay. Now we'll make another simple adjustment. Let's bump it up to 90. Okay, now that we bumped it up to 90, let's see if that clears the ground properly. Now it's good. Okay, so essentially we just need the sprites to be set up to have 90 pivoting, 90 units of pivot. That is easy enough to do. Okay, so let's see. This is 90, 90, 90. We'll come here. This is center, center. Let's make it custom. 90, okay. Custom, increase the height of that slash by 5 units. Custom and increase the height of that slash by 5 units. And custom, set this up to 90. Now let's have a look at that animation. It's looking clean. Let's see. Now the slash animation is looking good. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Good. Slash. Okay, moves to me quickly. Slash. Then I come over here. Slash. Then I come over here. Slash. Okay, good. Now we have a proper looking run. Let's see, the running animation is good, and we have a proper looking slash animation, which I think is always very important. All right, not bad at all. It ain't much, but it's honest work. So come back to the flipbook and set this up back to idle. Now, while it is true that it comes and it slashes, it's currently not doing any damage. And that is what we're going to be working on in the next lesson. Let's get into that.
All right, so in our last video, we got the animation working properly. And now I'm going to show you how to set up that hitbox, that collider that does damage to the player. So let's quickly have a look. So as you can see, it does damage to the player, and the player can totally die. That's good. Now let's quickly go through how to set that up. The first thing you're going to need to do is to go back into your blueprints and have a look under attacks. Right now you should have the enemy sword attack hitbox that we've been using, but now you want to duplicate it and create another one, and I call it the enemy sword attack. Now in the enemy sword attack, you're only going to change two things. For starters, you're going to need to switch from cast to enemy to cast to player. What that does is essentially it says, hey, on this overlap, if you're overlapping with the player, apply damage to it. The other change I made is that I reduced its damage from 37 to 33, just so that when it hits the player, it does less damage. Okay, so the player dies in 4 hits instead of dying in instead of dying in 3. But that's a balance thing. That's all you're going to need to do with your damage hitbox, right? But now let's talk about spawning it. In order to spawn the hitbox correctly,
we are going to need to do it's basically the same setup as the way that we set it up in the player character. Now, with the player character, it's set up so that every time the character moves left, it will set its direction to being left, right, or 0 in Boolean. And every time the character moves right, it is going to set itself as, to 1 or right in Boolean. And when you look at the sword attack of the character player, after they press the button to do the sword attack, all it does is it does a simple check to see the direction of the player, and then it spawns in that actor either on the left, which is negative 120 units, or on its right, which is positive 120 units of the paper sprite. We're using the exact same logic with our enemy. Now, you can set it up. You should right now have enough knowledge of blueprints to do this yourself, but I'll go through the blueprint code just to catch you up. We'll start by doing a quick check right after it's pursuing the player. We're going to check by getting its velocity, and if its velocity is greater than 0, we'll use a branch to set up its player direction as being positive, or rather the player is to the right, because it's moving to the right, it's moving towards the player is on the right. And we'll set the player direction boolean inside of the melee enemy to positive. While if the player is on the left, it does a simple check under the false condition after the first check with another branch, and it's saying, hey, if the velocity is less than 0, then set the player direction to being left in Boolean, which is 0. And if that's false, then just print out the text in place. This is probably only going to trigger when you jump over the character, and print the text left. That's basic movement code. So if we come in, you'll notice the development text is showing it's pursuing the player and moving right. Now it's pursuing the player and moving left. Okay, now let's quickly stop. So we'll come back to the melee enemies code, and now right after you stop its active movement when it's in attack range, we don't need the print of it's in attack range now, but you come in, and we're going to add in a bit of a delay right after the is attacking, because you want the attack animation to play out, but the hitbox comes out at the exact place when the swing comes, and that comes out at about 0.6 seconds. You can do the math based off whichever attack animation you're using, but there's the backswing, then the actual hit. When that hit comes, there is a delay of 0.6 seconds, and then using a branch of player direction, we come and we use the basic node of spawn actor, and we're going to spawn in the enemy sword attack. Its spawn location is either going to be 120 units in front of the paper sprite, that is this over here, or it's going to be 120 units behind it, depending on which direction the player is in front of our melee enemy. And once that's done, you continue with a basic 1 second delay and remove its is attacking, set is attacking to false. That's just a minor attack delay. It's a simple thing to set up, and boom, there we are. It does the damage. Okay, so we'll stop at that for now. This is good, and it's everything that we needed in order to set up our melee attacker. The last thing we're going to do is we'll come back, provided you fully understood it. We'll come back and remove all of our development code, which is basically meant to tell us what's going on with the melee enemy. since we no longer need it. And we're going to proceed with just doing a last final check, make sure that everything is working correctly. Okay, okay, perfect. Then last but definitely not least, we can now come in. Once we're happy with our attack animation, we can come into both the player sword attack, come back into the sprites, the sprite color, and make its color its alpha 0, so that it's no longer visible, right? That will do that for the player sword attack, and we'll also do it for the enemy sword attack, because you don't need to necessarily have the attacks being visible. So the animation is visible, but the hitbox which comes out and actually does the damage, we don't need it to be visible. Okay, 3 hits and then you're dead. That's good. That's good. So now that we have that basic setup with our melee enemy being able to do damage to the player, you now have a good grasp of how to set up and create some reasonable AI that you can use for your game. Now notice I've balanced it out so the player has a good chance. If you want to make your enemies harder, make them faster. If you want to make them easier, make them slower in both attacking, attack delay. But those are things that you're going to need to make decisions of when you're making your game. Now that that's ready, we're moving on to the next level. Now let's quickly have a look at it. Let's come in and we'll go into the melee enemy level. I guess this is a proper check. Let's see how the AI works in a proper environment. Okay, so in the environment, oh, it can still attack the player. It still pursues the player, but I'm able to kill it. That's good. Now that that's done, we are going to jump through the portal. Now we're in this level. So this level has 2 enemies, which means it's kind of hard. Ah, snap. It's able to push those out of the way. Ah, snap. Boom. Now we'll come over here. This block has been pushed. Oh, snap, and I died. Okay. Let's exit that. We're going to now come into that level. That is our simple puzzle level, and we're going to be adding in a few more elements. We'll start by adding in some assets to give the level some life, and right after that, what we're going to do is we're going to come in and we're going to add some sound. We want to have a sword attack sound on our player, on our enemy, and we want to have a sound of this being pushed when the player pushes it. And then we're going to come in. I don't think I want to have this anymore in this level. It's making it very hard to play. And then we'll move on with more lessons in game development. Let's go. So right now I have my baseline level here with, as you can see, oh shit, I'm killing myself being a bad game developer. Ah shit, I died. Okay. Anyway, so the level is here and you can see it placed in our 3D environment. So I'm going to quickly find a nice position to place these elements. So first of all, our player character, of course, our 2 enemies that you have to fight to progress, and then our 1 box that has to be pushed, a simple thing the player needs to push the box to climb, and the end of level. And let's quickly go into that, except I'll just show it once everything is done. Now that I've finished setting up this basic level as you should, you can notice that this is a bit more 3D. Okay, we're no longer dealing with a basic 2D level. Now, the important aspect that we're going to get to, oh my god, I'm being destroyed. I'm dead. Okay, the important aspect that we're going to get to is the movable block. If my enemies will actually let me kill them. Ah, snap. Okay, I need to bait the attack and then move backwards. Okay, that one's dead. We want this block over here to be able to move in a way which is near linear, right? Because we're in a 3D world. We don't want that block to so easily fall off, right? Or be pushed aside. So in order to get that working effectively, all we have to do is, let's look into the blueprint, because the movable block is something we had in our blueprint. So let's go into blueprints. Let's go into obstacles, right? Here we are, movable block. Let's open it up. Well, for starters, I think it's going to be good to add in another component, because through the viewport, seeing this is it's kind of boring. Let's add some spice to it, okay? Let's add a basic mesh. Hmm, mesh, right? Basic static mesh. Okay, this is good. So let's look around. I'm sure that there are some good looking static meshes that we could use. A bucket works. Okay, let's just quickly increase its size. Okay, so at least now we're pushing a bucket, right? Let's increase its size. We'll delete the cube. We don't need the cube at all anymore. So this is like a bucket. Okay, maybe a bucket is also kind of dumb. We'll need something that looks a bit more movable. Oh, there's a large sack. That's not too bad. Okay, so there's a sack. That's not too bad. Okay, so we have a sack. Okay, we have a sack. So let's quickly come in here. Okay, so this is our sack. Let's see if we can start with just pushing it just a little bit. Okay, come over here. Hello, enemy. Okay, so I just need to bait the attack and then move backwards. Okay, this one's getting stuck on geometry. Okay, so this is our sack, right? Now it's not moving. So what we want to do is we want to go to movable block, and we want to double check physics. So yeah, let's do some basics physics simulation and see what becomes of our sack. Come over here. Well, hello there. Oh, snap. Ah, die. Okay. Okay, that one's firing the wrong direction. Okay, so our sack has some basic physics, right? Now, that's fine, that's reasonable. Now, we're going to do something really simple to help our sack stay upright. So on the movable block, we'll look at the static mesh over here. We'll just go into the event graph. I'll just say, hey, set world rotate law. Let's see, set world rotation, right? And we'll just say, hey, every tick, just set that up to be its rotation, right? And then I'm going to come here set position. Let's see, add world offset. We're not going to do this. Do we want it to be a okay? Before we connect that, let's quickly look at what set world rotation keeping that fixed looks like. So let's come back in. And yes, there are easier ways to test this. Like if you just go in and set it up in a different position. Okay, so these enemies only work on flat ground. Good to know. Okay, so right now it has continuously setting rotation on tick, right? But what it's not missing is that while its rotation is being continuously set, its XYZ position is not being continuously set. So I'll need to fix that. Let's quickly come here to the movable block, right? And we're going to come here and we're going to basically say constrain. We'll see. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to lock its rotation on every single axis, and then we're going to lock its position on the y-axis. That's all we're going to do. We're going to lock its position on the y-axis. Set that up, and let's come back here and see how that looks. All we've done is lock its position so that it doesn't move anywhere on the y-axis. Shit. Oh, snap. Okay. Okay, now look at it. Now we can move it, and it will basically move only in these two axes, and I can come back and I can move it. I mean, this is fine, but it's kind of being too bouncy. We're going to need to change one thing. Let's come here and we're going to double check on physics, angular damping, linear damping, enable gravity. Okay, so its mass, set it up to 100 kg. Let's come over here. I think just for testing, this, testing needs to be done in a way that's reasonably fast. So let me quickly just move the player. Let's move the player somewhere here. And perhaps even more importantly, let's get our two, let's see, where are our two enemies? And let's just move them backwards so that they can get out of the way just for testing. So at 100 kilograms, that's how it is. Let's go back to the movable block. Linear damping is set to 0.1. Let's set that to 1. Let's compile that. We'll leave the mass at 100 kilograms. Okay, so now its angular damping is higher. No, let's increase its mass to, let's say, 1000. Let's scale this in. Okay, so 1000, I can't even move it. So we're going to need to drop it down. Let's set it to 200 kilograms. A big 200 kilogram sack. Okay, now it moves. Now it moves and accelerates. Nice. Now there are other things we can do. For example, we can set it up so that once these two touch each other, we can set up a limit to the speed of our player character, right? So, but we're not going to do that. I think just for simple movement, this works well enough as a start. Okay, nice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to increase the linear damping to something a bit higher. Let's say 10. So let's increase the linear damping to 10. Okay, so now, okay, 10 is too high. We are not able to move it. Let's move it down to 3. Compile that. Even with 3, we're not able to move it. That's good. Let's reduce its mass to simply 100. That's good. Compile this. So we made it half the weight, although it still has quite a bit of damping. Okay, this is good. Now we're getting somewhere. So you can basically, anytime you have a movable object, you can tweak this value. Now let me tweak it to 4 on linear damping. That basically decides how quick it loses speed. Okay, 4 is good. Let's increase that higher. Let's put it up to, let's say, 8. Now start with a higher limit. Okay, so now at 8, essentially this is good. 100 kilograms, 8 linear damping. Now you can tell that it's a very heavy object, but it's still able to move through the world. And that is the overall basics of how to create a movable object. You can use it for puzzles. You can use it for a lot of things, okay? Now that you've learned that, let's quickly move on to the next level. Okay, now, actually, before we move in, we're going to need to add in a basic obstacle that the player needs to traverse over in order to successfully go to the other side, and they are going to need that little step. So within the asset pack, I can come down, and I need to find something that would be a good obstacle. This is nice. There's a basic pillar here. Let me add this to the world. Okay, it's a pretty basic column. Now what I want to do is I'm going to rotate it. Nope, let me not do that. Let me rotate it the simple way. I'm going to bring it down over here. That's good. No, I don't think this will work. It needs to be something that's visually able to demonstrate that actually you can't pass here, because although it's a 2D game, you don't want your players to think that you think they're dumb. So it has to be something else. Maybe this works. This is a nice column. Although let me now just change its positioning. Okay, so let's drop it down right over here. Bring it to here. Just about here. Okay, good. No, 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 no. That's too far forward. I would actually, if it's your actual release game, take the time to build it out just right. But for this makes more sense. Now let's quickly double check and see if the player is able to jump over it. Get out of my way, out of my way. So if the player tries to jump over it raw, they can, but we want to make it so that the player by themselves can't jump over it, and they need to bring that in. So this is a quick thing of just adding in just a little bit of height, not too much, just a little bit of height. And then we'll come over here, jump over these two, and if we try to jump up, we simply can't. But if we come over here, okay, snap, come on. Okay, I need to deal with these before I make any other decisions. Come over here. Okay, you kill one character. Kill the second character. Come over here. And so the player jumps over. Tests it out. They can't. They can't jump over. Sad. Okay. So we'll come over here. Okay. Then it jumps over. And I've made it over. Nice. That's a simple way of setting up puzzles. Now, of course, you can get the spacing right, pick better assets, do all those things, but the fundamentals are simple, right? And if we go back to how the level looked earlier, I don't have that here. We started out with a basic plan with some blocks. You can actually create, with just these few tools, you can create some pretty nasty, complex levels. Anyway, let's move on to the next lesson. Now, the next level that we're going into, let's quickly close all of this. The next level that we're getting into is going to be, let's see, the simple puzzle, the combat challenge. This level over here, where you have a couple of enemies, and now they can actually attack you. Holy cow. And we have to fight them. Shit. This is hard. Shit. Okay, well, let me just jump up to, oh snap, now three of them are on the, oh snap. Oh, now there's a bit of code that would need to go into making this work out. So to simplify this, hmm, hmm, hmm. Anyway, we'll come back into this. But I think for this one, I'm going to remove the enemies from this level, and we'll just have a basic level with a couple of platforms, a simple platforming level. That I think will be more fun, and you'll learn a bit more from that.
All right, so the work demonstration is done, and you'll see that I've added in a couple of different things to our melee enemy. For starters, the first thing we have is that we now have proper hit effects on the enemy when it attacks. We now have a proper hit effect and hit sound. That's good. And we have the same thing for the player, right? The player now plays a proper sound on hit and when they attack normally. That was achieved through adding in animation notifies on the sprite animations. That's for the non-hit attack sounds, and it was achieved by, under the sword attack, just adding in a play sound to the node on collision. As a game developer, you're going to be doing that a lot, getting what you have learned and applying it to your enemies in order to have a fun game. Another thing that was added in was the ability to make the decision on whether or not the enemy is going to be patrolling. So right now, it is on patrol as standard. However, now we can set it up to not be on patrol, so it only gets active when it detects the player. These are just some options. The more options you have on your enemies, the more you can design levels differently, and you can design enemy encounters differently every time you approach them. There is also some simple code now, some simple booleans that are instance editable to demonstrate showing or hiding the enemy health bar. Now that this is done, we are moving on to the next lesson. What I want you to do now is, with all your knowledge of Unreal Engine, you should be able to create a good melee enemy with lots of different attack sounds and design it how you want. Remember that the reason I'm creating these lessons is so you learn how to be a proper independent game developer and you can get out of tutorial hell. So now that you have learned these, apply them to your game, and you can, once you're done with adding in the sounds you want, we'll go on into the next lesson where we will do some general level design recommendations, and after that we're going to create the ranged enemy and make adjustments to how the ranged enemy works. Let's move forward. All right, so now I'm going to teach you one new thing. Now, if you look around, you'll notice that in this environment, pretty much, let me quickly throw everything into one folder. So I've come in using the exact same workflow and added in quite a bit of assets, right? So you can see that the player can come in right now, and there are two guards that it can kill, right? That the player is able to kill, run through them. There is good lighting in this level, and eventually reach the end, right? And then in the next level, we have our first introduction to the ranged enemy. Now, one thing we can do is notice that if I move backwards in my level, I can fall off, right? Now, in game development, there is something simple called blocking. Essentially, what that means is we place an actor into the world called a blocking volume. Now, all this does is it prevents the player from passing this way. Anything the player uses will not pass through this volume. So it's used to prevent people from falling through the world. Now, when I put that right over there, notice the player stops. But I can jump over it and I'm out of bounds. Now to fix that, all we have to do is select our blocking volume, of course, and I would simply increase its height by like a fact, oh no, that's width. Its Z height to or by a factor of 10. Its width, I would have that like, let's say 2. So now the player, when they are playing your game, is unable to get past here. So that's a simple way of saying, hey, player, don't pass over here. So all they can do now, they have to move forward and deal with these enemies. Oh snap, these enemies are strong.
Okay, and that's a simple way of doing it. Now, this is just an asset, okay? You can find it on the Unreal Engine store. You can place it how you want. The most important thing, had to wait for a couple of loud vehicles to pass by. The most important thing is how you use them to create your levels. The next thing we're going to do is, now that we have our melee enemies set up to a reasonable degree, we'll simply select them and check on the outline, and I'll simply say, hey, this isn't on patrol. Let's remove the patrol characteristic from these enemies. So now when the player starts the level, they don't start off by hearing footsteps. It's only when they come down that they are being attacked. Okay, one down, jump over. And then we jump over here and we're done. We can now go into the next level. So let's quickly come here, redesign this, and add in some nice fun to fight against ranged enemies. Let's do that in the next lesson. Now that we have our melee enemy fully upgraded with all the animation and sound effects, it's time to make similar adjustments to our ranged enemy. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to uplift our current position, and let's raise that way up. And this is going to be our testing ground for the ranged enemy. Position the character right over there. And then we're going to get an instance of our ranged enemy and place it right over here. As usual, we're going to make sure that it's in the right position for a 2D platformer. And let's see how it works right now. Yeah, okay, so it basically detects where the player is at any moment and fires a projectile towards the player's current position. That's good. That's something very, very reasonable. So let's see how that code works. I've opened the ranged enemy blueprint, and we can see that it's quite simple. It will, on C pawn, or rather when it senses the player, and we want to check for if it can fire, that's the condition, and then it immediately spawns in the actor of enemy projectile, and it targets, it's going to spawn it at its current world location, which is good. And then it sets can fire to off, and there is a fire delay that determines what's going to be the amount of time between shots it can take. Let's click and see. It's currently set to 3 seconds. Let's bring that down to 2 seconds. And then once that's done, it can fire again. Let's quickly double check that all that is working. 2 seconds. Fire. 1, 2. 1, 2. Fires in there. Ah, nice. It can come and grab the player even when they 1, 2. Ah. And each projectile seems to be doing a small amount of damage. Now let's open up the blueprint for the enemy projectile. This is it. All it essentially does is, on component begin overlap, it casts to the player and it applies 30 damage, which means it kills the player in 4 hits. Print text and player is hit by projectile, destroy itself. Then event tick, there is a delay of 5 seconds before it destroys itself. And on projectile stop, or when it hits anything in the world, it destroys itself. That's the simple baseline, component for its collision. Now, if we come here to the actual movement, we'll see on event begin play, projectile is tracking player. it will get the player's character's current actor location on spawn. It's going to set a velocity of 5 units per second, and it's going to come in and activate projectile movement, which is good. And then it's going to set its velocity on the projectile movement component in that direction. And there we are. That's all it's doing. So there's some basic code deciding on, yep, there we are. Player is hit, okay? You can see that going on. That's good. That's fantastic. So now that we have this set up, we're going to start by opening up the other blueprint of the melee enemy, and we're going to think about things that we want to transfer from how our melee enemy works to our current ranged enemy. Let's get into that. Looking at the way that the ranged enemy works, I think that's fine for a simple gun emplacement. But I want my ranged enemy to have a bit more character than what it has right now. There are two things that are important to me for a ranged enemy. For starters, I want them to be able to run away. So when the player gets close, I want the ranged enemy to be able to run away a short distance, right? And it shouldn't do it all the time, but I want there to always be a chance that like it runs away. The next thing that I want is I want there to always be, well, we can set it up in two ways using randomness, or we can have a variable that determines whether or not it runs away. That's good if you want level consistency. That's pretty much it. I just want the ranged enemy to be able to actually run away from the player and demonstrate that, hey, I'm weak, I die in 2 hits. So I want to be able to run away. Let's quickly come in and see the details of our ranged enemy. It has the, I can decide on whether or not its health bar is shown. That's good because that's part of our general blueprint. For enemies, that's all right. Let me put that to false. Let me double check and make sure it's working correctly. It is. Okay, good. So what we're going to do is, for starters, since I want to explore it running away, let me quickly stretch this out a bit. Let me double its width. It's going to be fine. So let's start with the ranged enemy. Right now, it has its detect, play, and spawn projectile that I think is working down to a T. Let's see, its event tick is directly connected to its parent tick, which is good. Let's see, its event begin play is here. So let's quickly, since there is a parent tick, last I checked, I removed the event tick and all event ticks from the master enemy. Yes, so there are no event ticks here. That's good. So we have the ability to call event tick here. So let's simply theorize on how this could work. So on event tick, we would want it to do something like after detect player is in range, that's pawn sensing. Okay, how are we going to set this up? Let's quickly compile and think through this. When the enemy comes in within a certain range, it's going to realize that it's close range. Rather, when the player gets within a certain range, it's going to think and decide on whether or not it's going to run away. That is a good way to set things up. So to get that right, let's open up the blueprint. So what we're going to do is, for starters, let me pull this event tick on the side. Let's have it a bit more to the side. And let's quickly break this pawn sensing, because I want the pawn sensing component to be, set aside. Okay, so let's go back to the melee enemy, and we want to have as much consistency as possible. So alerted, let's set up an alerted variable here. Alerted, that's initial state is going to be its default value should be not alerted. Okay, but on pawn sensing, it's going to set alerted to true. That works. And that is the exact same thing. Let's open up the melee enemy and bring it over here. Detect player and go on alert. That's good. Yeah, it's the exact same basic concept. So we want to have as much consistency as possible. Let's bring this in. Now you might ask, well, if you're setting up different response sensing for different characters, why not just put this in the master? The reason why is because I want to be making changes with the pawn sensing on, let's say, radius, distance, how I want it to take. That's why we are not setting it up within the master. So what else is going on? Let's remove that immediately. The next thing that the melee enemy does reasonably well, let's bring this over here. I don't know why it keeps skipping over. We don't need the master enemy for now. And how often do I want it to do that check? So let's see, that's the melee enemy. Let's see, for the melee enemy, which pawn sensing? I use pawn sensing melee enemy, which is set up separately. So what I'll do is I'll do the same thing here. I'll just duplicate that. I'll say, hey, pawn sensing dash ranged enemy, and that's going to be the one that we'll use. So instead of using the master's pawn sensing, we'll come over here and we'll add in the event on C pawn for the ranged enemy. So it's a special event just for this enemy. Not this one. The one I want is this one. Add event on C pawn. Okay, perfect. On C pawn, pawn sensing the ranged enemy. I love to have different pawn sensing. It just makes life easier because I can make decisions for all enemies. I can make decisions for just a single enemy. It's good to have that separation of church and state law. Okay, so let's compile that. That's fine. So this should be working correctly. So immediately the player is seen, it goes on alert. So let's now come here and set up our event tick. Right, so this happens every event tick. And what we'll do is we'll say, hey, on every event tick, let's do a basic sequence, right? Because it's going to go through a couple of different things. And the second thing it's going to do is it's going to come over here and we're going to set up a branch, right? A basic branch of logic. And within that logic, we're going to pull out alerted, get alerted. It's going to be very simple, a very simple setup to the melee enemy. And we'll say, okay, so if it is alerted, what it's going to do is it's going to branch. But what I want to do is, come on, if it is alerted, man, these are good distances. Oh, okay, let's break this up. Oh snap, I need to click. I double click. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Then I double click, then I drag that here. So basically, if it is alerted, Now it starts firing off its projectiles. That's all. So another, code for moving the projectile is elsewhere. So let's come over here. Ah, nice. Once it's alerted, it starts firing and it keeps firing at the player. Okay, so what we'll do is now we're going to say, okay, that's cool. It fires projectiles at the player. But I think we need to have some limits because right now when the player is way over here in the world, if he comes back over here, okay, it fires at him. But now, if I come right over here, notice, okay, the projectile comes. Okay, not bad. And the projectile lasts about 5 seconds. Then it self-destructs. Or on hit, it self-destructs. Nice. But I think after a certain distance, it should stop firing the projectiles. So let's come back into the ranged enemy. So we'll say, hey, on pawn sensing, for starters, we're going to say it gets alerted, right? That's fine. But also, we'll come here and we'll create a new variable. We'll call it um, attack range. Let's actually go into the melee enemy. Within attack range, we set it up as, let's see, what did we set it up? Because we set up an attack range. Oh, with the melee enemy, we didn't set this up as a variable. Hmm. Hmm. We did get distance 2 and we set it up at 150, but we didn't set it up as a variable. That's fine. But here, we want to have a variable. So we're going to put this up and then player. No, let's say, let's call it in attack range. So we'll come out and we'll say immediately on pawn sensing, want to set in attack range, and we'll set it up to be so that, hey, it's positive, right? In attack range. Okay, so we'll set that up and we'll come over here. Now we need to use that in attack range. So we'll come over here just for the sake of baseline testing. We're going to print some text that says player is in archer range. That's all. It's going to say player is in archer range. So let's see if this shows up properly. Boom, player is in archer range. Okay, yeah, the tick is good. So now this AI can detect when the player is within good attack range. So let's actually use that. So we come in here and there is already a branch, right? And this branch checks can fire. So what we're going to do is we'll set up another branch right before. We'll connect this to here. Let's move this forward. So here it's checking if it can fire, right? But the next thing I want it to do is I want it to double check and checks is the player within attack range, right? So if the player is in attack range and the enemy can fire, then it will go through all of this, right? And that's okay. But what we now want to do is now, let's see. So once the player is here, it's going to check and say, hey, is it in attack range? And then it can fire off everything else. So let's quickly compile that and look at how the enemy now reacts. Okay, player is in attack, archer attack range. Player is in archer attack range. Archer. Okay, not bad. Now, just to prevent that attack range thing from continuously coming on, let me see what other things is it typing on screen. Let's see. So projectile is tracking player, patrol. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll come into the enemy projectile, and I'm going to quickly remove all of the code that is, we don't need any more of that code because we've tested the projectile and we know it works. So we do not want that there. Then let's come back into the melee enemy, and I don't think we need anything making statements about it doing its patrol. We just don't need that. We know that its patrol gets resumed, so we don't need that text. Let's see, I want to have practically a clean screen. Player is in archer range. Okay, good. Then I'll come back into here, and there's also this bit of player is hit by projectile. We know that works. Don't need that text anymore. So now let's see. It's only saying player is in attack range. Good. So let's come back into here, and what we're going to do is we're going to do some basic testing. So let's come here and let's add in a bit of a sequence. Right, so there are three. I don't think we need three. That's fine. Let's go back into the melee enemy. And what else? We also have a starting position. With the ranged enemy, let's do the same thing. We'll create a variable called starting position that holds a vector transform, if I remember correctly. Yes, starting position holds a transform. That's good. And we'll get all of the code that gets the initial starting position. I'm just going to get all of it and copy it and add it in over here. Since we've created the blueprint once, there's no reason to continuously need to go over all the code. Just for a basic knowledge check, remember it comes here, it does once, there is a short delay of 0.2 seconds, then it gets the starting position of its capsule component, this one. Let's first remove this and make sure that it is getting this capsule component's position, not the other one. And when it comes to set, I want to make sure that it's setting this starting position, set starting position, and not the other. Whenever you're copying over nodes, it's good to just make sure that your variables are well aligned. Okay, perfect. Its default value is basically empty, it's 0. That's good. So now we have the ability to save the starting position of this ranged enemy, and what we'll do is this should be the first thing that it does. So we'll do this once. That's perfectly fine. The second thing is it wants to do a quick check on if it's alerted. If it's alerted, it does that. If it is not alerted, it does something else. But we just wanted the basic alerted check. Then we want to check on attack range. But how do we do that, right? Well, we'll do that here. We'll do that with the third tick sequence. So let's come over here. Let's copy that and paste that somewhere right over here. Hold on, I want to make this right sized. So what this does is it checks the players. No, it checks if the player is in archer range. It's a basic check for if the player is in archer range, okay? Let's come over here, and it's going to be the third thing it does. So it's going to come over here, and what it's going to do is it's going to do a basic check, and what it checks for is less. Okay, well, before we go into that, we'll do a basic check. So for starters, we want to get player character. That's good. And then what we want to do is we're going to get world position, get world location, I guess of its capsule component. Okay, want to get its world location. That's cool. Then we'll come over here. Oh snap, we're using the complicated way of doing things. I don't think we need to. Actually, what we want is to get its world location. Anyway, so let's keep it simple. Actually, we'll keep this. No, okay. Then we're going to get distance 2 from the self, and what we want to look for is the capsule component. Hold on, let's remove this. Let's quickly remove you. Okay, perfect. That's its distance 2. So come over here, and so we are getting the distance to the player character. Okay, so we're going to return its value, and what we're going to look for is less than, actually greater than. And what we want, let's say that we want its attack range to be about 1000, right? So if it's less than, we're going to do a basic branch. So let's set up a branch right over here. Cool. And the way we want it to be set up is that, hey, if the distance to the player is greater than 1000 units, which is true, we're going to say set in attack range to false. That's all we're going to do. Set in attack range false, and then we're going to print. We're going to print some text, and in the text we're going to say player is out of attack range. Okay, this is just set up to do a basic check. I'm pretty certain it's going to work perfectly, but we always must check and make sure every component works. And where is that going to come out from? It's going to come from the third tech. So let's quickly compile. Let's come over here. So it's saying player is out of attack range. Good. Oh, now it's player is in attack range. Now it checks player is out of attack range. Checks again, it sees he's in range. So it's actively double checking to see the player's attack range, see the player's position, and once the player is within the attack range, what it does is that it checks in attack range to 0. So this is working, and we don't need this anymore. So now we have a pretty basic ranged enemy that once I'm here, it fires at me. But once I'm here, it's no longer firing. Notice it's not firing anymore. But once I get here, it starts firing at me. That's nice. I like that a lot. That's a good ranged enemy. It's getting some work done, but it has some limits. That's good, and that works. So one last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come back over here and double check on what the current tick rate is. So actor tick is set to 0.00, which means it ticks every frame. Let's slow that down to 0.1. So it only does these checks once every 10th of a second. So let's come back in here. Okay, so it attacks me now. Okay, perfect. I'm right out of range. Then here, I'm back in range. Here, it should still attack. Okay, but now I'm out of range. Cool. So what we're now going to do with our ranged enemy, let's see, what we're going to do is we're going to get its pawn sensing, and let's increase that radius a bit of sight. Let's give it a sight radius of about 900 units. So now it can see the player from farther off. Let's come in here. Yep, it can now see the player from farther off. But immediately I come out here. So right when it goes off screen, it stops firing. But right when it gets in screen, about here, yeah, now it's able to fire at the player. That's good. I think that's balanced because you don't want the player to be eating shots from enemies that are way too off screen. It's not fun and it's not balanced. You can change that based off what you want for your game, but from a game design perspective, you want there to be visibility to all the attacks going toward the enemy, and it fires immediately. Nice, this is good. Now what we can do is, now that we have that down pat, let's add in a bit more flavor to the enemy movement, right? So want this enemy to run away sometimes from the player if the player tries to get in close to attack it. Let's get into that in the next lesson. All right, so let's now add in the code that will cause anytime the player character comes in close, the enemy moves away. So let's start with something that simple. So we will come over into our ranged enemy, and let's say let's see, checks if the player character is in archer range. If the player character goes in a range that is let's see, above 1000, we basically want it to set, hey, in attack range. But let's do another check, right? So we'll come over here and we'll use the same get distance tool, right? So let's come and let's set up another branch. Now with this branch, we're going to come and we'll check on the distance from the character again, but then this time what we want is we want to see if it's less than, and let's say close, right? So really close range. So let's say about 500 range. And if this is set to true, what we want to do is we want to create a new variable. So let's say we'll say this, and we'll say player to close. So it's not a transform, it is a boolean. So all it does is to say, hey, player to close. So what it's going to do is it's going to come in here and it's going to say, hey, set player to close to be true, right? That's all it's going to do. It's just going to say, hey, set player to close to be true. And then we'll come here, and instead of double checking a random value there, right, we'll just create another variable and we'll say flee proximity. You can call it whatever you want, but I'm just calling it flee proximity. In other words, how close does the player have to be? Get flee proximity. Right now it's set to 500. How close does the player have to be in order to cause the enemy to feel like, hey, the player is too close, right? Let's quickly compile. And its baseline proximity is 500 units. So set it up to 500 units. It's going to set, hey, player too close. And once that's done, oh, sorry, I'm clicking that properly. And once that's done, so all we've done so far is, hey, if the player gets out of 1,000 units of range, it simply says, hey, the player is no longer in attack range. However, if the player gets to less than flee proximity, which by the way, let's come and make sure it's instance editable, so it's publicly accessible, then we need to be able to say, okay, the player is now too close, and take some action based off that. But this is the interesting thing. We're going to simply click on this and say do once, because this is, you don't want the archer, unless you want the archer to consistently be fleeing, but essentially you don't want the archer to be consistently fleeing from the player. It's something you would want them to do once, and then never do it again, and just accept and let the player kill the archer. So what we want is to say, okay, do once, and we're going to use some movement to move it away from the player. So for now, we'll say, hey, do once. It's going to print text, and I want this text to last for about 10 seconds, and I want it to be, let's say, pink, and say archer is fleeing. Okay, so let's quickly compile. So let's come back in here. Okay, it's in range. Then once I come here, archer is fleeing. Essentially what it's doing is that it is going to now start working on this code, which makes it want to flee the scene. So let's come over here and add this in. So come over here. There's also another printing text that I want to remove, because we do not need the constant reminder that the player is in archer range. We pretty much have that now. So let's see, up, now the archer is fleeing, but it does so once. Perfect. Let's get into putting in the code for the fleeing enemy. All right, so let's go back to how we've done this before, because all we want is that once you get within a certain range, it just runs away from you, and it does it once. So let's come back into our ranged enemy and say, okay, well, at what point is it going to determine its direction, right, relative to the player? Well, the way we set it up initially is pretty simple. It's going to do a simple move to actor location of the player character that is controlled by its AI controller. That's fine. And at the end of that move to, it basically does a simple check for get velocity, and then it will set player direction based off that. Positive for right of our sprite, negative for left of our sprite. Well, what we can do is something pretty damn similar. So if we gather all of this code right here, right, and we simply copy it, and we go into our ranged enemy, and let's come in here and let's see, okay, so let's say it has seen the player. Let's just bring in these nodes here, because we'll only be using a couple, we won't be using all of them. What we want, for starters, is we want to have a variable here called player direction, and we don't want it to be a float, we want it to be a boolean. Hold on, let's quickly destroy that, then bring in create that a boolean, and I'll come in here and we'll have some basic settings. That's a positive set, this is a negative set, right? So negative meaning the player is to the left. So what we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll say, okay, on immediately it detects the player. Immediately it detects the player. We're going to say it immediately detects the player. We want it to immediately also check. Oh yeah, joys of people racing on the road right outside my office. So we're going to immediately do something to do a simple check. So what we'll do is we're going to come over here and we're going to add in a simple move to. So let's add this simple move to right over here. Let's come and move this over here. Nice. So what we're going to do is let's come over here, this detect player and go on alert. Okay, nice. That happens on every time the pawn sensing determines that. Now I want there to be a simple move to. That also happens here. That means that I could, let's do a simple sequence. So that these things can happen every single time that the pawn sensing fires off. So the third thing it's going to do is it's going to do a basic simple move to the player character. Now in its current state, it's quickly moving over this. It's doing some basic get velocity checking. So it gets the velocity and it determines if you are moving left or right. And of course, if you are moving to the right, let's actually open this. I'm going to need a bit more space for this blueprint. So let's give it the space it deserves. Put it right over here. And then let's extend this. Come on, blueprints. Give me some space. Thank you. So come over here, and if it finds that its velocity is going to be greater than 0, it sets it to that direction. If it says the velocity is this, it's that. Okay, perfect. Let's open this up just a little bit. Let's quickly save this. And let's do this. Okay, so let's go. It should basically move towards the player once it detects him. Okay, not bad at all. So it's doing the simple move too. But I don't like how the simple move too constantly causes those hitches because it's moving on the vertical and horizontal planes. That's not what we want. We want it to be locked in. So let's come in here, ranged enemy. Huh? What happened? Did I just close that? Details, window, details. Yes, I want my details window. Okay, so let's look for constrained. So we want to constrain it on the XZ. Actually, we want to constrain it. No, not XZ and Y. Okay, let's double check. Let's constrain it to XZ. And let's see if that works correctly now. No, 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 it's not constrained Z. XZ, why am I thinking about this? No. Planar movement, let's quickly constrain it to the X axis. Let's quickly compile. and quickly play. Want to make sure its movement constraints are proper. Let's come back here. Okay, character movement. It's constrained in the x-axis. It should be constrained to the y-axis. Let's try that again, because it's the y-axis that we don't want to move. Yes, it is the y-axis. I don't know why. Oh man, Unreal Engine. Z is up, Y is background, foreground, and X is left and right. Okay. Unreal Engine direction notation. Always getting me. Okay. So now we have our basic enemy. Let's run towards it. It moves towards the player, and that's okay. That's fine. Right now, we have it working so that it is able to move towards the player, which is reasonable. However, its movement right now is kind of, for lack of a better word, pointless, because we do not want this movement component firing multiple times. Let's come down here. What we actually truly want is for it to fire once. So for starters, we'll come here and we'll simply add in a do once. Okay, now that should work. Let's bring this over here. I think for starters alignment, let's align all of them to the left, and within the alignment let's distribute vertically. Okay, so they are vertically stacked. So yes, it is going to do this. The exact number of times it's doing it, it's going to do it once. Let's bring this right over here to as appreciation for it. Now let's line this up, just some basic organization. Always good to have reasonably organized blueprints. Actually, let me just line these up. Okay, perfect. Let's line that up. Okay, this is good. Let's align these to the left. Move them a bit more to the left. Okay, that's perfect. Then I'll get everything here and shift it over to the left. Just keeping the blueprints organized. Okay, perfect. Now, the last thing we're going to need to do is to add in one little bit of logic, because right now, let's come here and add some prints, right? Let's print text. Player is to the right, and we'll have this in which text color? Have this in this, okay? Have it in pink, and then here we'll say, hey, if this is true, let's print out some different text, and the text is going to be player is to the left. Okay, which color? Let's make it like yellow. I think yellow would be good. So we can now see it on our screens, and then duration, I want it to be on screen for 12 seconds. 12 seconds to make sure our code is running. Now just a quick overview. On pawn sensing, for the ranged enemy, it goes through a sequence. The first thing it does is it sets itself to alerted, and it sets itself to in attack range. That's it. The next thing it does right after detecting the player and goes on alert is that it does a simple do once move to move simple move to location, and we are moving to the actor location of the player controller, and this simple move to is connected to the AI controller of this specific instance of the ranged enemy. Once it has done that, it comes out into a branch where it does a simple check. It checks to see if the velocity in the x direction of the self is greater than 0. Keep in mind we've told it to move towards the player character. So if the velocity is greater than 0, that means that the player is to the right, and we're going to do this once. It means the player is to the right. If the velocity is less than 0, which means it's moving in a negative direction, it says player is to the left. So let's see if this is working correctly. Player is to the oh my god, mixing of variables again. If the velocity is less than 0, then the player is to the right. Oh my god. If the velocity is greater than, yeah, now this is more correct. So if the velocity is greater than 0, that means that it's moving in the x velocity. No, hold on, no, whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop, brain fog, brain fog. I've been at this too long. Let's come back. It's simple move to location. Good. Right after that, it does a basic check. And this check, it says, hey, actually, you don't need this. I don't know why this is here. I literally don't know why this is here. If I don't know why that second branch is here. That second branch didn't need to exist. That was just poor coding. That was horrible. Okay, so if the velocity is greater than 0, it is to the right. The player is to the right. If the velocity is less than 0, the player is to the left. That's all it should be. I don't know why I added in that second branch. Okay, player is to the left. Okay, but why is it saying that? Is this in the wrong location? Let's do some double checking to see if maybe there is a greater code error. So let me select the player character, move it to the left, come over here, click on this, and now move this to the right. Okay, so now the player character is coming from the right. It says Archer is fleeing, player is to the left. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a slight delay. The duration is going to be set to 0.2 for both of these. Okay, so let's do that. Let me move these forward because I want to see if it is a tick delay that is causing these issues. And if it's not a tick delay, then it's something else entirely. So if this comes out as false, comes to here. Let's see. Okay, player is to the left. Okay, let's come out of that. Come back here. Let's try this again. Player is to the left. Okay, it's saying that, but that's correct this time. Let's see if we can get it to be wrong from the right side. Player is to the left. It's doing the same thing. So let's go into the code and figure out why that is happening. The reason why that is happening is because we are doing a simple move to, and then we are checking to see we are checking using velocity, which may be the incorrect way of doing it. So what we could do is we could simply remove the get velocity check. We'll leave everything here. We could also remove the simple move tool. We can remove that actually. But what we can do is to get actor world location. Then, okay, so we'll get the self, and then we can get location. Okay, we can get both these locations. Let's split the pin, and then we are going to do a basic subtract. So we'll subtract the X location of the player character, and we'll subtract the X location of the self, which is this character itself. And then we're going to come out here and we'll do a simple test. Okay, so for starters, before we go into all the logic, we're just doing some basic testing. Let's test the distance between these two. So for starters, we're going to do some basic printing. So let's do a basic print text, and what we want to print is the X position. So let's start with that. I want to just print the X position of the player. Okay, negative 765. Okay, now let's print the position of the self of the ranged enemy, negative 144. Okay, good. We can do that. That I like a lot. So what we can do is we can do some basic addition. So we're going to add up these two X values. And we're going to print that out, and let's see what value we get. So when it comes over here, when we add it up, they add up into a negative. Okay, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So now we're going to need to do, there are many ways to do this, but this is kind of fascinating to look into. How do we know and do a simple check to determine which direction the player is coming from? Okay, so let's do some basic science. What if I wanted to get the location of this relative? I want to get the location of the player relative to our ranged enemy. I could simply, let me first recombine these. I could simply come in here and subtract, right? So we could simply subtract, we can get this location and subtract this location. Basically, we are subtracting, we are getting the location of the self, and we are subtracting the location of the player character, and let's see what value we get. Okay, good. Okay, so now that we've thought through that, how do we get an accurate relative location? Let's bring this out. I want to do a simple multiplication, but I want to multiply this by -1. Let's also split this up because I only need the X value. I don't need all the other values since it's a 2D game. Okay, so let's compile this and come in now. So when I come from the left, it is 891. Okay, now let's come in from the right. It's negative 758. Okay, let's do that again. -6. Okay, yeah. Now this works. So now we're able to get a negative value if I'm attacking from the left side, and we're able to get a positive value if we come in from the right side. That is working effectively. I like this method of doing things a lot, and it doesn't rely on the movement component. So just to talk mathematically, to get the relative location of the player character from the ranged enemy, we are getting their two locations and subtracting the player's location from the enemy's world location. And then we simply multiply the x value by -1, and whatever value we get is going to give to tell us where we are coming from, its true relative position from it. So here, relative position is 700 and that, okay? Now, if I bring the player character from here, it was negative on the other side. Now, if we come in from this direction, it's a positive value. And that's really all we wanted. That's fantastic. So we'll get this. And now that we have this information, we can now do our check properly. So let's remove that printing of text. This has been figured out. What we now want is to do a basic branch. We do not need this delay anymore. We've figured that out. Hold on. Now we can do the basic print text testing. So we'll do this once, coming in over here, and come in over here. Let's see. Let's see. So when it's true, it should say, hey, player is to the right. When it's false, it should say, hey, player is to the left. But how do we now double check and get a good value for this condition? Well, we're going to simply compare, and we'll get the x value and insert it here, and this is going to be 0. So let's check it out. It's going to get the value, the relative position, and say, hey, is the relative position greater than 0, a positive value? Then it's true, the player direction is from the right. If the value is negative, all negative numbers should be less than 0, the player is to the left. So let's see. Player is to the right. That is very correct. Well done, Unreal Engine. Okay, let's get back to this side. Now the player is coming in from the left. Player is to the left. Good. Now let's quickly turn off the do once node and let's run it on every tick, just to truly make sure that what we are seeing is correct. So yep, player is to the left, player is to the right, player is to the left, player is to the right. Nice. This was a nice little problem which we have solved. So now that we've solved that, let's go back to the do once. Actually, we don't need to do it to set that up to a do once. We'll come back to this. For now, all this is doing is that it is setting player direction to right or left. That's good enough for now. So let's quickly get this, and we're going to write this out as our comment for this line of code. Let's come over here, let's bring it down a bit. It's to keep, it's always good to keep your code organized, especially considering how complex it can get. And I think you've noticed now, the deeper you get into development, the more complex your code is going to be. And one of the things I love about blueprints is that our code since it's all blueprints, is basically all covered up by nodes that we need to manage. If this was an actual nest of code, let's just say this would be a lot less fun. Let's put it that way. A lot less fun. But now we are able to visibly see what we are doing, which makes a world of difference. And as someone who has come into Unreal from Unity, I'll tell you, looking for something that was broken, developing with Unity was a pain. At least now it's really simple to see what it is you're doing. Okay, so this is done. This is working effectively. So let's look at it one more time. Plays to the left, plays to the right. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now, the next thing we're going to do, keep in mind this is all running off the tech. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make it so that the enemy is going to want to run away from the player once, and it does this only once. So we've already done to check and see if the player is in archer range, and we already have this to check and see if the archer is fleeing. So what we want to see is check for is flee proximity. So if it sees that player is too close is true, we're going to do something else. So let's come here and we're going to drag it off here, and we're going to do a basic branch. Now this segment of code over here is only going to run if it does a basic check, and it's going to get player too close. So it's going to do a simple check. Actually, we don't want this running here, we want it running earlier. But it's going to say, hey, check if get player too close is true. It's going to come over here and it's going to do once, because this is something you just want to happen once. You can set it up so that it does this multiple times, but an enemy that constantly keeps running away from you is really frustrating to fight. Really, really frustrating to fight. Okay, excellent. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come in over here, and on the do once we set it up, and it's going to be simple move to location. And what we're going to do is, for starters, we need to get the controller. It's going to be get AI controller, for which actor it's going to be for the self. Okay, it's going to be that AI controller. Now as far as its goal, we basically want its goal to be, okay, its goal location is going to be its starting position, because it doesn't patrol. So its starting position, and we're going to get that, and we're going to get that starting position and do some basic addition. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in over here, and we're going to say, okay, so its starting position is the goal. As a simple illustration, we're going to come over here and simply say, let's see, we're simply going to add. So we're going to get the starting position. Oh, let's come over here. Let's quickly split it up. Its positional location. So let's split that up. So it's X location. X is really the one we want. and then we're going to simply add, and we're going to add 100 units to it. So that's going to be the goal. Let's quickly compile. So immediately we come in, it should move 100 units in the positive direction. Okay, 100 units is kind of few to see. So what we want is, let's add in a bit more. Let's add in about 500 units. And at the end, we want to see something on screen that gets printed. And then we want that to be, let's say, just the words running, because we're going to do some testing to see if the running is moving optimally. So we come here, it does do the running. So let's do that again, but I want to do it in a way where we can visibly see the run. Okay, let me jump. Can I come on? I want to get you to run. Okay, 500 units. Now here is where it's going to be facing a little challenge. Let's see. Simple AI move tool, that's working. Actor location, that's working. So right now it's not actually moving properly. And why would it be not moving properly? Let's come down over here. Let's maybe split this up. Let's first break this. Let's split it up. It has an X, Y, and Z goal. Cool. Let's give it the X. Let's give it the Y. Exactly the same as the starting. And let's give it the Z. Pretty much the exact same. We don't want anything to change there. Okay, so now that all those values are filled, let's see if it will move correctly. Yes, now it is moving correctly. 500 units back. Okay, so not bad. Now we have an AI that is able to move back 500 units. Cool. But we need to make some minor adjustments to that code, because you'll notice if I move over to the right side and I press play, it starts moving towards the player, which isn't what you want. So thinking about this from a logic perspective, instead of adding 500, we'll just add in a variable called flee distance. And I want this variable to be a float. Okay, so let's get flee distance. Get flee distance and put it in over here. Let's quickly compile that. Now here's the beautiful thing. Let's see, flee distance. We can set it to a normal value of, let's set it up to be instance editable, and we'll set it up with a basic value of 500 units, but it is instance editable. So we'll save that. Now that we have the flee distance, all we need to do is to have a set flee distance. So what we'll do is, now that we have the move left and right correct, we'll simply come over here and we'll say set flee distance, right? And if the player is on the right, flee distance is going to be negative 500. If the player is on the left, flee distance. Actually, yes, if the player is coming from the right, flee distance is negative 500. If the player is coming from the left, flee distance is 500. So let's see if that's working effectively. So come over here, it moves back 500 units. However, let's now move it here. So the first time the player comes in, the player is able to see it from here. It does that. Nice. But wait, there's more. So we'll come here and we're going to add in another value, okay? So we'll come here and we're going to do something pretty basic, right? So we'll come here and we'll say, hey, also before they do once, after the players gotten too close, after all that, I'm going to just add in another branch. And we're going to come here and we're going to add in something pretty basic. And we're going to add another variable. It's going to be a boolean and we're going to just call it can flee. Okay, so can flee is going to be another boolean and we'll have this get can flee. Now all we're now going to do is we're going to make this instance editable and we're going to set it to true. So which now means that with this character, we now have total control over it when we place it in the level. Can it flee? Yes, okay, sure, it's going to run away from the player. However, if you come in and you make can flee false, now for this specific instance, it can't run from the player. That's pretty cool. Another thing that we can do with the ranged enemy is we can come here and say within the branch, although it would need to be one of the first branches, no, we don't need to do this actually. Let's remove that. I'll just come here and add insert execution pin before. We want this to be one of the first things. And we can say random. Let's see, not random, not vector. Now what we can do now to make this random, all we're going to need to do is pull this out and we're going to look for a new kind of operator. Let's call it the multi-get, and we're going to set it up to be random. And before that, we're also going to set it up as a do once. So it's only going to do this once. Now, here we're going to come out, I'm going to make some settings. So we're going to say set can, not can flee to true, or it's going to set can flee to false, right? Now just to see which one it's set to, we can come out here. Oh, no, get out of here, get out of here. We can come out here and do some basic printing. So we'll simply print and we'll have it say can flee, and then here it will simply say won't flee. So here we are, it either can flee or it won't flee. So let's see. Right now, hold on, we need to set this up to be, it will either do it once, can flee or won't flee. It should only run a single time. So it will do this once. So set this up, let's see. The first thing it does is can flee, it can flee. Okay, cool. Now, again, it can flee and it can flee. Okay. Now it won't flee. So it won't run away from the player. Right? It's randomized now. Now, let's see. It will run away from the player. So that's a simple way to set it up so that it will randomly decide on whether or not the character can flee or it can't. So that's important. Okay, so now that we're done with that simple action, there's one last thing to do. So we'll come over here. Oh my goodness, tracks. Now that those are done, we'll come over here and we're going to make one adjustment. We'll come into character movement, and I want to simply set its speed. Yeah, let's say set max walk speed, and I want this walk speed to be really high. Let's say 1000 may be too much. No, let's say 2000. So come over here, 2000. So now let's play with this character and see how it reacts. We come over here, it fires, it runs away. Okay, so it's able to quickly move away from the player character, and that's good to have. Now that that's ready and set up, we have a basic ranged enemy that we can attack from any direction, and it will run away from the player. So now it still can, it's running away. Nice. But now I think that though its walk speed is high, I think that the speed at which it starts walking is a bit too low. So let's quickly go into the character movement. It's max walk speed, that's irrelevant. Let's see, acceleration. Okay, that could be its max acceleration. But I feel like I want it to move even faster. Hmm, 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 hmm. Maximum movement. That's in next networking. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I guess we could simply set its acceleration to be much higher. So instead of 2000, let me set its acceleration to be 8000. So it should very almost instantaneously move. Okay, so it moves back basically immediately. That I like. I think that's going to be much better for this character based off how I like it to be. Set it up how you want for your game, for balance and everything. Now that this basic AI is set up, let's quickly, well, for starters, I'm going to come over here into the ranged enemy. And one thing that I want to do is I'm going to break this up. I don't want it to be random currently. I just did that for demonstration, but I want it to be consistent that it mostly teleports away. Let's do that again. I don't know if I had properly compiled. Okay, let's do this again. Let's see, does it flee? No. Okay, so let me click on this, click on it and set its can flee to be true. So every time I come towards it, starts by it runs away. Actually 500 units is not enough. Let's come back here. Let's double that distance. And now that we've doubled that distance, I am also going to come here. Let's see how that looks in game. Steps back way too far. Okay, so that distance is too far. Maybe let me go for maybe negative what, 700. See, negative 700 on that distance. On this distance, let's make it just 700. Okay, let's save that, compile, see how this looks and feels to play against. Okay, that's not too bad of flee distance, not too bad at all. So now that we have that, in the next lesson we're going to be making some changes. We're going to have a little bit of a movement component to this, and then we're also going to change that projectile to be a bit of a cooler looking projectile. All right, let's go into that. So at this point, all we're going to do is set up some animations for our ranged enemy. So the first thing we're going to do is add, let's see, no, let's come over here to our capsule component. Okay, no, I want it under here. And I'm going to add a paper flipbook. Okay, here is our flipbook. And the next thing that I'm going to do to this flipbook is I'm going to add an animation component, a paper ZD animation component. That is good. And I am going to link, let's quickly go over here, to render component, and I'm going to render it to the paper flipbook. Okay, hold on, let's quickly make sure the name is correct. Okay, paper flipbook. So that's the component that we will be rendering to. So start with something simple. Let's quickly go into our well-organized folder under sprites. We'll create a new folder and it will be called ranged enemy. And inside of our ranged enemy folder, we'll start off with something simple, the idle animation. And we'll go through the same process that we've taken for all the other animations. So I will quickly import the idle animation. Now let's have a quick look at it. This should always open in this window. And this is a good idle animation. I like it quite a lot. Let's quickly apply the texture settings and then extract sprites. This is perfect. I like this auto extraction. I do like this auto extraction, but it is missing something. I think grid might be a bit better, but the way that I want it to be set up is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 of these. So the number of cells on X, let me make this 6. Okay, perfect. So 6 of these cells. Let me quickly increase the width and quickly increase the height. I think the height of about, let's see, for this, let's see, 200. 200 is about right. Perhaps a little less, maybe 180 for the cell height works. Okay, 180 works, 200 works, 100 doesn't. See, about 180 because I want it to be just because this is a floating wedge. So we don't need to be as precise with the height. Okay, that's good. That's very good. Now, how many of these? Let's make them 7 cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we need to change the width. Let's say a width of 150. 1, 2, oh no, 6 is the correct number. That was my bad. Start with 100. 100 leaves 2 out. Let's start with 150. So 150, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's now cut that down until they fit correctly. 30. Ooh, 130 works. Let's drop that down to 120. Okay, at 120 they seem to all be working properly, but I don't like the way they are being cut. If I were to auto generate, this would be it, but I want to edit these auto generated sprites. So let me quickly make some changes. Okay, so I need to math this out. Let me pull out my calculator real quick to solve this. I know that that sprite sheet is 750 units. Y divided by 6, that's 125. So that means that the perfect cell width is 125 pixels. Okay, that makes sense. Also, we can see that the height, the approximate height, now that that's done, we can now begin to slowly reduce on the height. At 180, it's basically too tall. Let me try 125 as well. It's too tall. Hold on, let me drop this down. Okay, cell height is at 50, it gets a problem. So let's try 117. At a height of 117, it seems to be working across the board. But now I dislike the margin that we are getting. So let's bring it down a tad. Actually, no, about 100 units. It, gotta say, this thing takes like 10 years to update. So margin Y is 0, okay? So margin 10. I guess it's going to be spacing. I'm just altering these settings because I want to see how is it going to look, because this grid is not perfected. It should be a bit more cut down. Let me see, number of cells X is 0, number of cells Y is going to be 1, so there's going to be one column. Its margin Y, let's increase that to about let's say 10 pixels. But for some reason, when I increase that to 10 pixels, it totally loses its marbles. It's just doing Unreal Engine things. So at this point, I have to make a concession. Either I can concede with the sprites as is, or I can fight against the sprites and try to manage the boxes. Or I could go into editing software and import one sprite at a time. Now, for now, let's extract it as is. So here we are. It's brought in all these sprites, which is good. The next thing we're going to do is create a basic flipbook, and we are going to call it, rename it. Let's call it idle dash ranged enemy. Okay, so let's check out idle ranged enemy. This is good. So let's have a look at how many sprites are here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there should be 6 keyframes. Okay, perfect. 6 keyframes. So right under here, I need to do some quick renaming. Ranged idle 1, ranged idle 2, ranged idle 3, and ranged idle 4. Okay, last one. Idle, let's see, 4, 5, and then ranged idle 6. It's all, I just like having clean naming, so when it comes to naming, I don't take that stuff for granted. So let me pick a new sprite. So it should be ranged idle 2, idle 3, ranged idle 4, okay, so ranged idle 1, ranged idle 2, ranged idle 3. Oh, I misclicked there. Come in and say ranged idle 5, and then we can delete this last frame. So now this is basically the idle animation. At 15 frames per second, that's way too fast. Let's drop it down to 5 frames per second. Now that looks a bit better. Let's try 7 frames per second. Interesting. So it goes up, teleports down. Perhaps I want it to loop up and down. So what I'll do is what I'm going to do. Nope. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add more keyframes. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to actually ranged idle 6. Nice. Then I'm going to go back and I'm going to go to ranged idle 5 after hitting 6. Then after hitting 5, I'm going to go back again, and then I'm going to go to ranged idle 4, and then I'm going to go back to ranged idle 3, because this idle animation doesn't automatically loop, and then down to 2, and then I'll add a keyframe after, and then here I'll put in, let's see, we got 3, I'll put in 2, then misclicked again. Let's go down to 1. So it starts, let's go back, it starts at 1, ends at 1. So let's start by ramping this up to just 10 frames per second. Now notice it's going up and down. Yeah, that's a nice little idle animation. So it keeps going up and down and up and down and up and down. I like this animation a lot. So it's a nice little loop. Not bad at all. The one thing that I would remove though, I think near the end, I'm seeing a ranged animation 3 that shouldn't be there. Let's quickly delete that. And then since ranged idle 1 is already being shown once, I wouldn't want it to loop. So I'll stop at 2 because it immediately goes back to 1, and we don't want 2 frames of 1. Much smoother, much more practical. Good. Now that we have our idle ranged enemy flipbook, inside of sprites of ranged enemy, let's quickly add some paper ZD animation source, and we'll call this ranged enemy animation source. Same naming, keep your naming clean, and we will add one animation sequence, and we are going to call it idle for the idle animation, and the animation data we want is going to be idle ranged enemy. This one, this works very well. And now that we have the animation source, the next thing, as we've done before, is to come in and add in the animation blueprint, and it will be based off the ranged enemy animation. Ranged enemy anim BP. Nice. So let's open up the ranged enemy animation blueprint. Now we want to make sure that everything is done consistently across these blueprints so that if we ever come in and we need to make changes, it's the same across the board in some ways. So let's open up the melee animation blueprint. Let's go up over here under its event graph. Let's actually close all these sub openings here. We do not need them to be here. So under the event graph, all it does is on initiation, cast to ranged enemy, and it makes the melee enemy a variable that we can call. So we'll do the exact same thing here. Simply cast to ranged enemy. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to promote this to a variable. Promote to variable as ranged enemy 1. Have we done it the exact? Okay, perfect. We have to make sure we get the owning actor. Okay, perfect, because we do not want to mess this up. Now right now, if we come over here, it still has no animations. So there are two things we are going to do. For starters, we will go into the ranged enemy event graph. So we'll come over here and we'll say state. We'll add a new state machine and we're going to call it ranged enemy. That's all we're going to call it. And we'll say directly from out, we're going to go into an animation state. And this state is going to play idle. That's all it's going to do. Let's quickly compile and see what this looks like in engine. Okay, it's not yet fully shown. So what we'll do is we'll go into the ranged enemy now under this paper flipbook and we'll say, hey, it should have a basic sprite and it's got to be idle and it's going to be idle ranged enemy. So now we can see how our ranged enemy sprite is looking. And let's quickly clear this. We'll come back to this when we're setting it up. But what we'll do is we'll go to paper sprite and we'll turn its sprite color off. Perfect. We'll turn off its sprite color, and the reason why we're doing that is to basically make it invisible. So we'll only see any sprite animation if our animation blueprint is working. Okay, so our blueprint is not currently working. So what we want to do is to come into here. Let's see, melee enemy, blah blah blah. No. It's going to our ranged enemy blueprint. We said play idle, which means idle can play. This is its out state. That's fine. And its animation graph. The state machine is working appropriately. This is fine. This should be fine. This should be working fine. Let's come back. Let's quickly close a couple of these. Come into its idle ranged enemy. Okay, so this is its idle animation. Okay, good. So this is the ranged enemy. Quickly compile that. So the way that the melee enemy works is from the event graph. It starts with this, and with its animation blueprint, it has its state and it goes direct into idle to play the idle animation, and that works and functions. Let's look at one thing to make sure this is working correctly. If we go into blueprints and we open up melee enemy, paper flipbook, okay, it has that source, but also with the animation it is linked to the paper flipbook. Okay, that's working as intended. Let's stop that. Look into the melee enemy, to rather the ranged enemy. So let's call this animation flipbook. Let's change its name. Now copy that name over here. Now come here to the paper ZD animation, and what we're going to do is we're going to paste animation flipbook, paper ZD, and let's see, it's yes, its animation instance class wasn't there, so connect ranged enemy. That was the one thing that was missing. So now it should immediately go in and play the animation. There it is. We have our little witch. The witch even moved back. Nice. And now we can see that the witch's hitbox. Oh snap. Let's see if the hitbox is registering correctly. It's moved out. Yeah, it can die. Okay. Now let's make some minor adjustments. So under the flipbook, we'll quickly switch to idle ranged enemy, and we will adjust its positioning as well as its scale. So let's quickly link the scaling, and we'll go up a bit. Good. Let me push this closer to the center, but then also raise it up because I want the witch to be floating up in air. Now let's have a look at how our witch looks. A ranged enemy. Okay. Okay, good. Our ranged enemy is now working as intended. As intended. Nice. This is good. So this is a basic ranged enemy that we can now begin to work on and have it do damage to our player. Now it can kill the player. All it needs is a bit of an animation that demonstrates, let's see, all it needs is a bit of an animation that demonstrates it throwing the projectile. So let's quickly go in and add that in. So we'll come back to the sprites once again. We'll go into our ranged enemy, and let's create another folder. So this folder, we're going to call it what do we call it? Let's call this throw fireball. Actually, let's not call it fireball. Let's say throw magic ball. Okay. So under throw magic ball, let's add in the sprites that will let it throw the magic ball in. So these sprites are going to be added right here. Let's see, it's imported into Unreal Engine. So let's quickly add in paper settings, then go to extracting sprites. So very simple, like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me quickly look at the details. So it's the same thing. So let's reduce the cell width to 125. Okay, so the cell width is looking good. This is a good throw animation. So it winds up, and then it throws it, and then there's a cooldown after it throws it. That's good. So let's quickly extract these sprites. Now that the sprites are extracted, we'll simply come in here, and what we're going to do, let's start by doing some basic renaming. Ranged magic ball, let's see, ranged magic ball 1, actually ranged magic ball 0, yes, I'll call it that. Ranged magic ball 1, ranged magic ball 2, come in here, ranged magic ball 3, ranged magic ball 4, and last but not least, ranged magic ball 5. So those are all of our animations. Now let's quickly clicking all of these and create a flipbook. Why has it created two paper flipbooks? Oh my goodness, Unreal Engine never change, bruh, never change. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll just use this to create our flipbook, and it's called ranged magic ball, and we'll just call this throw magic ball. That's all we're going to call it. Let's come into it and go through the basic process of adding keyframes again. 1 2 3 4. Okay, perfect. So pick new sprite. Okay, so magic ball 0, magic ball 1, which is basically the same sprite. So let's see, there's 0 1, there's 2. Okay, first of all, let's bring this down to 1 frame per second so I can actually see what's going on. Actually, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, since this is basically the same animation. Then I'll pick a new sprite, add in the wind down animation. That's this one. Okay, so it picks it up, it throws it, then it's gone. Then let's delete that. Come back here and make sure that this naming is correct. I don't like seeing two A's there. Okay, that should be updated here as well. Okay, so that's it. 1 2 3, that's the animation. 2 3 2 3. Okay, then what we're going to do is let's bring this up to 2 frames per second, and let's see how that plays. Okay, bam bam, good. Hold up, let's go back and let's play. Yeah, that's a good basic throwing animation. But now let's wind it up so we can, spice it up. Let's first duplicate that a bit. So the way I want it to be, let's first come to the beginning. So it should charge up. Let's first set this back to 1 so that we can see the animation in real time, and it charges up, then it throws. Charge. I want the charge up to actually last a bit longer. So let's duplicate that again. So it charges up for 3 frames, then it throws for 1 frame. So, but I want it to last even longer. So what I'll do is I'll set it to, let's say, 6 frames per second. Actually, 6 is few. I want it to be 8 frames per second. So let's duplicate that and duplicate that again because we need to go for 8 frames. Okay, so these are 8 frames. So the way it works, there is a wind up, throws, throws, winds up, throws, winds up and throws. And that be a long wind up, mostly for balance reasons. You don't want it to be hurling fireballs constantly. Winds up, throws a fireball. Okay, that's good. I think that is a good wind up animation. But now let's quickly add it in. So let's go into our ranged enemy. No, this is melee enemy. I don't want that. I do not want this. I want the ranged enemy animation source. And then we shall add a new animation sequence. And it is going to be throw magic ball. And we shall call it throw magic ball. So this is the animation for that. This is the animation for the idol. This is good. Good, and they fit neatly together. That is very good. So just for the sake of getting this working and testing it out, we'll quickly go back into the ranged enemy animation blueprint, into its state machine, and this state is the state that we call idle. But then, so it's only doing two things. It's either idle or it's throwing a fireball. Let's do this graph and then throw magic ball. That's what that state is. Oh no, wrong state. It's this state I want to edit. Throw magic ball. That's all we are going to do. Now to go from idle to throw magic ball, we're going to need to go into the ranged enemy blueprint and start work on that. So let me quickly close these up because starting work on this requires some focus to make sure that we get it running and we get it running clean. So we're going into that in the next lesson. Okay, so now that we have the throw magic ball animation, right? Let's just open it up real quick, right? That one with the wind up and the throw. Okay, so we have that animation. How do we play it when the enemy attacks? Let's look into that real quick. Let's go back to the development level. This is where the magic happens. All right, so now that we're back in the development level, right? You'll notice, let's do a quick play. So yeah, it does its teleport by itself. But yeah, it's not showing any signs of life as it's throwing the ball. So let's come back into blueprints. Oh, wrong enemy. Clicking the ranged enemy. All right, let's see what we're looking for again. Yes, the ranged enemy. Let's open up that blueprint. Goodbye, melee enemy. So essentially what we want is to have a state when it is firing, which is important. This is not a looping animation. This is a simple check to see if it is firing. Let's say this is simple move to location. That's when it's teleporting. Let's come right over here. And it spawns in this projectile, which is cool. So right as it's spawning in the projectile, let's quickly come over here. And we're going to add something. We're going to need to add a simple check that is able to store that it is firing. So let's set up a variable and we'll call it is firing. So let's put this in here and let's set is firing. Awesome, awesome, and that's all we need to do. Okay, immediately it can fire, it does fire off, right? Then right after the is firing, we basically come over here and we say okay, it can no longer fire. And during that time of hey, it can no longer fire, we want to have a little delay. Let's bring it over here. There's going to be a little delay. We'll just add in that delay over here. Let's come over here and let's give it a basic delay of 1 second, right? Just 1 second. 1 second is enough. Then right after that 1 second delay, right over here, we're going to set is firing and we're going to set it to no. So basically right here it says is firing is yes, here it says is firing is no. Let's quickly compile, and its default value is an empty block. So basically at any point when it's doing this, basically can't fire. Okay, it's a simple way of doing it. So what we're going to do is now that we have this knowledge, let's go into the animation blueprint. We'll go back into sprites, ranged enemy, and the animation blueprint. Okay, so it can go from magic ball to back to idle or idle to magic ball. So in order to go from that, we'll simply say as ranged enemy get is firing, right? And what we want to do is basically we'll get is firing and we'll come over here and want to do a simple check. If is firing is yes, then okay, it does that transition. Let's quickly compile that. But then let's go back up, come into here, and then we'll say hey as ranged enemy. Okay, and come over here, is firing. Okay, we'll get is firing. Then we'll come over here and want to do a simple equal check. Okay, and if it's empty, then definitely come out of the firing animation. Now let's do a quick test and see if this is working correctly. It's backed off. Okay, it's not working. The reason why is probably because under throw magic ball we don't have a result. So we're going to say play throw magic ball or whatever. Yeah, play throw magic ball. Let's play that animation. So let's quickly compile that and see if it works properly. So okay, upswing throw, upswing throw. Okay, so what we need to do now is make a couple of adjustments. So right now the throw animation is being played before the actual throw, which is just doesn't make any friggin' sense. So what we're going to do is we can come over here and we'll say hey, let's Let's quickly just break this link, right? And what we want to do is we want to set it to can fire, or rather is firing, not can fire, is firing alias. So we've set it to is firing, but what we are missing is a little delay. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete that delay. We'll come over here. Okay, let's move these two. Can fire setting to off. And what we're going to do is coming over here, and we're going to add in a little delay. All right. Let me actually, this blueprint is getting kind of thick. Let's push this over here. So essentially there is going to be a delay from when it says, hey, it is firing. Let's set that delay to 1 second to when it actually fires. Let's bring this in. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Just a little bit of timing is all it takes. Just a little bit of timing. Look at that. And it's throwing the balls nice. Ah, shit. Then we came close and it ran away. Ah, snap. Look at us. Ah, we're dying to the wait. Look at her animating herself to show that she's throwing a little projectile. Oh, how cute. Okay. 2 shots. Done. Okay. Now, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's not bad. It's good to always keep that in mind. The delay should come before you spawn in the projectile. And I think that's cool. That's a cool animation. But now, we're going to need to make some other adjustments. We'll quickly come in and we'll create a new folder, and we'll just call this magic ball. And in this folder, we're going to throw in some sprites. Okay. So the sprites that I'm going to throw in here, I'm going to just throw them in. You can throw in any sprite you want. Let's quickly sprite actions, apply paper 2D. Okay, cool. Let's open this up. Now with this asset, it's looking pretty basic. Let me quickly have a look at its length and width. Its dimensions are 288 by 32, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if my calculations are right, which they are not, so I'll use a calculator, 288 divided by 6, we basically need to set it up so that the width on these is going to be 48. That's cool. So what we're going to do is we'll come out here and we'll say, hey, let's extract the sprites. There is auto, but as you can see, auto is picking up way too many sprites. So let's simply set it to grid. And just like our calculator said, the cell width is going to be 48. Look at that, really well cut sprites. Let's not waste any time, and let's see, naming template. We'll call the naming template magic ball. Starting index will be 0. That's cool. Let's extract that out. Now that we have this, let's quickly create a flipbook. The flipbook is called projectile magic ball. That's fine. So let's see, how many of these do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are just 6 of these. So let's quickly add in these keyframes. Okay, 5 of these, good. So let's pick a new sprite, magic. So we'll go magic ball 1. And we'll look for magic ball 2. Let's see. That's 3. The last 2. 4. Nice. Oh, snap. And magic ball 5. So look at that. That's a really cool magic ball. I like that magic ball a lot, okay? It's just awesome. Very, very friggin' awesome. Nice. So one thing I want is I want it to be using the default masked lit material. Let's now freeze this. Okay, let's save this. Now that we have this, this is going to be simple. There's not a lot of coding and logic. When you come into here, you'll notice, snap. Okay, let's quickly make some adjustments now. We'll go back into our blueprints. We'll look at attacks and there is an enemy projectile. So before it basically had a little square, right? But let's tweak that. Let's add in a new element. We'll add in a flipbook. And within this flipbook, we are going to add magic projectile magic ball. Okay. And we're going to make some changes to this. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to get this paper sprite and we just don't need it anymore. Let's delete that. Awesome. But then this needs to let's see, no, the paper flipbook, we're going to need to increase its size just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, fantastic. I like this. This is good. So let's have a look and see how this looks like in game. Okay. Notice that we're having a bit of a direction problem here. That's fine. This will be a simple thing to fix. So there are two things. We're going to fix the direction of the ranged enemy. Then we're going to fix the direction of the projectile. Now, in order to do the basic enemy flipping, what we're going to do, let me add a pin over here. Of course, there are fancier ways to do this, but just for this, I'm going to make a slight change. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in over here and we're going to double check. So this says player is on the right. That's fantastic. So what we're going to do is we're going to get an element. We're going to get this flipbook, right? So if the player's on the right, let's get this flipbook. And then what we're going to do is set rotation. Set relative rotation. Actually, no, we'll set its world rotation. And we will set its Z rotation to 0. Nice. In this instance. And then in this instance, we'll set its rotation to 180 degrees. Basically spins it around. Now let's do a pretty simple double check. Now what we want is we're really, since this is just a basic set direction, I wouldn't recommend doing this in the final build, but just for learning, I'm going to connect this right to this little branch over here. So it will be playing on every tick. So come over here. Okay. Okay. So let's come back in and change these up. it looks like the lower one should be set to 0 and the upper one should be set to 180 degrees. Let's quickly do a compile on that. So, okay. So if I jump over, okay, perfect. That's awesome. So this is what we're going to do. Now, with this ranged enemy, what we're going to do is now we know that if the player direction is right, it's going to set that rotation. If the player direction is set to null, it's going to change that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something very similar in the enemy projectile. So what we're going to do is basically collect all this code over here. I'm going to copy it and we'll go into the enemy projectile, into the event graph, and what we're going to do, this is on begin play, this is on event tick, this is of no, this is kind of useless to have the destroy actor after a 5-second delay here. We can use the event tick to do something way more useful. Anywho, let's come over here and let's paste this code. So this is what we want to happen. Let's get this event tick and let's just let's break this. We don't need the tick for this. Let's break this link. We'll call this from the event begin play, that 5-second distraction delay, and we'll use our event tick for something way more useful. Okay, so for starters, we don't, this animation flipbook is not what we want. We want the get paper flipbook from here, and then we'll be changing its rotation. So what it's going to do is it's going to, actually we don't even need this to be on the event tick. I don't know why we would need it to be on the event tick. What we actually need it to be on is on, okay, sure, event tick, but what we can do is we can set it to do once. So it only needs to do this check once, because once it's done, it's kind of done. It doesn't need to do it again. So here, what it's going to do is it's going to get the actor location of the self, and what it's going to do is it's going to say, hey, this is where I am, this is where the player character is. Let's figure out the relative direction, which we've already seen works pretty effectively. We can delete the flee distance, we don't need that. We can delete player direction, we do not need that, that is completely useless to us. Let's simply come in here and we'll say, hey, if the player direction is positive on X, do rotate it to that. If it's negative on Y, if it's negative on X, rotate it to that. Let's see if this works effectively. Let's see. Okay, that's going the right direction. It's going the right direction. How about from here? Nice, it's now facing the right direction. Isn't that cool? So now we have a projectile that spawns into the world, that goes after the player character, and it just goes to destroy him. That's really nice. I like that a lot. Bam. Bam. Cool. Now let's make a couple of tweaks. I like that projectile, but I think it could be even spicier. For starters, we are going to come into this projectile flipbook and let's increase its size a bit more. Actually, I like 4. 4 is nice. Let's have a look at it now. It's scaled up 4 times. Let's see. Whoa. Yes, that's now looking way more intimidating. Nice. Ah, snap. Okay, and now let's see. Nice, 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 nice. I like a lot. I I really like this a lot. This is so cool. We could make enemies like this all day and I would be happy. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is let's go into the ranged enemy and let's add in even a little bit more spice. I think let's reduce its opacity to about 0.6 and see what that looks like because I want it to be a bit spooky and transparent. Oh, snap. I'm guessing that sprite opacity works a bit different with flipbooks, but that's okay. I'm not going to go and edit each sprite. Let's just leave it here for now. I know there are ways to do that in code, but that goes into basically effects, and we don't need to have too much effects. But what we can do though, on this little enemy projectile, let's just add something light in order to just just to add a little bit of it. So let's say point light. Let's add a point light. Let's add a point light just to, let's see, where do we add it? Let's bring it back a bit more to the left. Okay, then let's see it in the developer level. But to see if the light is working, let's quickly dim it down. This developer level has been a little bright. Oh, that's under lighting. What we're looking for is skylight. Let's look at its details. Its intensity scale is 1. Let's put that to 0.1. Okay, let's press play and let's see. Nope. All this does is shadow intensity. Okay, so let's leave that at 1. What do I want? What do I want? I don't want this the skylight. Yes, we have a directional light. This is the one. This is the world light. Let's set it to 0.25 lux, which is a relatively darkish map, right? Let's see. Oh, look at that. There's a little light. Oh, that's a cute effect. I like it a lot. That's really cool. Okay, that's cool. So what we're going to do is now we'll come into the enemy projectile and we're going to change its light color. Since it's a green projectile, let's just change its color to be green, very green. Let's do a quick compile on that and see how it comes out. Look at that. That's so cool. I really love Unreal Engine's management of 2D light. Okay, I like. But then let's quickly tweak it just a bit. Let's have its attenuation radius be a little bit bigger. Let's say 1500. But then let's reduce its intensity from 5000 to 2500, which I think is just better general intensity. So let's see now. So it's a little darker, but it produces light over a bit of a wider range. I like this a lot. That's cool. That's cool. Let me actually increase the attenuation radius now to something way bigger. Let's say something like 2500. So it has a way bigger radius of effect. Let's come here. Nice. A wider area of drop off. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. I like that lighting. Okay, enough faffing around with the lighting. This is good. Now, of course, for developing your game, I would always recommend at some point you're going to need to make that decision of like what kind of lighting you're going to want like for your game. So all my enemies in a final build game, I would set it up so that the player's light is a single value, The enemy's lights are all a single value, just to have that consistency. Now, just to spice it up also for our ranged enemy, let's quickly add a little point light again to it as well. Let's bring it out here. Its intensity, let me drop it way down to something like 500, and then its color can basically make it purple, just similar to the dress. Perfect. Well, oh, cancel that. That's not what I want. I want the light. Yes, so the light's color is purple. Let's compile. So let's see how our sprite looks now. Ooh, nice, but it's a bit lacking intensity. So with our ranged enemy, let's quickly adjust its value. 500 is too low. Let's bring it to 2500, and then let's adjust its color to be a lot brighter for a light. Let's compile and see how this is going to look. This is cute. Bam, bam, bam. So that's nice. That's nice. Now, just to add in a light touch, the lightest of touches, let's quickly just slightly increase the size of our ranged enemy. I love how it looks, but I think it could deal with a bit more size. Just a bit more size. It's looking a bit too tiny, too small, too petite. But then managing that, okay, let's see now. I want them to be a bit more intimidating. Okay, now this looks appropriately intimidating. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Okay, so that's essentially how you create a basic ranged enemy that can run away from the player if you set it to be so, and how you can set up a basic projectile that you can use to fight against, to fight against your player character. Now that that's done, let's quickly add these into a basic simple level, and we call it on the ranged enemy class. So let's come back into, let's see, levels and ranged enemy. Okay, save all my work, please, Unreal Engine. So here we have a pretty standard level. This is so similar to the level, but now it's been upgraded with a bit more lighting. Oh snap. Okay. Snap. Okay. Okay. Snap. And then boom. Isn't that cool? Now there's one other thing that we're going to adjust. Okay, so instead of having those little squares over there, which are, they're pretty there. Oh yes, you may be wondering, this is just an asset I dropped in to the level. Nothing special, nothing fancy going on. We can now come in over here and let's add in some spice to this level. Okay, just a bit of spice, just a touch. All right, yes, as I was saying, I think this level could use a little bit of love to make it look a bit more appealing. Okay, this is too simplified, too dry. So to do so, let's look at some other work that we have, right? I want to just bring in some assets from some other levels. So I'll come over here. Let me think. What was a nice level I liked? Okay, so the simple puzzle level, right, which basically had you moving a little object, there were things that I liked right over here. So this and that particle and that light, I'm just going to copy them. Copy, 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 copy. Okay, I've hit Control C. Now that I've done that, let's come back to the ranged enemy. Oh, look, we're almost to the final boss, which is going to be really fun to learn. Okay, here we are. So now let's just paste. Okay, so let's see, column 5, blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. So what I want is under environment, let's quickly just create a simple folder. I'm going to call this dressing. Okay, just a bit of dressing. So let's see, so these three items over here, I want to move them all into dressing. Okay, this is just a nice little item. So I am going to, let me quickly, let's see. Nah, it's fine. This works. So these three, I'm going to raise them up together. And let me see, I want to build a level around these three. So let's come over here, put this right over here, right? This is way out in 3D space. That's nice. That's pretty good. So the player is going to be able to see it, but it's not going to be overpowering. And then I want to bring it down lower. I think that's way too high for it. Let's put it down here. This is just some basic level design, figuring out what's going to work and look cool. This works, but there is this in the way that's kind of blocking us, and I don't want that. I want there to be a bit more space. I want to, nice, and I want to place another item under it which will work as the base. Okay, that's nice. Let's see how this looks in game. Okay, now what I would like to do is to get this light, make a copy of it, and bring that copy right over here. It's not realistic in terms of that's not how light works, but it does kind of shine a bit better. Now what I want this one, I want its intensity to be higher. Let's bring it up to, let's say, 15, because I really want it to pop when I come here. Close, but not quite there yet. Let's say 25. Now that's more like it. That's more like the in-game lighting we need in our lives. Okay, cool. It's good to see. Now, the next thing we're going to need to throw in is going to be something really simple. We're going to get these blocks here and replace all of them with some nice 3D assets. Let's go into third-party assets. Let's see, Infinity Blade Icelands. We'll go into environment, ice, and there's foliage, there's fortress, there's castle, there's the mountainside, and let's look under its static measures. Yeah, this is good. This is usable. So there's dressing, there's environment. I guess let's just carve another folder, and we'll call this mountainside. Just call it mountainside. Wait, let's bring this in. Okay. Okay, so there it is. I've brought in these elements. I want all of them to be under mountainside. Yeah, I don't want recast nav mesh to be there. I want these two to be inside the mountainside. Perfect. So let's quickly move this to the right. It's hollow on this end. So what I'm going to need to do is to do some basic rotation. Ooh, this isn't going to work the way I want. No, I don't think these are going to work well for what I want. Let me look for something else. Something more basic. Yeah, this is nice. This is very good. No, I want the directional selection. It's good in terms of shape, but it's lacking in terms of texture. So that won't work either. I need something that has textures that are working appropriately. Okay, now let me just assume no. Okay, let's try that again. Right, well, is that environment? No, I want, let's quickly move back in place. I want these to look fantastic. I want them to look really good. So let's see. Let me add this back in here. This is nice. This is a nice area for the player to start moving from. So let's move this back and down and back. Good. This I like. Then from it, let's delete you. Let's delete you. Dear witch, let's lift you up and perhaps place you somewhere here. Actually, let's delete. Hold on. Why is it selecting both at once? We'll start with just one and it will be located here. Awesome. Let's first get you. Please do not be inside of the environment. So let's come in over here and see. Okay, not the best use there. Let's come over here. I think this can be adjusted to be moved in just a smidge. Just a smidge. That's enough. And is sliding off. Nah, this isn't working. The challenge is this asset wasn't created to be used in a platform. This is much better. Much better. So this is much better because it's flat and it would work better. Now it's preparing shaders. Okay, those shaders are done. The one thing I'll need to do though is to rotate it. Okay, yeah, this is much better. So we have that. And then what other asset? I guess let me come out. Let me say ice buildings. Nope, not what we want. Let's say rock chunks. There's the ice castle. It should have a couple of very good ones, but no. Rocky ruin, static mesh. We always want to look for the static meshes. This is nice. There's a big tall statue. So we can put this statue in game. Actually, I like this statue a lot. It's a broken statue, but I like it. I like it a lot. So what I would want to design this level nicely is to get this. I'll get rid of that. I don't need that. Then bring up this statue. Not too bad. Let me see how this looks in game. Okay, well, for starters, let's get rid of that block. We seriously do not need it and have probably not needed it for some time. This down here, so you'll start as the player, you'll start right here. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, looks like ah, snap, this block wasn't actually placed in the right place on the go back here. Okay, now it's in the right place, and my player won't just be falling through things. Let's see. Press play. Dude, what? Does it have any collision? Let me quickly first check for its collision. Let's see, collision presets default. Okay, so what's wrong? Is my player too far to the right? I mean to the left? Is it? Holy cow. It's just falling straight through the thing. Let me quickly see and double check if I haven't lost myself. Let's see, collision presets default. Okay, let's quickly set to block all and see if that solves the issue. Nope. Okay, so the reason why that's happening, let me quickly see. Come, which one? Mountain, what's this called? It's called Mountain Gate 02. Okay, Mountain Gate 02, static mesh. Let's open it up in the UV editor and do a quick double check. Okay, I don't see any problems here. Let me click it in the mesh editor. Okay, so this is it in the mesh editor. What's causing my character to fall through it? Let's first look at collision. Collision preset is block all. Collision complexity, let's use complex collision as simple. Let's quickly see if that fixes our little problem. Yes, that does fix our problem. So it's this jagged thing. Yeah, much better. So now we can actually move on it, which isn't bad. The next thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to make one tiny change to it. I'm not caring about collisions now. I'm going to increase its Y. Man, stop. I don't want it unlocked. I don't want it locked. Oh my god, whoever created this mesh was totally nuts. That's some of the worst mesh deformation I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, so essentially, in order to handle this, the only way to do it is basically to make copies of this. But that's sad. Okay, but this works. Just this here works well enough. Now this is here in the air by itself, and I don't want it by itself, so now is when I can make some proper ground and platform. So we'll switch over to landscape editing, and I'll come in and decide what do I want. I haven't selected the landscape yet. Which one has the landscape? Ooh, none selected. Okay, I haven't put any here. I think I'm going to either need to add in a landscape or make some massive, no, let me do this. Let me keep it simple. I'll come in over here. I'll first of all get this and drag it right here to its rightful place. Let's quickly see how this looks now in game. That looks pretty damn good. Yeah, that looks good. The only thing I would do is slightly change its location. That's perfect. Then what I'll do is I'll get these 3 blocks and I'll make a copy, and I'll just quickly drag these out, and I'll come over here and drag these out, but then I'll also drag them up. Let's quickly delete this and then delete this. Now I'll get this. I'll quickly make a copy and I'll drag it right out up to here. Then I'll get this, I'll delete that, come over here, and drag this out to here, and voila, a pretty basic introduction to our ranged enemy. Let's see. This will essentially work. However, I think it may be smarter for me to break it down like this and add a bit of space so player jumps, and then copy that asset over again. Give the player some space to jump now, and then come over here, give the player some space to jump, and I want them to basically just keep going up in height until they come up to the portal that is way over here. Let's give them something to fight towards. Now I'll get this and I will cut its width in half. Okay. Now position it further forward. Further forward. Let's cut its width even more. It's funny, the more I cut its width down, the more it takes on weird shapes. That doesn't make any sense to me, but okay, I will accept it as what it is. This actually, this could prove useful. Then move this here and see. Okay, let's see if I can run through this. Okay, that's way too high. Okay, let's bring this down. So we'll go through that again. Holy shit, that's way too high. I think what this means, actually I keep forgetting how small the player is. Let's push this up a bit. Let's push this out here. And then, yes, now we're getting into some light. Okay, so at this point, we can now get into Okay, good. So there's a bit of a gap you have to jump, and then this, man, these things are kind of wacky. Okay, so you faced one there. So what we'll do, so come right back out to here, and we're going to add in a good number. Okay, let's remove that search. Let's add in some more ranged enemies. Just three of them, nothing too crazy. So three of these. Wait. And then our sweet level end trigger. Let's get it and bring it right over here. All right, so let's have a look at how this level is looking. Hold on, that should be jumpable. It's literally just out of reach of being a jump that can actually happen. Yeah, let's try that again. Yeah, this works. I think this, keep in mind, this is not like the ultimate end game fully developed level, but shit. Okay, this works. I think this would be a reasonable introduction to a little ranged enemy. Wait, what? Remove that. Okay, looks good. With this one, I will simply make it so that it can't flee, because you don't want that one fleeing. And then I'm going to add, let's see, where is the nav mesh? Okay, so that's the nav mesh. Let's look for its settings. Let's quickly change this to be way wider because I want more navigation. So now that that's set up, let's quickly come into this level one last time. Okay. Hmm, okay, basic, simple, and jump through that. Okay, we've really done some basic work to set up a level. This isn't the most creative level I've created, but considering it's probably what 2 a.m. in the morning, and I really wanted to get this one lesson done. It's the basics. Please remember when you're doing your level design and your game development, you have the tools to make something way more exciting than this. This was just something simple for the ranged enemy to sit in. Now that that's done, that will be all for now. It's going to be about a day before I come back to wrap up with the final boss. And that's going to be the last thing. And then the last video is going to be a quick overview of where to go from here to push your game development journey. Um, yeah, let's get into that. We're almost done. It's the 11th hour. Let's go. Oh my goodness, before I sleep, I need to work on this. Okay, so for starters, I think to add more spice, I'm going to need to add some effects. So I'm going straight into VFX and I'm going to look for a Niagara emitter. I could create a new, but you know what? I mean, I could create an empty and start from scratch, but we've already done that with the level portal. Now let me show you how to use an emitter that already exists. So let me see. There is okay, so the one that I want to use, I'm just going to use the simple sprite burst. Notice its description is a simple sprite burst with no location or velocity, ready for customization. That's perfectly fine, and I'm going to call it snow. Keep it simple. Let's double click this. Now let's see. Right now it's basically a single ball. That's fine, but let me check on emitter state. Currently its loop behavior is once. I don't like once. Let's put it on infinite. I want it to constantly be doing its thing. The next thing I'm going to do is, instead of initialize particle, let's add something else within this, right? Because we want there to be multiple particles and not just one. It has to be thousands. So what we want, I don't need it to be a single one. What I want is something that spawns in a lot. So let's say spawn rate. Spawn rate basically means that we can now decide. Let's quickly add 1,000. Okay. Okay. So I want us to have 1,000. Oh, spawn time. Okay, that's fine. I want us to have 1,000. I want to remove the spawn burst because these can be overlapping with each other. Okay, come back here. Okay, let's see what snow am I getting. And then I want to make, okay, that's a lack of intelligence caused by crunch and me doing what I said I wouldn't do. Okay, it's deep in the night and I'm still working on this, but let's move forward. Okay, so let's do a new emitter and let's go back to where we were, which is a basic sprite burst. Okay, let's do that and we'll call it once again snow. Let's check under the snow. We'll start with keeping it simple and instead of once again, let's quickly make it multiple, and then we'll do the basic thing of changing its properties from CPU simulation to GPU simulation. It's very important. Okay, so once that's done, let's come back here and let's increase the number of spawns that come in. Let's go from 0. Let's make it something like 1,000. So now it's spawning in 1,000 of those circles, but it's spawning them in on it's spawning them in one place. So what we really want is to change from, we'll go into particle spawn and add in some shape location We're currently using a sphere. I think a sphere is fantastic. Sphere is fantastic. Now that we have a sphere, let's spread it out a bit. We're going to need to add some kind of force to it to spread out the particles. Otherwise, problems. So I guess in the particle spawning, let's see under suggested, we'll just add some velocity. I think the velocity will make it -50. I guess I want the wind to be blowing, and on the x -50. Okay, that's cool. It's basically blowing a bit to the right. But actually I think I want it on the x to be 50. Nope, let's make it 25. Nah, 15. Okay, so you can tell they're moving in a direction, but nothing crazy. So how about particles? I think those particles are too big. They need to be sized down. So let me say initialize particle size mode. It's currently on uniform sprite. So we want to say random uniform. So I want it to go from, let's say, 5 to 10. 5 to 10 is too much. Let's say 1 to 3. 1 to 3 is good. I think that's reasonable variation. So now we have a light slow snowstorm. Okay, and then just to do a quick, honestly, with just this, I think this is sort of enough, right? This is like a light snowstorm. So let's quickly come in here with the snow, and we're going to create a Niagara system. So there we are, we now have snow system ready to rock. Now that that system is created, let's quickly just create a blueprint class with an actor, and let's call this snow with a double W, okay? And we're going to get this actor, and we're going to place it right over here, okay? It's going to be called snow. Also, I think all these gets and stuff, let me put them under the dressing because I don't want it cluttering everything. So there is snow, but I want snow to come here, be a bit in front, and it's not currently doing anything, so quickly check out its blueprint. We're going to add Niagara particle system, and the one I want it to use is snow. Okay, so it's going to use our snow system. Let's quickly compile that. Look, that's our snow so far. But it's doing it just once. Let's quickly play and see how that looks in game. Yeah, you can see our little snow system over there. Now that we have this, which is perfectly fine, so let's go back into the snow and make some more adjustments. Well, for starters, we'll get its shape, and we'll increase its radius to 1000. So now when we press play, okay, so it's coming in. That's okay, that's its radius. Now what we want is inside of particle spawn, let's change its lifetime from 2 to, let's see, how many particles, 1000 to 0. Okay, so let's increase its lifetime. First of all, let's increase the amount of time it spends snowing. Okay, I want there to be more time when there is snow. Let's try that again. Okay, but it only lasts 2 seconds. So I want to increase their lifetime from 2. Let's see what happens if I bring that up to 10. Okay, that's probably too long of a lifetime. It's better for particles to appear and then be gone. Yeah, they don't show up. Yeah, they do, and then they're gone. That's not exactly what I want. I want the snow to be continuous. Let's bring this in over here. I'm making a copy to bring it over here. Let's close this up. Bringing it in, making another copy. We'll bring that over here. Just going to make a couple of copies so that everywhere the character goes, there are snow particles being formed. No, 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 not this. I want the snow. Let's come over here. Good. Over here. Then I'll say over here. And I'll say over here. That's good. But now, what I want to do is to come and decide, let's see, from which one? From about here. I want to create another one that goes here. Over here, just so that we can have all those particles going. Let's come in and see. So we have this, but they're done. You know, they're out of the lifetime. I think what I'll do. Okay, so these, all of them, I'll just move them a little bit closer forward so that they, generally speaking, stay in front of the camera. It's going to be useful. Much better because they're all in front of the camera. Okay, now all we need to do is change the lifetime. Also, I think that those, I don't think I like the sphere shape. I think let's have a, see, what's a torus? Or a torus is that shape. Let me see what it looks like for real, for real. And that's perfectly fine. Okay, so let's see. I don't think I want a torus. Let's change this. I wish there was a box or plane. Yes, I like this actually. I think a box and or plane is going to work really well. That's perfectly fine. So with the box and plane, I think plane or box, let's say, fine, let's say box, right? Let's say the box size should be x of 1000, y of 2000, and it's, oh, it's z should be 2000, its y should be 1000. I think that makes way more sense. Let's increase that a bit because there are some gaps and spaces. So its x should be 2000 and its y should be 2000. Okay, and now, nice, its x is 2000, its y is 2000. Not bad. So we now have some snow effect in the level. Sweet. Now let's make sure that it's properly looping. So I'll quickly go back into Niagara and just click on that, right? Then I'm going to search for loop. So it's saying life cycle mode itself, okay. Loop behavior multiple, loop count 1, loop duration 10. And no, I don't think that's enough. I think we'll set the loop duration to 2, and we're going to set the loop count to infinite. So it should, generally speaking, just infinitely loop. Let's see how that looks in reality. So it's just going to loop those particles. So let's see now. Yeah, now the particle system is working properly. That's good. It's very good. Now that we have this, we can now go back and have another look at the force. I think that there should be, yeah, I like this wind force. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it's missing something. When I double clicked, it took us into a node which is way above my pay grade. So I won't do that. Let me quickly delete the wind force. Let me see, how do I add these in? We've set up linear velocity. Velocity mode is linear. Can set it up. Okay, so what we want is a bit of chaos. Right now it's too. Yeah, let's do Carl noise force. Module has unmet dependencies. Fix issue. Okay, good. Now that that's set up, so right now its noise strength is set to 10 and 50. Okay, now let's see how this looks like in game. Oh, I don't think this has fully compiled. Oh, it's moving backwards. Okay, so strength and frequency. I think its frequency should be low, maybe 3, and then the strength should be 50 or 250. So that's legitimate noise being added into the system. Ah, snap. Okay, so this is just a little bit of particles, and I think I could sit down here and tweak these particles to the last, but I'm not going to tweak them for the entire day. I already like this. Let's see. No, let's reduce this. Let's increase its frequency to 15. Now it's saying baked medium because it's trying to do its mathematics. Let's quickly come in over here. Okay, now it's actually properly managing the snow. So it's chaotic snow, which is fine, but I think right now it's a bit too chaotic. So let me see. There's the linear velocity that I like. Warning. No problem. Velocity speed, I think let me increase the speed scale to 2. Let me increase the velocity of Z because I do want it to be falling down. The calm noise strength, let me reduce its strength to about 50. Yeah, that's much better. And the frequency is 15, much better. This looks more natural when I look at it. So if we were to look at this, you can still tell that the particles are falling to the ground. Ah, shit. Ooh, nice. Not bad at all. Okay, this is going to be good enough. Next, we're going to be moving forward with the last few videos. Let's go. And now, here we are almost at the final boss. So we're going to basically get most of these elements, apply it to our basic platform level, and make some decisions based off the enemies we have so far on how we are going to set up the level. Let's move on to the level design as you please. So here we are on this level that has the platforms, that has these look at that. This just shows you probably need different sprites or different 3D meshes for different size objects. Scaling can be good, but scaling has its limitations. Now let's quickly paste all those assets right here. Now that the assets are here, I want to make sure that those will go into another folder. So I'll call this environment. Now I'll get all of these and I'll put them into the environment because I want to have them separate from everything else. It's still preparing shaders, so let's click away. Okay, so let's quickly go to where the player currently is. Okay, so this is where the player currently is, inside of a wall. Now, based off what I've seen here, I'm going to make some big changes to this level because I think I want everything to start from here. I think it would be cool if there was some basic platforms going from this end to here where there is a portal to the next bit. So to do that, the first thing I'm going to do is pick up on everything in the environment, and we've got to move things around. I think we'll start with some basic rotation. Okay, it's reasonable enough. And no, I want it rotated the other side. Okay, let's rotate it a bit more. Okay, so I want the lava facing the other direction. So let's quickly move. Let me move it over here. Okay, seems good enough. Let's go through this. Alright, so now I have my platformer elements here. Seem to be, okay. Now, we'll do is simply going to move it, turn it around.
Let's go back into rotation. Yeah, just like that. Rotating that way. It's a pretty small level. It's a pretty small level that I would have loved if there was a bit more sprawl to it, but that can be added in. And then the next thing I'm going to do is, let's see, that's the placement. I think what I want is to move it down and back. Yeah, just to about here. Then now that I have the entire level placed there, I am going to move it. Yeah, I'll move it way over here. Now, let's increase the amount of space that we are going to have. So I'll come down into here, well, for starters. I think that these two rock faces, they can be, they can benefit from being shifted back a bit. And then right over here, let's get this little plane over here, and let's immediately increase its size. Let's have a place actor should probably be at the end there. Let's have a look at it, and I'm going to increase this to 50, and on the Y scale 50 as well. I think this makes for a much better, bigger lava area. And then within that, since we're not going to be seeing any of this, I can delete this asset. It's not going to be needed. Even this isn't going to be needed. What's really going to be important, Dorime. Okay, what's really going to be important is that there's plenty of space in between these lava lands and here. So what we'll do is we'll get these two rocks, is I think let's move them even further back. That's good. And then we'll get these assets over here that are making that land formation, and we'll basically add those up. Let's quickly jump into the level. Let's delete these traps. They're really not necessary anymore. I don't think they add a lot of value to the game at this point. Let's have this here. So we have this. For some reason everything is falling. Okay, where's the player character again? Let's go to the out. Why is the outline gone? Oh my goodness. Let's go back into window. Let's see content details, outliner. Okay, let's put that outliner back in its righteous position. Put that aside. Where's the player? Oh, the player is right over here. Okay. Okay, so let's see in its current state. Let's come and look at the light. I know it's saying that there are two lights that are fighting for the same light source. I'm guessing the environment light source might be the problem. Let's see. Yes, there are a couple of different directional lights that are fighting for dominance. Let's delete one of them. That should solve the issue. So let's see when we press play. The whole world, is the world falling? Okay, so that's one hell of a bug. Let's come out here and let's think through what's causing that bug. It's always fun finding bugs. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get everything. Okay, let's delete that. Everything under environment. Come down here. And we're going to change one detail. Let's see. None. Networking and cooking. Okay. Let's see. All of these elements here are static. That's good. So they should be immovable. Let's see, how about our player character? Is it a problem with our player character? That's a good question. Come over here, lighting, it's directional light. See under details, it's probably way too bright. 6 lux is too high. Let's see, 0.25. Okay, at least now we're not dealing with crazy brightness. Okay, let's see, this goes up, it goes up right into the clouds. Okay, so let's see, how do we fix this bug? The bug, it's either that the world is falling or that the player character itself is falling down. It's something we're going to need to deal with. Okay, so to deal with that, let's quickly try one thing. If I come here and I basically come in and I click all these and I delete them, then I hit play. So it's okay if I do that, if I hit play on that. If I come here, okay, and I bring everything back in. Okay, so what's going to be causing that one bug? Let's see, we need to do some serious bug testing. If I press play now, okay, it goes to the bug. Okay, that's cool. So we know that it's one of the assets that we've added into the game that's causing the design bug. So to fix that is just going to require a little bit of science. Let's see, so there is this body here. It's a light mass importance. Okay, that's useless to us. That adds no value. We don't need light mass being calculated. Okay, removing that didn't work. Let's see. To remove this, any player stats, we'll come into here and we'll have a look at these cubes. Okay, so there's one cube that is in the lava. I think we can get rid of all the cubes actually. We don't need them necessarily. Oh, apart from the one with the player on it. Okay, apart from that, the rest, bye bye. I'm also going to delete the ranged enemy, not necessary at all. There should also be, let's see, what, yeah, we don't need that to create movement. Let's have a quick look. Okay, we're still going through the issue. Let's get rid of this. Let's rid of this. So there are skeletal meshes. Let me come through. It's only going to be one little element causing the issue. Where is that atmospheric fog even? It's totally useless. Yeah, much better. Okay. So now there's one platform still doing that. Okay. So let's see. Could it perhaps be a force that's acting on the player? There's a wind direction. If I delete that, so let me see. Details, its strength and speed is really low. So it's probably not that. Screen reflections, no, it's not colliding. It has to be something that's colliding with the player. And what we could do, let's quickly turn everything invisible. Okay, so let's hit play. Okay, so it's a calculation problem. It's not just a in-game visibility problem. Okay, so let's make this visible. Yes, I know there are other elements. So I'm guessing since we have lava, I can literally come in here. We don't need much of everything else. Let's make everything visible. Let me see, what do I not need? I guess that's one of the questions. What do I not need? I think I don't need most of this. I mostly want the lava. So I could literally come over here. Let me see, what do I want? Okay, I want that plane. I want this rock. I also want this rock. I like this sky sphere. This sky sphere is good. So basically everything above the sky sphere is not needed. Okay, so let's see. Ah, so our problem child is still somewhere here. Let's see, is it the forge? Let me try getting rid of the wind, see if that makes a difference. Nope. Let me try, let's see, let me delete that. That's fine. Skeletons. These are one of the disadvantages of not using your own assets. You didn't put in the work, so you're left with this. Okay, let's delete everything here. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so this works. So if we have just the lava plane, this definitely works. Okay, that's good enough. Now that we have that, okay, so we'll have the lava plane. Let's see, so water plane. Let's get this. Okay. Okay, okay. Let's go from everything above the water plane. Select that, including the weaponsmith lava thing. Let's move it right over here. I want to move it in a bit closer to the player. At least I want to line it up so that the player can jump to it. Excellent. That works. Now let's quickly add in another platform. I want this to be right over here, up to here. Let's see how the collision is working. Okay, so we can get on this. The collision works. Yep, this can be built up from. So now it's always better to move left to right, at least for this. So I'll get all of these and start with basic rotation. I think works a bit better for me. I like this speed. It's not too slow. It's fast enough. This is fast enough. Maybe a little too slow, so let's bump it up a bit. Let's quickly apply that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, now you can see it's flowing, but it's not just speeding past. I like that a lot. Okay, good enough. All right. So now I've set up a few other things, that is basic platforming, just by stringing together a number of basic ground platforms with some obstacles in the way to cause the player to need to do minor jumping, which is really easy for them to do in this level. So let's run ahead. Perfect. Then there's a little platforming situation here, and voila, the level is finished. But we're going to do a couple of things. For starters, let's go into our VFX, and there is this effect for the level portal. What I want to do is to duplicate it. and I'm going to call this level portal red because I want this level portal to work a bit differently than the others. So let's quickly open it up, and I'm guessing from the name you can tell what's going to happen since I've decided to call it red. So what I want is to look for the color. It should be attached. Let me see, where did I attach the color to? Here we are, color. So the color I want to use, I don't want to use a curve. I would much rather, let's switch this out. I don't want to use a curve, so what I want, I don't want color from curve. What I truly want is to, okay, let's first quickly really delete that. Then I'll come back into the particle spawn. Let's open up color. Perfect. But now I want to just select a single color. So the color is going to be red. So there we are. Now we have this in red. And when I say red, I mean deep red. Now that that's pretty much done, let's look in and find a way to add some of that redness. So I'll come in right over here. I'm going to select this. Now what I'm going to do is going to do something very simple. We already have this with the blue light. I'm going to come into this master level trigger, and what I want is, let's see, master level trigger 2. Okay, that's excellent. Let's quickly come into here, go into our blueprints, our level triggers. So we have our master level trigger here. So what we want is to come in and let's see which level is this going to. This level is now going to the story and narrative level, which is going to be swapped out, but that's not important for now. Then I'll come in and then I'm going to create another one. Let's quickly duplicate this, and I'll call this master level trigger red. That's perfect. So let's open up master level trigger red. Let's quickly open that up. Perfect. Now all we want to do is to come in to the, we'll start with the point light and we'll change its color from from basically, hold on, what's this? Why is there blue? Go away, blue. Let's set it up as a red color. That's good. And then we'll go into Niagara, and instead of level portal, we'll be using level portal red. Let's quickly compile, come in here, and I'm going to click this and I'm going to say, hey, replace actor with master level trigger red. Okay, so now all of a sudden notice that the color is showing off as red. Now there's one thing that I'm going to do. Let's first Control Z, because it seems we had selected too many actors. Okay, Control Z. Now that we've selected the correct actor, I think I clicked something wrong. Replace actor with master level trigger red. So now when we get to the end, oh my goodness, I need to run. Okay, come on, let's do this quick. Let's run over here, over here. Okay, come on, run over here. And sweet. Now we have this red portal, right? Which should scare you, okay? Now there are a couple of things we're going to add in. Coming back into here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into our blueprints, and I'm going to bring back an old friend that has remained, for lack of a better word, untouched, the NPC. put this in this location. And in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to just make this an NPC play out some dialogue when we get within range of it. So let's have the NPC, right? Let's move it backwards a bit more actually. Yeah, right there. That's good. Then beside that, let's spice up the level by adding in a couple of enemies. So let's add one of these, just to get the ball rolling. Let's have one melee enemy here. Sweet. Let's have another one here. Actually, let's have one right over here, which is cool. Then what we're going to do for this next, actually, let's have one melee enemy there, one melee enemy there. Let's delete that second melee enemy, and then we'll have a ranged enemy right over here. Right, make sure to keep it on position 0 on the y-axis, of course, because it is a 2D game and we want to make sure that everything is on the right axis. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to get that ranged enemy, going to copy it, and I want to add in another ranged enemy right over here. It's going to be really cool. Then we're going to select the, let's see, let's pick out that melee enemy, and then we're going to set up one of those right here. But it's going to be cool because while this is here, we're going to come here, and then we're going to add in another ranged enemy in front. So it will be one ranged enemy in front, and then a melee enemy right here behind it, and then we'll have a ranged enemy a bit farther back. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then let's bring this ranged enemy just a bit farther in front to make it really challenging to go through this level. Now that we have that, it's a bit more lively. The next thing, yeah, this is pretty much it. So let's try running through this. So come over here, encounter that guy. Okay, we can kill that one. Snap. Just throwing fireballs at us. Snap. Snap. Got to dodge those. Okay, we've killed our two enemies. Then we're able to move forward. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another change. I don't like these walkways because they are preventing me from clearly seeing what the enemies are doing. So I'm going to delete those walkways. I think that these walkways are way better. So we just, yes, I think this is just a better way to set up our walkways. These ones are better. Because with those, like, yeah, I mean, you're in hell. Hell doesn't need like brick walls, just needs like a cool basic walkway. Just another design consideration to throw in there. Let's quickly line these up. Quickly line these up. Nice. Let's move these. Nice. Okay, now let me copy this entire section.
so that I can create a long path all at once. Nice. All right, so now the player starts from here. Can I jump off the map? Yes. Okay, let's just make some small adjustments. Let's clean this up a bit. Much better. Looking much better now. Coming back over here. Now we can see. Nice. Now we can actually see what our enemies are up to. Ah, snap, I died. Well, but the basics are there. So now we have our enemies set up. They're able to like be annoying to both of us, rather to themselves and to me as well. But I'm just going to run past them for now. Oh, notice when I jump. Yeah, that's not good. Let's come over here. There's a bit that's not properly filled, and the player is able to fall through it. So all I'm going to do to solve that is I'm going to add this over here so the player has to jump. That works. And now that that's pretty much done, let's set up this NPC to be useful. Because right now it's not doing much. Let's quickly see if we can run to the NPC. Let's speed run. Ah, jump over you. Oh snap, don't do that. Don't throw fireballs at me, please. Okay, I don't want to be fireballed to death. Okay, leave me alone. And here is our NPC. Our NPC is here. Let's add some function to this NPC and make it useful. Okay, so let's quickly set up a cool looking NPC. So for starters, I think before we get started with this, let's quickly select our player character. While I do appreciate running through the levels every time I'm making decisions, I would rather sometimes just have a character ready to rock. Alright, so now when we're in this level, this is what we see. So what we're going to do is we're going to spice it up. I'm going to come into here and first get this NPC and raise it up a bit. And then I'm going to select the NPC and we're going to edit it in the blueprint. Let's quickly delete everything else that's not important right now. Now, we're going to quickly add in a Niagara particle system component, and around it, we're going to be using the level portal. And just, use this around it. Now, of course, getting the level portal to look good requires some rotation. Should be about 90 degrees on the z-axis. No, that's not enough. It should be about, let's say, 90 on the x. Yes, that's good. So now when we get into the level, this is what we see in there. Cool. But that's not really enough. Let's add in a couple of components. Let's add in some no, before the pawn sensing, we'll add in an audio component. It's going to leave it in here. Okay, we'll leave in that audio component, and then we're going to add a basic pawn sensing component. No. Perfect. Now let's see, within the event graph, here we are. It's on event tick and it's using get distance too. Yeah, that's really wacky and out there. We don't need that. We'll remove the event tick. Let's remove this. All of this was quite a bit of work, but let's break this. We don't need this. Let's break that. So instead, what we'll do is we'll use pawn sensing. I don't see pawn, and we're going to start by just doing something simple. We're going to print some text, and the text is player is seen. Player is seen. So let's quickly compile. Okay, so it's not sensing at all from there. Let's see why. We'll go into the point sensing. Peripheral vision radius, will make that 179. That tends to fix most of the issues with sensing. Let's do a quick double check. Okay, player's not seen. Oh, I'm not going to deal with this point sensing stuff. Actually, let me leave the player is seen text though. So what it's going to do, when it's going to say, hey, on every event tick, it's going to do a basic get distance to the player. Okay, and it's going to come here and say, has it spoken? Has spoken, it's false. Okay, it will come over here, decide that okay, it now has spoken. It's going to print out the text player is seen, and basically want to see if the distance is less than 400. So let's make sure this is working. Player is seen. Okay, so we need to increase it a bit from 400. Let's make it something like 800. Okay, so player is seen. So right about here is when it's activates. That's good enough. Now that we have that, let's add in some animation to it to bring it to life. We'll add in a paper flip book, and we're just going to add in a quick flip book to it because this doesn't need to take up a lot of, we don't need logic, we don't need logic flow. We're going to keep this simple. So we're going to VFX, now going to sprites, and we're going to create a new folder and we'll call it NPC. So within the NPC, we may not even need to do that much work. We can just select the paper flip book and we can just say idle ranged enemy. Let's compile and see how that actually, we need to, once we've done that, paper sprite, and let's immediately reduce that alpha to 0. We don't need that sprite anymore because we're out of that mode of development. So now there is a witch standing in our portal. So what we can do is we can come in here, go into the flipbook, and let's look at it from the viewport. Let's increase the scale, increase the scale, increase the position, so we can tell that okay, now it's basically in the middle of our portal, which is supposed to take us out of here. Well, that's the sprite, irrelevant. It's the flipbook I want to move. So now there is a witch in the middle of our portal. Okay, that sucks. That sucks for us. There is a witch in the portal. So what can we do really? We really can't do much of anything. We can't get into the portal. So what will most players do? They'll move forward. That's going to be very important. But now what I want to do is immediately the player gets within this range, I want it to play a sound. Okay, so let's come here and let's play sound. Let's play sound. Let's play sound 2D. That's fine. This is an easy one. Now let's quickly create the sound. So to do that, I'm going to use a very free asset. I want to make like a cool demonic voice. So with this voice, let's see. What do I want it to say? Let's record something simple. There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends, wanderer. Okay, let's hear that. There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends, wanderer. Okay, it's good enough. It's a basic audio. Now let's spice this up and make it sound, scary, spooky. Let's spice it up. Now, so all that's going to require is us to basically come over here. I want to make a couple of changes. Let's see, select. Okay, cool. I've selected that. Come into here, tracks. Okay, I can add. Okay, no, 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 no. Well, for starters, if you listen,
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends one.
okay, let's delete the wanderer bit. It's kind of pointless to say that. Let's delete some of that noise. I mean, you can make those
This
simple
is where
edits.
your journey ends.
Okay, that's done. So we have this basic audio track over here, right? We have this basic audio track and want to make it sound spooky. So, well, let's duplicate this. So just pressing Control D will create a duplicate and I'll create another duplicate. It's just a simple thing. So if you listen now,
There is no escaping.
because there are three tracks layered on top of each other. The next thing I want to do is on the final track. Let me see. I'm just going to change. I don't think I want to change its pitch. What do I want to alter? I want it to be deep. Um, okay, no, let me just change its pitch. I want it to be deep. Let me just change its pitch. So let me quickly go into effect. Let's change the pitch. Let's quickly go to a -20 on that one. Okay, now that we're done with that, let's hear how it sounds. Hey, come over here. Let's play.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Yeah, just that. So now that we have that layering into that, let's see about how many layers do I have? One, two, there should be three. Three. Fine, there's a fourth. Anyway, so on this one, I'll come in and I will basically come in and I'll make a decision of EQ and filters. No, I want to make a slight one. Let's see, not reverberation. Okay, let's add in some reverberation. Let's preview.
There is no escaping here.
Okay, let's apply that reverb now.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Okay, there, that sounds good enough. Let's delete that last track. I don't even know why it's there. So anytime you're editing audio and you want a cool effect, I love
There
Audacity.
is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Oh my goodness, the track I deleted is the one with all the effects. Control Z. Okay, bring that back. So now let's listen.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Now come in here to the track that is, for lack of a better word, a normal track. Then I'll delete that. Let's listen in again.
There is no escaping here.
Okay, I don't need no more tracks. So I'll come into this and I'll add in another effect. Which one do I want? I want a simple effect. Which one do I want? I could do reverb. I could do delay. Let me just change pitch on this one. So this one's -20. Let's make that -20 as well. Then we'll go to the top one. And the effect I'll add to this one is I'll change its pitch and tempo. But its pitch I will increase by +20. Let's listen to how this is going to end up sounding.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Okay, perfect. So I'll do this. So I'll cut off. So now you can hear those two different
There is
sounds.
no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Okay, sounds good enough. Okay, this isn't like what I would I'll perfect it a bit more for when you're actually letting go, creating your game. But let's export this as a WAV and see how it's going to sound in game. All right, so now that I have that done and recorded, I'll quickly open this up, go into sound. I guess this is where all the test sounds are, and quickly add that sound. I've just called it random demon voice. So it's been imported.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Sweet. Now we'll go into our NPC and we'll select asset and we'll look for random demon voice. Let's compile and check it out in game. So you're the player character, you're walking around, and all of a sudden,
there is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
okay, fascinating. So you get to walk around a bit, and then you're like, ah, shit. Then there's this red portal. Then you enter the red portal. Okay, that's essentially going to be this level. Now, if I wanted to make this level a bit cooler, I would come in over here. Just for the sake of having a bit of fun, I'll drop it a bit closer to the ground. Okay, let's play and see how this works now.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Yeah, looks good, but the problem is players are funny. Like some people, if they see an unblocked passable obstacle, will just not do anything. Okay, so let's stop. Let's quickly come in here.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Okay, that's cool. Now, let's make it even more spicy, right? So let's get this sprite. And then what we're going to do is let's have that spooky ghost show up when you come in. So click on that, not the paper sprite. No, 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 not the paper sprite. This paper flip book, right? So come into here and let's try something really, really cool and simple because I have an idea. Let's say if I set the alpha to 0, is it still viewable in game?
There is no.
Awesome. So this is what we'll do. This is on event tick, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll come in here. Okay, so once this has happened, once this is playing, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to add in a little bit of a sequence. No, 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 that's too complicated. Let's keep it simple. Okay, so I have the paper flip book. Let's bring it in over here. And set sprite color. Okay. So we'll set the sprite color from here, right? And its new color is going to be white with alpha 1. Nice, but now we're also going to slightly reduce how close this happens from 800 units to 700 units. So let's quickly compile and try this out.
There is no escaping here.
Okay,
This
so
is
that pops
where
in.
your journey ends.
Okay, so that's cool. Okay, now we can do something else that's kind of cool. We can reduce this to about 600, right? Can reduce that to about 600 units, so it happens when the player is even closer. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to add in another component. No, not a light. No, 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 no. You know what? No, I'll leave the rest to you for when you're developing your game. But essentially, I just wanted to show you that there's a lot of cool
There is
stuff.
no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
So now, basically, the player is kind of like, what the hell? And then they proceed. You know, when you're developing your game, just make sure to have fun. And boom, then it goes into the next level, which is cool. However, the reason why it's not going to the next level is because right now our brand new level selecting thing is basically empty because next level name is empty. So let's quickly go into levels and let me quickly select the story and narrative level that is going to end up being our final boss level. And I'm going to paste that in here. So now that that's there, it will take us to the next
There is
level.
no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Wow. Wow. And then, boom, now you're here.
There is no escaping here. This is where your journey ends.
Hey man, nice seeing you. Nice seeing you. Then the final boss level is now here. So let's come back and actually get to work on the final boss and make it interesting. Let's quickly close. Oh, before I close up this level, let's quickly get the player character. Let's come back here. Where's the player character? Close you, close walkways. Oh my goodness. Let's first get this one. Put them all under walkways. All of you under that folder of walkways. In you go. In you go. So where's the player character? Okay, perfect. Then you just make sure you're in a good position to start off the level right here. Let's come in and make sure it's positioned right. It's a bit more to the right, a bit lower to the ground. Sweet. Now when you press play, boom, and now you can your character is here and is able to start playing through the level with all of its struggles. Yeah, sweet. Okay, now in the next lesson, we're going to go direct to the final boss. However, just for the sake of making things good, let's save selected. Let's come over here. What we're going to do is we're going to delete that. We don't need that. We're going to delete this, which is fine. And I guess we're basically going to keep it this. Nah, I think we'll also delete this. We'll just delete that. I don't think we need that at all. We don't need that. Essentially, all we need for to start is the player. Let's bring him into here. We're going to delete this because we don't need this. And essentially, all we need is the final boss. I don't even know why I'm struggling placing things. No, let's keep it simple. We'll come into the combat challenge level. To come in here, we are literally going to say, okay, environment. Going to collect everything from the environment here. No, let's cancel building navigation. I don't need that. Do I want that? Do I want that? No, essentially there are three things that I want. I want this plane. So let me copy that. And I want the skybox, the sky background and plane. So let me copy those two things. Let's go into this level again. paste in those two things. That's pretty much everything that I would want for this level. I don't think I want anything much else. And then of course, let me quickly get rid of some of these lights. I don't need this skylight. I don't need this direction light. Okay, fine. I do need the directional light, but I need it at 0.25 lux so that I'm not getting eye blasted. And then we'll come in, and what we can do is it's going to need a serious walkway. I want the final boss to have like a pretty good place to walk, but let's open this up. Open up the last level, that first level. Now what I want is this right here. This is this land mass. Let's see. Yes, that's what I want. I'm going to copy that because it's a big land mass, which is good. Now let's go back into the story and narrative level. I'm going to paste it in. Okay, cool. Now to properly organize it, this landscape can't just be hanging in there. Let's bring it way down. Okay, sweet. And it's good to see those landscapes there. The one thing is now to move this here for our final boss confrontation. Just making sure it's good. Let's see, how do we move this? Let's move it forward just a tad, back just a tad. Yeah, this is good. I like this. Now, to make this even better, we're going to need to do some landscape shaping in the next lesson. Let me pause this video at this point. Now, before we get into the boss, we need to kind of clean up some of this environment to make sure it's worthwhile. Let's go into landscape. Perfect. And the first thing we're going to do is not sculpt. I actually just want to flatten. So the reason why I want to do this is because boss AI in general does not like fighting on ground that isn't properly flattened. So just give it a bit of that. Give it a bit of good flat ground where you're going to be fighting the boss. So this is why you're going to fight the boss, and its AI shouldn't have any issues. Also, just for visual clarity and consistency, it might be good to also flatten the areas around and just behind. Okay, that's perfect. But you know what? When I really think about it, this is too much environment. Nope, I'm going to delete this. I think let's have a tight area where the boss is actually there for you to fight him. It needs to be a pretty tight area. I don't think I want the boss to have too much space to move. So I think what would work much better is going to be, yeah, this will work. So there are a couple of forged rock floors here. A couple of these are not too bad. And this area here, and this little lava platform. I like this lava platform. Let me get that. Yeah, save that, doesn't matter. And bring it in over here. Now, this looks like some place where the boss should be located. I'll only make a couple of detours. I'll scale it here by about 10 on the X. Oh my goodness, it's one of those. I think let's set that up back up to 0. So scaling this to 10 significantly changes the lava pattern. Let's see if it's palatable. It's not palatable, but that's okay, because all I have to do is change these to 10 as well. Now I'm even able to see all the other inclines on this. Still not palatable. Nice experiment-ish, but nah, not really what I would want. I want something a bit more solid in terms of solid ground. Let me see. Now, let me look into. Actually, the one thing that I did really like though was all these elements over here. Let's see. Outline. I did like this. I liked the lava shrine. It was kind of cool looking at it. But still no, for a level which needs to contain the boss, it needs to be really tight, because boss AI requires a lot of forethought. Okay, let me go back into the assets, right? Let's see, Firelands, environments. There's the Forge environment, and what I want is to have a look at some meshes and see which ones work. Let's see, we have static meshes. There's a table map, that's fine. Does this work? Let me really look through and see what I think works. Just added in a nice smooth quick platform. Now adding in a basic light that will be useful to show off our final area of the game. And let's scale it up a bit, about twice what it is now. And then radius, let's spread it out. Yeah, this is perfect. Let's quickly see how this looks with that spotlight overhead. Let's increase its intensity so I can really see what it can do. Not bad, not bad, but it's not delivering. Let me bring it in, really bring it in to see its spotlightiness. Okay, there we are with our spotlight. Not bad, not bad at all. Let me come down here and make sure this is okay. Not bad. What else do I want to do? Okay, now that we have this basic play area, this basic play area is ready for the final boss. And no final boss would be done without some boss music. Let's quickly add in some boss music right over here. Okay, got some boss music. Let's quickly go back into sound effects, and I'll just create a folder just for this, and I'll call it boss music. Oh, can't contain space, no problem. Boss music. So inside of this folder, let's quickly add in the sound. So I'm just going to go here, add in boss music. Do you mind importing? Okay, so that's it, just some nice subtle boss music, and we'll leave it right here, because what's going to happen next is we're going to immediately add in, let's close all this, back into our blueprints, and after a long awaited time, add in the boss. And let's quickly decide on its current positioning. Just need it to be at the exact right spot to deal with the player character. And now we're going to work on the boss AI for the final boss. Unfortunately, it keeps spawning in witches, which means it needs some work. Okay, let's get to that in the exact next lesson. All right, so this is our boss level, and this is our boss. Let's quickly play through how it works right now. When it stays in certain proximity of the player for a certain amount of time, it does damage. Also, its movement is super janky. Okay, and I promised, we need to come and work on that. Also, notice when the player runs away, it totally junks out and dies. But notice this, let's try this. Its phases are working. So once its health drops below a certain level, it will spawn in ranged enemy. Oh shit. So at least we know that that is working. So let's quickly go into the blueprints. Now there are two other blueprints that I have to load in. Okay. So we're going to start by opening up the master enemy blueprint, because this is the blueprint that holds the basic fundamental stuff that tells Unreal Engine that this is an enemy character, and it is the origin of all the other blueprints. And now we have the master enemy here. Good, fantastic. And it comes with the variable of, hey, show enemy health bar. So if we come in here, it is instance editable. I've clicked on the final boss, and under the details you can see show health bar was clicked on false. But now with the health bar showing, we can see that the boss, at a certain point, it starts spawning in enemies. Okay, that's fantastic. So that's just the master enemy. Then we're going to open up the final boss blueprint itself. Fantastic. And there are two others. One is going to be the melee enemy blueprint that the final boss gets a lot of its effects from, in essence. And last but not least, the ranged enemy blueprint. It's something we just want to have around because it's going to be very useful. And last but not least, yeah, that's pretty much it. There's nothing else. So let's go in one by one and let's quickly fix all of the issues with the boss. The first issue we have is its movement is janky and terrible. So all we're going to do to fix that is we're going to go into the final boss, and we're going to look under constraints under its final boss blueprint, and we'll simply constrain it to the plane of z. So it will be constrained to the z plane. Let's compile and see if that solves all the movement issues. It should. Now it's still struggling. Okay, so it's still struggling because it's constrained to the z. So let's try constraining it to the x plane and see if that works to resolve and alleviate its issues. Let's compile. Let's try the movement again. Okay, so now it's constrained to the x, which means that it's unable to move where we want it to move, but that's okay. Just needed to quickly test that. Let's constrain it once again, but this time let's constrain it to the y. Now it's constrained to the y. It's able to move. It seems to be moving correctly now without a lot of issues. Now there's one thing that we're going to do under the final boss, just to quickly double check. There's a bit too much collision. So let's see the capsule component. What I'm going to do is that I am going to reduce its height. I'm going to make its scale 1.5. Perfect. Now let's go back in. The boss is now scaled to 1.5. We should be able to jump over it. Nice. That's good. Oh snap. Okay. Now let's fix one other issue. So right now it is correctly spawning in. So let's look at its event graph. It spawns in a range, it spawns ranged enemies, right? But we don't want it to spawn in ranged enemies. Let's add something in right over here. So we'll come in and we'll simply say do once. So instead of spawning in multiple ranged enemies, it basically in its phase 2 spawns in one ranged enemy. Okay, let's come into here and let's see. Okay, now it basically spawns in one ranged enemy that we would have to deal with. But it, ah, snap. Okay, do you mind? Okay, and we're dead. Okay, we start the level. So now that we have that working correctly, the boss spawns in ranged enemies. Now we're going to go step by step and look through the code now. So we know for starters on cpawn, which is what we're currently using because we are not using the event tick. On cpawn, we see that it goes into a sequence, and that sequence comes in, it does simple move to actor, that is the player character, and then there is a bit of a delay that will lead to an attack. Now we're going to get rid of that and replace it with code that will, instead of doing a delay and then applies damage, it's actually going to do an attack. Okay, the second thing it does is it branches and double checks if its health is less than or equal to 300. It has a total of 400, so it goes into phase 2, and then it does the do once of spawning in the ranged enemy. Then what it's going to do in the third phase is it's going to allow it to add in a ranged attack. So it spawns an enemy projectile, it spawns in enemy projectile, and this projectile goes towards the player. But what I'm going to do is we're going to add in a little bit of delay here. So we'll come in here and we'll set delay. Okay, let's quickly move this over here as well. It's delay. So right now there is a delay of about 2 seconds. Let's really increase this. About 2 seconds before it spawns it in. And let's do a quick compile to see if this comes out correct. Okay, it spawns in the enemy. Okay, then at lower health, yes, now it spawns in a projectile. Okay, perfect. That's a good enough baseline for our melee enemy. Now we're quickly going to come into, rather, our final boss. Now the next thing we're going to do is let's quickly add in sprites. We're going to work on the logic, but let's start by adding in a little bit of that spice. So let's call it final boss, and we'll go into it and we'll start by adding in a basic idle animation. Let's see. So excellent. Now I bought an asset that is going to be used for this, and if we basically line these up, I'll quickly say, hey, sprite actions, apply paper 2D. Nice. Now if we open this up, this is our final boss and how it looks. Okay, now I'll put in a link to these assets with the tutorial. So when we come back in, we're going to get each and every single one of these and simply say, hey, create sprites. So it has created sprites for all of our demon idols from, let's see, demon sprite 4, 5 until 0. Okay, cool, until 6, from 1 to 6. Then I'm going to come over to 1 and I'm going to create a flipbook And this flipbook I will simply call idle. So I'll open it up. Nice. And it's using the fast sprite. So let's add the exact right number of keyframes. Let's see, just 5. Then I'll start quickly adding in the sprites. Now type demon 1 sprite. Let me pick a new one. Demon 3. Let's pick the next one. Demon 4 sprite. Demon 5. And Demon 6. Look at that. We have a really cool idle animation. Let's quickly drop that down to 12 frames per second. Nice. And that's a cool idle animation. So now that we have this idle animation, let's come in to our final boss, and we're quickly going to add a component, and we're going to call this component flipbook, right? We add a paper flipbook. Actually, we're just going to call it. Okay. Well, now that we have the paper flipbook, it's currently set to show the idle animation. Let's see how that looks. Cool. Now the next thing we're going to do, as we've done before, is we'll come into the paper sprite and we'll turn its alpha off entirely. And now that that's done, we'll look down at the paper flipbook and let's scale it up. Let's scale it up to 1.5 times and then raise it up a little. This is nice. But let's go even bigger. Let's say 1.75. Yeah, perfect. This is good. So let's see how this looks in game. So now we have our demon. Cool. And it is moving towards the player pretty consistently. And it's being flipped properly, which is cool. Coming over here. Now the one thing we will need to change, let's go back into the final boss, is where it is flipped. So we're going to flip these around. Now where will we flip them from? Hold on, let me quickly pause this. Master enemy, cool. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go into the final boss, into its event graph, and we're going to look for the code that is flipping its orientation. Let's come in here and see, did we flip the orientation earlier? No, we did not, which means that currently it is the orientation. Let's come in and see. And then we're going to look for a setting called orient. Orient rotation to motion is off here on the final boss. How about with the capsule collider? Okay, so it's not being oriented to motion from here. We need to figure out where is it being flipped over from. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll come into the final boss and we're going to do a quick test. Let's go into the flip book and let's flip it on the Z 180 degrees. So let's come back in. Now it's correctly flipping itself to follow the player. That's good. So let's go back in and now we'll make some other adjustments. So the paper flip book, we're going to increase its size again to 2, and we want to make sure that it is lined up properly with the ground. Nice. At a size of 2, it's now properly lined up. Nice. Look at our final boss go. Now that that's solid, let's come back in. This is the final boss. And now we have its source flipbook here, a basic flipbook with an idle. Let's quickly add an animation component, the paper ZD animation component. And we will, of course, make sure that, let's see, final boss flip. So I'll get that, I'll copy that, and when I go into the paper ZD animation component name, I'll just paste that name. So it's called final boss flip. It's going to be perfect. But there is no animation instance class. So to correct that, we'll go back in, and just like before, we will create, oh my goodness, this camera speed is out of whack. Okay, much better. Just like before, we're going to start by making some animation systems. So we'll start by creating an animation source, and we'll call it final boss animation source. That's what we're going to call it. So let's open it up. We're going to start by adding new sequence, and we'll start, of course, by adding in the sequence that is the idle animation. So let's come in, let's look for idle, and it is this idle flipbook. Perfect. Now I don't, let's see, idle, but let me rename this to idle dash final boss. Excellent. It should change names inside of this as well. Yes, perfect. So now we have this working correctly with the idle animation. We now have the idle animation, but what's missing is the attack. So we'll go right into here, and let's start by lining up one last thing. Now that we have the final boss animation source, let's go in and create an animation blueprint that will be from the parent final boss animation source, and what it's going to be called is final boss animation BP. Right? Perfect. Let's quickly open it up. This is good. Now on init, we're going to set it up the exact same way that we set it up for the melee enemy. Okay, so notice with the melee enemy, the first thing that we did, let's go into the event graph. On initiation, we first get the owning actor. We casted to the melee enemy, but this time we'll cast to the final boss, and we basically said, hey, as melee enemy, do that. So going to the final boss, we'll start by get owning actor, and then we'll simply come out of initiation, and we will cast to final boss. Okay, we are casting to final boss. Bring this out over here, and we're going to promote to variable. Okay, so that's going to give us access to all the information of what's happening inside the final boss. That's cool. Now let's immediately go into the animation graph, and just like before, we'll start by creating a animation state, and we'll simply call this, let's name this final boss, and let's link these two together. Then inside of the animation state, from out, we'll immediately go into an animation state that we are not a conduit, sorry, an animation state, and this animation state, as before, will be called idle. And inside of this, we're going to simply state, hey, play idle. So we'll pull out the idle and connect it here, and that works. So if we go back into our game and we click on the final boss itself, but this time we'll go into the final boss flip, and we'll make sure that there's nothing inside of it, right? So there's nothing, it's empty. right? There's nothing to click. Just for the sake of simplicity, let's also add a blackboard. That's basically going to, or not blackboard, sorry, apologies. Let's quickly add a simple billboard. Let's scale this up about 3 times, heck, even 4, just to show that it is the final boss, so that we're able to select it from inside the level. That just makes it simpler. And when we hit play, there's nothing, right? So we'll come back into the final boss, go into the paper ZD animation, and this time we have an animation instance class called final boss animation blueprint that we'll be using. Let's compile that. Now everything is connected, and voila, it is playing the correct animation. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now that we have this, hold on, let's do a quick double check of something. Okay, so it's slightly clipping into the floor. So we'll simply select the final boss flip and we'll set it up to go up to 65 units. That should solve all the clipping. Nice, that's beautiful. Now it's looking good. Let's have a look at the idle animation. This is it. So we should see that one layer pixel. Let's quickly zoom into here. Okay, perfect, but it needs a bit of work. Let's bring it up to 67 units. At 67 units, do I get to see the proper bottom of his feet? Yes, almost. We'll need to bring it up a bit more. Let's bring it up to 70 and hit play. So now, perfect, this is good. And it spawned in, snap. Snap! That sucks. Okay, we died. But that's good. At least now we can see and double check that yes, the animations are moving correctly. The next thing we're going to add in is a proper melee attack to the final boss. Now, the way that the melee attack worked inside of the melee enemy is that there was a lot of code with patrolling, but our final boss doesn't need to patrol. And it's not going to need to change its max walk speed. With this, it will essentially get the distance to the player character, and then once the distance goes below a certain bounds, it's going to stop its active movement, and after a delay, it will do the sword attack, right? That's good. So let's go into our final boss and see how it works right now. So right now, what it does, it actually does this constantly. It does a simple move to the player character. It gets the distance to the player character. After a small delay, it will simply do another distance to check and then it will apply damage. That's reasonably fine, but that's not what we want our final boss to do. We want it to actually do a proper melee attack. So let's get into the melee attack in the exact next lesson. Okay, so let's get right into it. One of the joys of blueprints is that I can actually select everything below here and I can just move it down because we're going to need some space for that melee attack to get it right. And then I'll come in over here. We're going to remove the on-see pawn because we don't need any pawn sensing, because the final boss level is contained. We're simply going to pull out the event tick, and we will be using the event tick to control this. Now, as far as time, let's quickly come in and we shall decide that the tick interval is going to be 0.1 seconds. That's good. Now that we have the tick interval set to 0.1 seconds, we can begin to make changes. So what we want will also break the link to the other two functions. Let's work on one phase at a time. So for starters, we'll come in here and we're going to create a basic branch. No, actually, let's do that last. The first thing that it's always doing is it's doing a basic simple move to actor of the player character. Then all it's doing is it's getting the distance to the player and checking if it's 200. If it's 200 units to the player, it comes in, and then after a short delay, it does another check of if the player is outside of a certain range, it applies damage. What we don't need is the applied damage, and we don't need the second distance check, because now once the boss gets in range, it will immediately perform the attack. So what is the attack? Well, we'll start by simply saying, well, after a short delay, which will be the attack delay, we're going to create a new variable, and let's do it the exact same way we did it for the melee enemy. There's a variable called is attacking. So inside the final boss, we'll also create this new variable, and we simply call it the same way, is attacking. Let's compile this. It starts out as 0, so it comes into here, and we say, hey, set, and we're going to set it up to say that, okay, once at this point, it sets the attacking to yes, the boss character is attacking, and that's all it's going to do. Then there's going to be another delay, and this delay is going to be set to about what, 1 second, and then after that delay, we'll simply set it to, we're going to set is attacking to no, it's no longer attacking. That's going to be it. So let's come down and let's get that. Essentially, it's moving to the player. Once it's in a distance of 200, it will immediately perform an attack. So right now, notice it's not going to lead to anything. But what it is doing is it is getting into 200 distance. But let's make one change. Instead of trying to get into a distance of 200 units and stopping at that, what we'll do is we'll increase that. We actually need to do a bit of a double check. So the moment it gets within 200 units of the player, for gameplay reasons, it's going to be smart for us to immediately stop moving. So you'll notice that with the with our melee enemy, we immediately stop active movement, right? So what we want to do is want to do that for the final boss as well. So we'll get its character movement component, and once it gets into that range, we want it to immediately stop its active movement. So it stays in one place until it finishes the attack. That's what we want. So what it's going to do now is immediately it gets within 200 units of the player, it's going to stop moving. So we're using the same logic. That's 200 units. That's 200 units. Cool. But let's spice it up by increasing its attack a bit to, let's say, 300 units. So now the moment it gets within 300 units of range, it's going to immediately stop. So that's 300 units. It stops moving. If it detects that the player is in 300 units of range, it stops moving. That's good. So let's get back into adding in one other animation to the boss. We'll come here and we are going to check on our sprites, final boss. And let's look at how we named it with the melee enemy. We named it sword attack. Okay. So let's go into the sprites, and under the final boss, we're going to simply create a new folder, and we're going to call it sword attack. And once we go into here, let's now add in some sword attack animations.